For Bella Malik. Introduction. The Third World today faces Europe like a colossal mass whose project should be to try to resolve the problems to which Europe has not been able to find the answers. Frantz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, 19611. The Third World was not a place. It was a project. During the seemingly interminable battles against colonialism, the peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America dreamed of a new world. They longed for dignity above all else, but also the basic necessities of life, land, peace, and freedom. They assembled their grievances and aspirations into various kinds of organizations, where their leadership then formulated a platform of demands. These leaders, whether India's Jawaharlal Nehru, Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser, Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, or Cuba's Fidel Castro, met at a series of gatherings during the middle decades of the 20th century. In Bandung, 1955, Havana, 1966, and elsewhere, these leaders crafted an ideology and a set of institutions to bear the hopes of their populations. The Third World comprised these hopes and the institutions produced to carry them forward. From the rubble of World War II rose a bipolar Cold War that threatened the existence of humanity. Hair triggers on nuclear weapons alongside heated debates about poverty, inequality, and freedom threatened even those who did not live under the US or Soviet umbrellas. Both sides, as Nehru noted, pelted each other with arguments about peace. Almost unmolested by the devastation of the war, the United States used its advantages to rebuild the two sides of Eurasia and cage in a battered Soviet Union. Phrases like massive retaliation and brinkmanship provided no comfort to the two-thirds of the world's people who had only recently won or were on the threshold of winning their independence from colonial rulers. Guinea-Bissau, September 1974, No fist is big enough to hide the sky. Copyright Elaine de Jean/Sigma/Corbis. Thrown between these two major formations, the darker nations amassed as the Third World. Determined people struck out against colonialism to win their freedom. They demanded political equality on the world level. The main institution for this expression was the United Nations. From its inception in 1948, the United Nations played an enormous role for the bulk of the planet. Even if they did not earn permanent seats on the UN Security Council, the new states took advantage of the UN General Assembly to put forward their demands. The Afro-Asian meetings in Bandung and Cairo, 1955 and 1961, respectively, the creation of the Non-Aligned Movement in Belgrade, 1961, and the Tricontinental Conference in Havana rehearsed the major arguments within the Third World projects so that they could take them in a concerted way to the main stage, the United Nations. In addition, the new states pushed the United Nations to create institutional platforms for their Third World agenda. The UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, was the most important of these institutions, but it was not the only one. Through these institutions, aspects other than political equality came to the fore. The Third World Project included a demand for the redistribution of the world's resources, a more dignified rate of return for the labor power of their people, and a shared acknowledgement of the heritage of science, technology, and culture. In Bandung, the host Ahmed Sukarno offered this catechism for the Third World. Let us not be bitter about the past, but let us keep our eyes firmly on the future. Let us remember that no blessing of God is so sweet as life and liberty. Let us remember that the stature of all mankind is diminished so long as nations or parts of nations are still unfree. Let us remember that the highest purpose of man is the liberation of man from his bonds of fear, his bonds of poverty, the liberation of man from the physical, spiritual, and intellectual bonds which have for long stunted the development of humanity's majority. And let us remember, sisters and brothers, that for the sake of all that, we Asians and Africans must be united. Point 2. The idea of the Third World moved millions and created heroes. Some of these were political figures like the Three Titans, Nasser, Nehru, Sukarno, but also Vietnam's Nguyen Thi Binh and Ho Chi Minh, Algeria's Ben Bella, and South Africa's Nelson Mandela. The project also provided the elements of a new imagination for its cultural workers, people such as the poet Pablo Neruda, the singer Kulthum, and the painter Sujana Kirtan. The horizon produced by the Third World enthused them, along with those who made history in their everyday lives. The Third World Project united these discordant comrades. The Third World Project came with a built-in flaw. The fight against the colonial and imperial forces enforced a unity among various political parties and across social classes. Widely popular social movements and political formations won freedom for the new nations, and then took power. Once in power, the unity that had been preserved at all costs became a liability. The working class and the peasantry in many of these movements had acceded to an alliance with the landlords and emergent industrial elites. Once the new nation came into their hands, the people believed, the new state would promote a socialist program. What they got instead was a compromise ideology called Arab socialism, African socialism, Sarvodaya, or Nasakam that combined the promise of equality with the maintenance of social hierarchy. Rather than provide the means to create an entirely new society, these regimes protected the elites among the old social classes while producing the elements of social welfare for the people. Once in power, the old social classes exerted themselves, either through the offices of the military or the victorious People's Party. In many places, the communists were domesticated, outlawed, or massacred to maintain this discordant unity. In the first few decades of state construction, from the 1940s to the 1970s, consistent pressure from working people, the prestige of the National Liberation Party, and the planetary consensus over the use of the state to create demand constrained these dominant classes to some extent. They still took charge of the new states, but their desire for untrammeled profit was hampered by lingering patriotism or the type of political and economic regimes established by national liberation. By the 1970s, the new nations were no longer new. Their failures were legion. Popular demands for land, bread, and peace had been ignored on behalf of the needs of the dominant classes. Internecine warfare, a failure to control the prices of primary commodities, an inability to overcome the suffocation of finance capital, and more led to a crisis in the budgets of much of the Third World. Borrowings from commercial banks could only come if the states agreed to structural adjustment packages from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. The assassination of the Third World led to the desiccation of the capacity of the state to act on behalf of the population, an end to making the case for a new international economic order, and a disavowal of the goals of socialism. Dominant classes that had once been tethered to the Third World agenda now cut loose. They began to see themselves as elites, and not as part of a project. The patriotism of the bottom line overcame obligatory social solidarity. An upshot of this demise of the Third World agenda was the growth of forms of cultural nationalism in the darker nations. Atavisms of all kinds emerged to fill the space once taken up by various forms of socialism. Fundamentalist religion, race, and unreconstructed forms of class power emerged from under the wreckage of the Third World Project. The demise of the Third World has been catastrophic. People across the three continents continue to dream of something better, and many of them are organized into social movements or political parties. Their aspirations have a local voice. Beyond that, their hopes and dreams are unintelligible. During the middle decades of the 20th century, the Third World agenda bore these beliefs from localities to national capitals and onward to the world stage. The institutions of the Third World amassed these ideas and nailed them to the doors of powerful buildings. The Third World Project, the ideology and institutions, enabled the powerless to hold a dialogue with the powerful, and to try to hold them accountable. Today, there is no such vehicle for local dreams. The Darker Nations is written to remind us of that immense labor and its importance. The account is not exhaustive but illustrative. The Darker Nations makes a broad argument about the nature of the Third World political project, and the causes and consequences of its decline. The world was bettered by the attempt to articulate a Third World agenda. Now it is impoverished for the lack of that motion. Part 1. Quest. Paris. Among the Darker Nations, Paris is famous for two betrayals. The first came in 1801, when Napoleon Bonaparte sent General Victor Leclerc to crush the Haitian Revolution, itself inspired by the French Revolution. The French regime could not allow its lucrative Santo Domingo to go free, and would not allow the Haitian people to live within the realm of the Enlightenment's rights of man. The Haitians nonetheless triumphed, and Haiti became the first modern colony to win its independence. 1. The second betrayal came shortly after 1945, when a battered France, newly liberated by the Allies, sent its forces to suppress the Vietnamese, West Indians, and Africans who had once been its colonial subjects. Many of these regions had sent troops to fight for the liberation of France and indeed Europe, but they returned home empty-handed. 2. As a sleight of hand, the French government tried to maintain sovereignty over its colonies by repackaging them as overseas territories. A people hungry for liberation did not want such measly hors d'oeuvres. In 1955, Aimé Césaire, the Martinique-born philosopher and then communist activist, published his discourse on colonialism. Alien Diop's celebrated publishing house, Présence Africaine, released the short manifesto as one more of its bold books intended both to create a dossier of the cultural wealth of Africa and its diaspora and to put European colonialism on notice for its brutality. 3. In the opening pages of Discourse, Césaire writes, "Europe is indefensible. From the depths of slavery, millions of people set themselves up as judges. The colonizer continues to brutalize the people in Vietnam, Madagascar, West Africa, the West Indies, and elsewhere, but the colonized now have the advantage. They know their temporary masters are lying. Therefore that their masters are weak." 4. Belgrade, Yugoslavia, September 1961, standing tall presidents and prime ministers at the first meeting of the non-aligned movement. From left, Nehru, Nkrumah, Nasser, Sukarno, Tito. Courtesy of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi. In 1945–46, thousands of French troops returned to the Red River Delta in Indochina, and Ho Chi Minh and his comrades retreated to the highlands of the Viet Bac to regroup for an extended war of liberation. This war lasted for almost a decade. But the French had an ally in another ambivalent revolutionary. By 1952, the U.S. government had already begun to pay for almost two-thirds of the battered French military treasury's expenses. The French had to depart after their army suffered an embarrassing defeat from the poorly equipped but highly motivated Viet Minh at the garrison town of Dien Bien Phu, 1954. In 1945, meanwhile, the French paratroopers and Air Force used brutal force to disband the anti-colonial Algerian Amis du Manifeste et de la Liberté, Friends of the Manifesto and Liberty, harass hundreds of thousands of people through the French policy of ratonnades, a rat hunt, and kill tens of thousands of Algerians. This massacre provoked the formation of the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, which emerged in a spectacular assault on French positions in Algeria on All Saints' Day, November 1, 1954. And again, in 1947, when the people of Madagascar demanded their freedom, formed the Mouvement Démocratique de la Rénovation Malgache, and rose in revolt, the French forces countered them with bloodthirsty violence and killed tens of thousands. The guerrilla war continued, until the French had to concede some power to the Malagasy people, but only after a decade of repression and deceit. These are some of Césaire's examples, but there are more. Each instance pits a people fired up for freedom, even willing to submit themselves to suicide attacks, as in Vietnam and Algeria, or else suicidal advances against superior French military positions. The sacrifice of the colonized to secure their freedom terrified the French army and its political supervisors, just as it provided inspiration for others who had to fight for their own process of decolonization. Why did the French forget liberté, égalité, fraternité when they went into the tropics? As Césaire noted, Albert Sarraut, the French Minister of Colonies in the 1920s, had written that France must not turn over the colonies to the nationalists in the name of an alleged right to possess the land one occupies, and some sort of right to remain in fierce isolation, which would leave unutilized resources to lie forever idle in the hands of incompetents. 5. Sarraut followed John Locke's logic, as put forward in his 1689 treatise on government: God gave the world to men in common, but Since he gave it to them for their benefit, and the greatest conveniences of life they were capable to draw from it, it cannot be supposed he meant it should always remain common and uncultivated. He gave it to the use of the industrious and rational, and labor was to be his title to it, not to the fancy or covetousness of the quarrelsome and contentious. 6 For Serat, those who developed the land had title to it, even as those without title would do the actual work on it. Since only Europeans could count as competent users of God's nature, only they could own it. In 1922, Ho Chi Minh wrote a rejoinder in the French Communist press to the same Serat. We know very well that your affection for the natives of the colonies in general, and the Annamese Vietnamese in particular, is great. Under your proconsulate the Annamese people have known true prosperity and real happiness, the happiness of seeing their country dotted all over with an increasing number of spirit and opium shops which, together with firing squads, prisons, democracy, and all the improved apparatus of modern civilization, are combining to make the Annamese the most advanced of the Asians and the happiest of mortals. These acts of benevolence save us the trouble of recalling all the others, such as enforced recruitment and loans, bloody repressions, the dethronement and exile of kings, profanation of sacred places, etc. 7. In Europe, the Holocaust gave pause to the idea that barbarity comes only from the darker races. In the aftermath of Auschwitz and Treblinka, Europe tried to blame Adolf Hitler as an insane individual or else the Nazis as a party with a warped ideology. In conference after conference, Europe's intellectuals bemoaned the insanity of the brutal massacre of Jews, communists, gypsies, and the disabled, but most of them remained silent about the ongoing violence in the tropics. Césaire invokes the barbarity of Western Europe and the United States, only to stop and warn us, I am not talking about Hitler, or the prison guard, or the adventurer, but about the decent fellow across the way, not about the member of the SS, or the gangster, but about the respectable bourgeoisie. The violence in the tropics is nothing if not a sign that cruelty, mendacity, baseness, and corruption have sunk deep into the soul of the European bourgeoisie. 8. Césaire's indictment of the European soul had company. Within France, a group of intellectuals had been repulsed by the horrors of both World War II and the ongoing war in Algeria. One such dissident voice belonged to Albert Sauvé. Sauvé had been a resistance fighter, and after the war he began to write for France Observateur, a paper that under the leadership of Sauvé's fellow resistance veteran Claude Bourdet, became an organ of anti-colonial thought. Bourdet himself wrote a scathing denunciation of the Algerian War. Have we become the Gestapo in Algeria? Bourdet asked. 9 The pages of France Observateur, soon to be renamed L'Observateur, was home to anti-colonial intellectuals like Michel Léry's and Claude Lévi-Strauss, who orbited around the anti-racist activities of the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, House. 10. In 1952, Sauvé, in the pages of L'Observateur, offered an evocative tripartite division of the planet into the first, second, and third worlds. 11 When Sauvé wrote in the Parisian press, most people already understood what it meant to live in the first and second worlds. In March 1946, the former British Premier Winston Churchill had declared that an Iron Curtain had descended across Europe, from the Baltic to the Adriatic, and it had divided the former Allies into two distinct blocs. Churchill said this during a long speech in the United States, primus inter pares of the First World. This First World or the West was formed by states, notably the United States and those of Western Europe, that pledged themselves to partly regulated market capitalism and would, in 1949, form the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. The Second World rejected market capitalism for socialist planning, and it generally worked in collusion with the largest socialist state, the USSR. Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest, and Sofia, all these famous cities and the populations around them, Churchill told the students at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, lie in what I must call the Soviet sphere, and all are subject, in one form or another, not only to Soviet influence but to a very high and in some cases increasing measure of control from Moscow. 12. The First and Second Worlds fell out openly when U.S. President Harry S. Truman announced his support for the anti-communist forces in Turkey and Greece. 1946, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, helped the conservatives defeat the popular communists in the Italian and French elections of 1947. The USSR forced the Eastern European states into its orbit, and the animosity attained dramatic proportions during the First World's blockade of Berlin in June 1948. In this melee, an advisor to Truman, Bernard Baruch, used the term Cold War to describe the conflict, and a columnist, Walter Lippmann, made the phrase widely known. Point 13. The Cold War defines how most people see the period from 1946 to the demise of the USSR in 1989-91. The East-West conflict, intensified by nuclear weapons, dominates the stage for this crucial 50-year period. The phrase East-West conflict distorts the history of the Cold War because it makes it seem as if the First and Second Worlds confronted each other in a condition of equality. In an insightful article from 1968, the Swedish sociologist Göran Thorborn wrote, "The Cold War was a fundamentally unequal conflict, that was presented and experienced on both sides as being equal. 14 The USSR and the United States portrayed each other as equivalent adversaries, although the former had an economic base that was far inferior to the latter. Despite the great advances of the Soviet regime in the development of the various republics, the USSR began its history with a battered feudal economy that was soon ravished by a civil war and, later, the ferocious assaults of the Nazi war machine. In 1941, both the United States and the USSR had populations of about 130 million, but whereas the United States lost upward of 400,000 troops in the war, the Soviets lost between 20 and 30 million troops and civilians. Point 15 The Great Patriotic War devastated the USSR's economy, population, and capacity to rebuild itself. Furthermore, the imperatives of rapid development tarnished the ideals of Soviet society since its population went into a severe program to build its productive base at the expense of most internal freedoms. The dominant classes in the First World used the shortages and repression in the USSR as an instructive tool to wield over the heads of their own working class, and so on both economic and political grounds the First World bore advantages over the Second. Regardless of the ideological commitment of the USSR to total equality and that of the United States to market equality only, the latter appeared to many in Europe and elsewhere as a more compelling model after World War II. For this reason, Thorborn argues, an unequal conflict fought as equal redoubles the inequality. The Cold War was a long penalization of socialism. 16 The concept of socialism had to pay the penalty for Soviet limitations. But the First and Second Worlds only accounted for a third of the planet's people. What of the two-thirds who remained outside the East-West circles, what of those 2 billion people? The First World saw them as poor, overly fecund, profligate, and worthless. Images of poverty in the formerly colonized world flooded the magazines and newspapers of the First World, not more so perhaps than in times past, but with a new emphasis. Now, these countries did not have the tutelage of their colonial masters but had to wallow in their inability to handle their resources and disasters. Images of natural calamities, famines, and droughts joined those of hordes of unkempt bodies flooding the First World's living rooms where pity and revulsion toward the darker nations festered. Paul Ehrlich's 1968 The Population Bomb received such tremendous acclaim in the First World because its neo-Malthusian ideas had already become commonplace, that the reason for hunger in the world had more to do with overpopulation than with imperialism, that the survivors of colonialism had only themselves to blame for their starvation. The people of the colonies cannot save themselves, so they must be saved. The agencies of the First World could provide them with family planning or birth control technologies to break the Gordian knot of population growth, and they could offer them charitable aid. When aid came from the First World, it would not come without conditions. As the president of the World Bank, Eugene Black, wrote in 1960, economic aid should be the principal means by which the West maintains its political and economic dynamic in the underdeveloped world. 17 Contempt sometimes manifested itself in condescension. When the First World overly romanticized the darker nations as childlike or overly cultured, it did not see its people as human, fallible, contradictory, and historical. When Asia and Africa had been under the direct colonial control of Europe, the colonizers spoke of the value of the regions, both for their resources and human labor. Amnesia rapidly set in within the First World. For those precious regions, even the jewel in the crown, India, became seen only as the sewer pit of humanity. Mother Teresa would soon get more positive airtime as the white savior of the dark hordes than would the self-directed projects of the Third World nationalist governments. 18 Anytime one of the darker nations tried to exert its independence from the political and economic dynamic of the First World, military invasions and embargoes tried to strangle its capacity, and the media went along. For example, when a rebellion against British rule among the Kenyan Kikuyu went into high gear between 1952 and 1956, the British media trafficked in images of native savagery. Several 100,000 Kikuyu died in the war. The British policy sought to exterminate rather than contain the rebellion, and in the interim it energized the most vicious settler racism. The journalist Anthony Sampson recalled, "I heard it everywhere I went. How many kooks Kikuyu had to be gotten rid of? How many kooks did you wink today?" It was almost like they were talking about big game hunting. The concentration on the presumed savagery of the natives by the media provided an open season for the calculated violence of the imperial troops. 19. But the First World also saw that zone of the world as prey for the Second World. To those who had recently attained political independence but had not yet harvested the fruits of opportunity and equality, the attraction of egalitarianism was great. 20 Certainly, communism as an idea and the USSR as an inspiration held an important place in the imagination of the anti-colonial movements from Indonesia to Cuba. Yet the Second World had an attitude toward the former colonies that in some ways mimicked that of the First World. For the founding conference of the Cominform held in Poland in 1947, the Soviets did not invite even one communist party from the former colonized world, and certainly not the Chinese party. 9 parties, mainly from Eastern Europe, heard Andrei Zhdanov report that the world had been divided into 2 camps, the imperialist and anti-democratic camp, whose fundamental leading force is the United States with Great Britain and France as satellites of the United States, and the anti-imperialist, democratic camp, which draws support from the working class and democratic movement in all countries, from the fraternal communist parties, from the national liberation movements in all colonial and dependent countries, and from the help of all the democratic and progressive forces which exist in each country. 21 In his long speech, Zhdanov made only this brief mention of national liberation movements. There was no mention of China in his entire report. For the imperialist and anti-democratic camp, Zhdanov noted, the leading role is taken by the Soviet Union and its foreign policy. 22 The Soviets did not see the rest of the planet as a storehouse of resources, but neither did they see it as filled with people who had fought a strong anti-colonial struggle and wanted to lead their own movements, craft their own history. In answer to the formation of NATO in 1949, the USSR had created the Warsaw Pact in 1955, a military agreement with Albania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Romania. Sadly, Savi wrote, the 2 major camps struggled for possession of the Third World. But Savi identified something critical from the standpoint of the darker nations, that they should not be seen with pitiful eyes, since they had not only struggled hard to dispatch their colonial masters but had also begun to create a political platform for unity against what the Ghanaian leader Kwame Nkrumah called neocolonialism, or domination by means other than territorial conquest. The Third World was not prone, silent, and unable to speak before the powers. Indeed, at the founding conferences of the United Nations, San Francisco, 1945, and UNESCO, London, 1945, the delegates from the Third World held their own. While there has been much deserved attention to the role of Eleanor Roosevelt for the drafting of the human rights agenda at the San Francisco meeting, the historical record tends to underplay the crucial role played by the 29 Latin American states. Cuba sent 30-year-old Guy Perez Cisneros as its representative, and he fought doggedly for an expansive interpretation of human rights, helped along the way by the Panamanian delegation, which offered the decisive draft declarations on education, work, healthcare, and social security. 23 In London, at the UNESCO meeting, India's Rajkumari Amrit Kaur recognized that neither of the two camps had an agenda that rose to the occasion of the Third World. Having gauged the sentiment of the Third World delegates, she called for true freedom, which meant a world in which exploitation and injustice would not flourish side by side with pious expressions of good intentions and high-sounding policies. 24 The hypocrisy of pious expressions had already begun to infect the post-World War world, and dogged persistence from the Third World delegates to these conferences resulted in the creation of institutions for justice rather than declarations of intent. Savi used the term Third World in a manner that resonated with how that part of the planet had already begun to act. His term, crucially, paid homage to the French Revolution, an important inspiration for the ongoing decolonization process. At the end of his article, Savi wrote that the ignored, exploited, scorned Third World, like the Third Estate, demands to become something as well. In the Ancien regime prior to 1789, the monarchy divided its councillors into the First Estate, clergy, and the Second Estate, aristocracy, with the Third Estate being for the bourgeoisie. During the tumult of the French Revolution, the Third Estate fashioned itself as the National Assembly, and invited the totality of the population to be sovereign over it. In the same way, the Third World would speak its mind, find the ground for unity, and take possession of the dynamic of world affairs. This was the enlightened promise of the Third World. Savi's term Third World defined the political platform being constructed by the new nations in the formerly colonized regions of Africa and Asia. A central character in this story is Nehru, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India from 1947 to his death in 1964. When Savi's term came to his ears via his nationalist colleague Acharya Kripalani, Nehru heard it as Third Force. He did not like the idea of force, because, as he told the Indian Parliament in 1957, force is measured by armed strength, nuclear strength, ballistic strength, monetary strength, and since the countries that came together against the camp mentality did not have any of these, the only thing they could do was to collect together. The countries that come together may create moral pressures, but not a force. It will not make the slightest difference to the great military powers of today if the militarily weak countries band themselves together. Nevertheless, Nehru told the Parliament in 1958, it is right that countries of a like way of thinking should come together, should confer together, should jointly function in the United Nations or elsewhere. 25 The misheard term allowed Nehru to reiterate the main points of the Third World platform: political independence, nonviolent international relations, and the cultivation of the United Nations as the principal institution for planetary justice. The struggles that produced Nehru had also incubated many of these ideas. Forged in the smithy of colonialism, the Indian freedom movement drew from the resistance of the peasants and workers, the revolutionary idealism of young people, and the smothered aspirations of the new professional classes. These social forces had tried violent terrorism and uprisings as well as the quiet solicitude of petitions. Neither armed struggle nor unctuous petitions dampened the confidence of colonialism. Rather, the turn to mass nonviolent struggle had commanded the field, and it is this experience of moral force, or satyagraha, action on the basis of truth, that appealed to Nehru, as it did, among others, to Ghana's Convention People's Party as well as the South African Defiance Campaign of 1952. These anti-colonial struggles that had adopted the broad approach of mass nonviolence had begun to converse with each other from as early as the 1927 League Against Imperialism Conference in Brussels. The delegates to that conference, like Nehru, confirmed their mutual antipathy to European-style cultural nationalism. 26. If European nationalism took as a given that a people, who are perhaps a race, need to be organized by a state so that their nation can come into its own, the anti-colonial nationalists mostly argued that the people, who are often far too diverse to classify one way or another, need to be free of colonial rule. The formerly colonized people have at least one thing in common: they are colonized. Nehru, Sukarno, and others who had been pushed by similar social processes developed an alternative national theory. For them, the nation had to be constructed out of two elements: the history of their struggles against colonialism, and their program for the creation of justice. Whereas there were several limitations to their program, it was clear that few of the movements that moved toward the Third World agenda came with a theory of the nation that based itself wholly or even largely on racial or monocultural grounds, where they would have demanded, for instance, cultural assimilation. Point 27. Instead, they had an internationalist ethos, one that looked outward to other anti-colonial nations as their fellows. The Third World form of nationalism is thus better understood as an internationalist nationalism. Many of those who complain about the term's homogenization of the distinct histories of different regions miss the point. The conservative economist Lord Peter T. Bauer rejected the term Third World in his 1981 book of essays because he felt that it treated the world as a uniform and stagnant mass devoid of distinctive character, and that it denied those individuals and societies which comprise the Third World of their identity, character, personality, and responsibility. 28. Bauer entirely misconstrues Savi's term, and indeed the movement that fashioned the category into a political force. The category is an act of artifice for a global social movement that had only a short history behind it. Socio-political identities that are constructed outside socio-political movements are often unable to draw people to them. Third World as an idea could not have become common currency only from Savi's coinage or the First World media's use of it. The anti-colonial nationalist movement produced a series of gatherings and a language of anti-colonialism that elicited an emotional loyalty among its circle and beyond. This historical struggle made the identity of the Third World comprehensible and viable. The identity gained credence through trial and error, while participation and risk in the struggle produced the trust that gave the term social legitimacy. Nehru, Sukarno, Nasser, and other leaders of the main social tendencies against colonialism who refused the camp mentality used other terms than the Third World to define themselves. They did not reject camps as such, only the dangerous camps available to them that did not promise much for their social constituencies, for the peoples of the darker nations. They spoke of themselves as the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, the Group of 77, G77, or else with reference to the continents that formed the bulk of the colonized world, Africa, Asia, and Central and South America. These groups held conferences and produced joint action in the United Nations as well as at other international venues. Savi's notion of the Third World perfectly suited the way the unwieldy group operated, as the voice of the previously colonized that refused the bipolar division of the world, and sought to produce a world governed by peace and justice. The non-aligned states, the G77, the Afro-Asian group, and others did not see themselves as united for cultural or economic reasons. They came together in a political movement against imperialism's legacy and its continuance. To read the texts produced by the political project of the Third World can be gravely misleading. Most of the documents and speeches are triumphal, and few of them reveal the fissures and contradictions within the Third World. While this book will frequently use the words of leaders and institutions, it does not rely on them for its sense of the imagination and capacity of the Third World. The social forces that produced the Third World by the 1950s had a wider distribution than in any other modern political project of this scale. From peasant movements in India to rail workers in Senegal, from landless laborers in Indonesia to dissatisfied economists in Argentina, this is barely a sample. A small, almost minuscule class became brokers between the massive social upsurge across the planet from the 1910s to the 1950s, channeling that energy into the organizations they led. This group of leaders, whether India's Nehru or Indonesia's Sukarno, Mexico's Lazaro Cardenas or Ghana's Nkrumah, elaborated a set of principles that both skewered the hypocrisy of imperial liberalism and promoted social change. On paper, the Third World gleamed. As the project met governance, it began to tarnish rapidly. One of the reasons for this is that the Third World failed to seriously undermine the deep roots of the landed and financial gentry in the social and political worlds that had been governed from above by imperial powers and their satraps. Without a genuine social revolution, the Third World leadership began to rely on the landed and merchant classes for its political power. Capillaries of power that provided legitimacy to the colonial rulers often transformed themselves into avenues for the delivery of votes in the new democratic dispensation. While this is broadly the case, one should not underestimate either the sheer magic of the individual franchise, which drew and continues to draw millions of people to the polls who often vote in unpredictable ways, or the opportunity provided for opposition political organizations to challenge local power and the national bourgeois leadership. Nevertheless, a major consequence of the lack of a social revolution was the persistence of various forms of hierarchy within the new nations. The inculcation of sexism, and the graded inequality of clan, caste, and tribe, inhibited the political project of the Third World. This is what the Palestinian historian Hisham Sharabi calls neopatriarchy, where the Third World project, despite its commitment to modernity and modern state formation, is in many ways no more than a modernized version of the traditional patriarchal sultanate. 29 The class character of the Third World leadership constrained its horizon, even as it inflamed the possibilities in its societies. The Third World, then, is not just the voice of the leaders or their political parties but also their opposition. This story of the production of the Third World is not going to take us to antiquity or the devastation of the regions that become central to the concept. There is no brief here to tell the complete history of these regions or show that they are allied based on their underdevelopment. Certainly there are many social and economic, political, and cultural features that are common to the many diverse countries of the Third World. But that is not my interest. We are going to follow the creation of the political platform from its first major meeting in Brussels at the League Against Imperialism, then to Bandung, where 29 Afro-Asian countries gathered in 1955 to proclaim themselves outside the East-West divide. The formation of the Afro-Asian movement is an integral part of the story, because it is through the relations between the main non-aligned countries of these two continents that the Third World is constituted. We move to Cairo for a look at the Afro-Asian Women's Conference in 1961, not only to see the range of national liberation organizations created by the Bandung dynamic, but also to explore the place of women's rights on the platform of national liberation. We then head to Buenos Aires and Tehran to examine the economic and cultural agenda of the Third World, before we come finally to Belgrade. For it is in the Yugoslavian capital in 1961 that a number of states from across the planet gathered to form NAM, and pledge themselves to make the United Nations a serious force in world affairs. Finally, we rest in Havana, where the Cuban revolutions put the cult of the gun on the table. The Third World agenda hitherto had moved the spotlight away from insurgency movements against imperialism toward international treaties and agreements to give their regimes space for social development. The Cubans and others raised several questions. What about those places that still lingered in colonialism, and what about their armed struggle? Did the legislative strategy bear any fruit, or did the two main camps simply take the Third World for granted? Despite the fear of nuclear annihilation and the importance of a climb down from militant escalation, is there no room for armed action against obdurate powers? Or would such militancy be crushed by overwhelming force? The Cubans and others raised these important questions at about the time when the Third World dynamic was at its height, and it appeared that such a direction would bring more, rather than less, gains. The discussion about armed struggle at a NAM forum raises questions about the level of dissatisfaction in the Third World for the general failure of the movement to make gains against capitalism and militarism. This part sympathetically lays out the self-image of the Third World. We have to first understand it for what it was before I can lay out my critique of its internal failures. Brussels. Brussels is an unlikely place for the formation of the Third World. In February 1927, representatives of anti-imperialist organizations from across the planet gathered in the city for the first conference of the League Against Imperialism. They came from warm climates to this cold city to discuss their mutual antipathy to colonialism and imperialism, and find a way out of their bondage. The young and the old, the African, the American, and the Asian, these representatives brought their decades of experience to one of Europe's most celebrated capitals to find an agenda in common. Amid snow and far from home, the project of the Third World began to take shape. A visitor to the city at that time would normally take in the remarkable museums and the Palais Royal, a set of buildings gathered around the gorgeous Parc de Bruxelles that housed the royal families of Belgium. Leopold II, the second king of modern Belgium, had transformed the medieval city during his long reign, 1865–1909, into a modern wonder with wide roads, proper sewers, and a magnificent urban display that had been crafted for the Universal Exhibition of 1897. While the city celebrated the genuine architectural and artistic treasures of northwestern Europe, it did little to reveal the basis of its own immense wealth. In 1927, a visitor to Brussels would saunter through the Petit Sablon, a charming garden with 48 marble statues that represent the artisans of the city. For centuries the city had been known for its textiles, lace, and glassware, and it is this craft production that the city celebrated. But by 1927, the main source of wealth for Belgium and the city was not from the artisans but from Africa. It was Africa, particularly the Congo, that made Leopold II one of the richest people on the planet, and it enabled the Belgian economy to become the sixth largest in the world, after Great Britain, the United States, Germany, France, and Holland. In 1878, Leopold II initiated the foundation of the Comité des études du Haut-Congo, a private firm financed by himself that went into Central Africa in search of resources and profits. The U.S. explorer Henry Stanley took up an appointment from Leopold II, for whom Stanley helped subjugate the various chiefs of the Bantu. Leopold II, through the typical means of European colonialism, took possession of an area in the Congo that dwarfed his own kingdom. The Congo Free State, as Leopold II ironically fashioned it, was 80 times the size of Belgium. To settle tensions among the European powers over their African possessions, the German leader Otto von Bismarck convened the Berlin Conference in 1884–85. Here, 14 European powers, including the United States, participated in the dismemberment of Africa. Leopold II became the sole owner of 2.3 million square kilometers of land. The Congo Free State, as a private entity, had an ambivalent relationship with the Belgian elected government. Being a constitutional monarchy, Belgium had a parliament that, after the 1880s, began to seat socialists who were uneasy about colonialism. The parliament did not oversee the colony, and yet its riches provided the kingdom with much of its wealth. Although the Congo operations happened outside the scrutiny of the parliament, a substantial number of Belgians worked for the Congo Free State, and the reality of their jobs did not escape Belgian society. Leopold II set up the operations to extract the maximum profit, and over the course of the decades the Free State altered its policies several times to ensure its basic objective. The many different policies were united by a premise, as a 1923 manual put it: the laziness of the colored races is a kind of genetic burden. Violence was necessary to overcome this natural indolence. Therefore, the Free State's officials brutalized the people of the Congo, killing them mercilessly, and torturing those who could not or would not work. Leopold II's Free State set up the Force Publique, a militia designed to strike terror in the heart of the workforce. If a worker did not work hard, the officer would cut off their hand. One district official received 1,308 hands in one day from his subordinates. Vijay, an official of the Free State, noted of those who refused to collect rubber or else who did not meet their rubber quota, "I made war against them." One example was enough: 100 heads cut off, and there have been plenty of supplies ever since. My goal is ultimately humanitarian. I killed 100 people, but that allowed 500 others to live. Rape was routine, but so was the mutilation of the male and female genitalia in the presence of family members. To supply the emergent tire industry, Leopold II's Free State, therefore, sucked the life out of the rubber vines and murdered half the Congo's population in the process. Between 1885 and 1908, the population declined from 20 million to 10 million. E.D. Morel, a Frenchman who worked for the English shipping line Elder Dempster, learned firsthand of the outrages in the Congo in the late 1890s. Until Morel began to make complaints to the Foreign Office in London, the only agency to expose the atrocities was the Aborigines Protection Society, founded in 1838 in London. Morel made contact with Roger Casement, an Irishman who worked in the Foreign Office, and Casement used the Anglo-Belgian rivalry to secure himself the task of investigating the Congo. he actually used the principle of civis romanus sum to investigate misconduct against subjects of the British Crown, in this case, a few men from Sierra Leone who had entered Leopold's jails. Casement travelled the Congo and published his catalogue of outrages in January 1904. The Congo Reform Association, the journalism of two U.S. Presbyterian ministers, the Black Livingston, William Shepard and William Morrison, Morell's Own Affairs of West Africa, 1902, Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, 1902, and finally Mark Twain's King Leopold's Soliloquy, 1904, these documented the barbarity of Brussels. The Foreign Office in London wrote a tepid note critical of the Belgians, and Leopold II's reply rightly accused the British of hypocrisy. Much of the policies followed by the Belgians in the Congo had been standard for the English elsewhere. Indeed, Casement found that British companies in the Putumayo region between Colombia and Peru followed the same kinds of barbarism. The U.S.-based United Fruit Company in Central America pillaged the dignity of the natives there, and in Portuguese Angola as well as French and German Cameroon, the companies used much the same kind of rubber plantation regime. When the Belgians formed the Free State, the first country to back them had been the United States, and the others lined up to congratulate Leopold II for his civilizing work in Africa's interior. When Leopold II founded the International African Association in 1876, he used rhetoric that could have come from any imperial capital, to open to civilization the only part of our globe which it has not yet penetrated, to pierce the darkness which hangs over entire peoples, I dare say, a crusade. Worthy of this century of progress. Point 3 Belgium, after all, could claim to be a junior partner in the colonial enterprise. Between 1876 and 1915, a handful of European imperial states controlled a full quarter of the globe's land, with Great Britain and France in possession of far more than Germany, Belgium, Italy, and the states of the Iberian Peninsula. The United States directly controlled a small amount, but it held sway over all the Americas. The Congo Reform Association, the U.S. and British governments, and most of the actors who participated in the condemnation of the Belgians remained silent on the brutality elsewhere. In fact, their criticism of the Congo enabled them to obscure their own role in the barbarity. As Adam Hochschild puts it, the Atlantic governments lined up behind the critique of Leopold II because it did not involve British or American misdeeds, nor did it entail the diplomatic, trade or military consequences of taking on a major power like France or Germany, for the imperial powers made Leopold II the issue, at the same time as they buried the broader problem in which they had a hand, imperialism. In 1908, Leopold turned over the management of the Free State to the Belgian government, and the barbarism continued until the Belgians completed their rail system in 1914 that rationalized the removal of the Congo's minerals all the way to 1961 and beyond. Point 5. The conveners of the 1927 League Against Imperialism Conference chose Brussels deliberately. They snubbed Europe's nose by holding an anti-imperialist conference in the capital of such brutality, and used Belgium's own international embarrassment as a vehicle to get permission to do so in the first place. Point 6. The organizers had initially hoped for Berlin, but the Weimar regime refused permission. Then they went to the government in Paris, but the French denied them on the grounds that the presence of the conference might stir up hope in the colonies. Belgium could not refuse the League, and Leopold II's successor Albert I held no brief one way or the other. The Belgian government had recently anointed Emile van der Velde as its foreign minister, a job he held alongside his role as secretary of the Socialist Second International. The organizers made it clear that if van der Velde turned down the League, it would reflect poorly on the Socialist Second International, whose reputation had already been tarnished by its failure to oppose World War I. Additionally, the organizers agreed to take the Belgian Congo off the table for the duration of the event, even though it came in for indirect criticism throughout. Point 7. The event, covertly funded in part by the Communist International, and believed to be funded by the Kuomintang and the Mexican government of Plutarco Elias Calles, took place in the Palais d'Agremont, one of those exaggerated palaces that dot the landscape of Brussels. 200 delegates came from 37 states or colonized regions, and they represented 134 organizations. The delegates traveled from the major continents, some from within the heart of the imperialist states, and others from their periphery. They worked on resolutions about most acts of barbarity, from the tragedy of the Indian countryside to that of Jim Crow racism in the United States, from the growth of Italian fascism to the danger of Japanese intervention in Korea. The rich discussions and resolutions as well as the personal contact between delegates influenced many of those in attendance for a lifetime. At subsequent meetings, the delegates referred to the Brussels event as formative, as the bedrock for the creation of sympathy and solidarity across the borders of the colonized world. 8. Two well-known communist internationalists based in Berlin, Willy Munzenberg and Virendranath Chattopadhyaya, conceived of the conference and did much of the legwork for it. Regardless of the Comintern's vacillation over alliances with the national bourgeoisie, the general support given to national liberation movements across Asia and Africa by the Russian communists is clear. In 1913, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin published a short piece in Pravda titled Backward Europe and Advanced Asia, in which he noted, "Everywhere in Asia a mighty democratic movement is growing, spreading and gaining in strength. The bourgeoisie there is as yet siding with the people against reaction. Hundreds of millions of people are awakening to life, light, and freedom." In response to this awakening, all the commanders of Europe, all the European bourgeoisie are in alliance with all the forces of reaction and medievalism in China. In opposition to this alliance, Young Asia, that is, the hundreds of millions of Asian working people have a reliable ally in the proletariat of all civilized countries. 9. When the Soviets took control of Russia, they published and abrogated the secret treaties that the Tsar had made with the other European powers to divide up the darker nations among themselves. 10. In early 1920, delegates from across the planet gathered in Moscow for the Second Congress of the Comintern, where they studied the condition of imperialism and debated the effectiveness of strategies to combat it. Two divergent lines grew out of the Congress: whether to ally with the national bourgeoisie and treat nationalism as a transitional phase towards socialism, or reject the national bourgeoisie and forge an international working class alliance for socialism against the illusions of nationality. Later that year, the Soviets hosted the First Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku, where almost 2,000 delegates from across Asia and elsewhere represented 24 different peoples, from Persia, Bokhara, Turkey, and elsewhere. One of the notables was John Reed of the United States. 11. The delegates discussed the limitations of Soviet power in the lands outside Russia, and sent their criticisms to Moscow for consideration. But the main development from Baku was that the delegates went back to their homelands to found dozens of national communist parties. 12. Munzenberg and Chattopadhyaya did not choose the word League in the title of their new organization for nothing. The League Against Imperialism was a direct attack on the League of Nations' preservation of imperialism in its mandate system. In April 1919, the Paris Peace Conference produced the League of Nations, which followed Woodrow Wilson's 14 points even though the United States did not join the League. The interests of the colonized had to be curtailed, the Covenant of the League noted, because the colonized were peoples not yet able to stand by themselves under the strenuous conditions of the modern world. Article 22.13. Instead of independence and the right to rule themselves, the League felt that the best method of giving practical effect to the principle of self-determination is that the tutelage of such peoples should be entrusted to advanced nations who by reason of their resources, their experience, or their geographical position can best undertake this responsibility, and who are willing to accept it, and that this tutelage should be exercised by them as mandatories on behalf of the League. 14. Self-determination did not mean the end to colonialism, but for the League of Nations it meant paternalistic imperialism. Brussels scorned and repudiated Versailles. The delegates in Brussels came from communist and socialist parties as well as radical nationalist movements. From South Africa came James Laguma and Josiah Gumda, both of the South African Communist Party. From Algeria came Haj Ahmed Messalai, founding member of the first group to call for Algeria's independence, Etoile Nord-Africaine. From Indonesia came Sukarno, Muhammad Hatta, and Simuan, the first two from a newly founded nationalist party, and the latter from the Communist Party. From Palestine came Jamal al-Husseini and M. Aram, the former from the Arab National Congress of Palestine, and the latter from Pol Zion, From Iran came Ahmed Asadov and Mortaza Ala'i, and from India came Muhammad Barkatullah and Nehru from the Indian National Congress, and Barkatullah from the Ghadar Party, founded in San Francisco in 1913. From China came the largest delegation, mainly from the Kuomintang, but also from its branches across Europe. From the Americas came civil libertarians like Roger Baldwin and activists like Richard Moore, as well as major nationalist leaders like Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre, Peru, and José Vasconcelos, Puerto Rico. Albert Einstein became a patron of the organization, alongside the Swiss writer and Nobel Prize winner Romain Rolland and the Chinese nationalist leader Madame Sun Yat-sen. 2 years later, Nehru wrote in his autobiography, "There were also present at Brussels representatives from the national organizations of Java, Indochina, Palestine, Syria, Egypt, Arabs from North Africa and American Negroes." Then there were many left-wing labor organizations represented, and several well-known men who had played a leading part in European labor struggles for a generation, were present. Communists were there also, and they took an important part in the proceedings. They came not as communists but as representatives of trade unions or similar organizations. "The Brussels Congress," Nehru commented, "helped me to understand some of the problems of colonial and dependent countries." 15. The Congress in Brussels called for the rights of the darker nations to rule themselves. 16. The connections made in Brussels served the organizations well, because now some began to coordinate their activities, while others used their affiliation with the League to publicize their efforts. While they planned to meet frequently, this did not happen for several reasons. The Comintern took a hard position against national liberation movements in 1927, with the view that these efforts would eventually betray the working class. The Comintern revised this line in 1935. Distances and proscription made travel difficult for the leaders of the many revolutionary movements, several of whom spent years in jail in the interwar period. Finally, the outbreak of World War II made any such gathering impossible, not only because of the dislocation of war, but also because the social revolutionary wave that broke across the world held the attention of the many organizations and their leaders. Nevertheless, regional formations did gather after Brussels, and many of these provided the bedrock for the Third World. The movements represented at the 1927 meeting had worked to prepare the ground for this experiment in intraplanetary solidarity. The gathering in Brussels makes sense in light of that long history of engagement. I'll go from continent to offer a short summary on what preceded Brussels. In Brussels, Africa did not have a major voice, but its representatives did put its liberation on the map. Of course, the deal struck by the organizers of the conference and the Belgian government took the Congo off the table, and given that it remained one of the central issues in Africa, the silence was palpable. Yet the South African delegates' strongly worded statement against the regime there raised the question of a native republic free of white control. 17 The record shows contact between the delegates from across the continent, but nothing came of the meetings, perhaps because a leading light, Lamine Senghor of the Committee for the Defense of the Negro Race, died in a French prison shortly after the conference. 18 The Nigerian freedom fighter Nnamdi Azikiwe's 1937 Renascent Africa produced an image of the combined strength of a unified continent, and he joined with the Trinidadian radical George Padmore that very year to form the International African Service Bureau in London. 19 The real dynamic of African unity came at the Pan-African meetings that preceded and followed Brussels. Driven by the force of the Trinidadian Henry Sylvester Williams, the first Pan-African conference in London in 1900 drew people from across the Atlantic world, including the United States, the Caribbean, Europe, and Africa. Williams opened the proceedings with a stern criticism of British policy toward the Africans in the southern part of the continent. The African Association that Williams had founded in 1897 had pledged to promote and protect the interests of all subjects claiming African descent, wholly or in part, in British colonies, for which reason he singled out South Africa and not the Congo or elsewhere. 20 Being in London, Williams felt that the British policy of colonialism should be challenged. Nevertheless, the 1900 meeting drafted a set of objectives for the Pan-African Congress that began with a much wider aim, to secure to Africans throughout the world true civil and political rights. W.E.B. Du Bois, the great American leader, laid out the charge for the delegates, in the metropolis of the modern world. In this closing year of the 19th century, there has been assembled a Congress of men and women of African blood, to deliberate solemnly upon the present situation and outlook of the darker races of mankind. For Du Bois, these darker races included the millions of black men in Africa, America, and the islands of the sea, not to speak of the brown and yellow myriads everywhere. 21 By 1945, at the 5th Pan-African Conference, Du Bois would be a major leader, and would be surrounded by future leaders of the African continent and the Atlantic world, such as George Padmore, Kwame Nkrumah, and Jomo Kenyatta. 22 If the Western world is still determined to rule mankind by force, the 1945 conference declared, then Africans as a last resort, may have to appeal to force in the effort to achieve freedom. Even if force destroys them and the world. The demand for freedom came alongside the demand for socialism. We condemn the monopoly of capital and the rule of private wealth and industry for profit alone. We welcome economic democracy as the only real democracy. Therefore we shall complain, appeal, and we will make the world listen to the facts of our condition. We will fight every way we can for freedom, democracy, and social betterment. 23 The theoretical concepts of Pan-Africanism and African independence gained material force during the continent-wide labor strikes in the 1940s from Lagos in 1945 to Dar es Salaam in 1947. Dock workers slowed down the movement of goods, and joined the rail, post, telegraph, and factory workers as well as farm labor in a general strike against colonialism. These struggles produced organizations that were then marshaled by the Pan-Africanist and nationalist leaders who gave shape to an ideology. When Ghana won its independence in 1957, Accra hosted the first Conference of African States, and then it became the home to the All-African Peoples Conference. The idea of Africa in this conference, and elsewhere in the movement, operated in a homologous manner to the idea of the Third World. What brought Africans together in these forums was not culture or language but, as Nkrumah put it, a common interest in the independence of Africa. Africans, he wrote, have begun to think continentally, but not for cultural reasons. 24 What they sought was a political union on the African platform and the Third World won. Certainly, Nkrumah's Africans who had begun to think continentally referred to the political movements and their leaders, not necessarily to the vast masses whose own political ideas might not have been this cosmopolitan. At Accra, the leadership of the political movements recognized this and yet looked forward to the deepening of the idea of African unity across classes, across the continent. If Africa has numerous languages and intertwined but separate histories, the same cannot be said of the Arabs of Northern Africa and Western Asia. Joined by language, the Arabs nonetheless suffered the costs of disunity. Ravaged by the Ottomans and the various European powers, the linguistic region that stretches from northwestern Africa to the borders of Iran has held sustained cultural contact but not political unity. Arab traders moved from one end to the other, and Muslims traveled from the two ends of the region to the Arabian Peninsula to perform Hajj. When the Ottoman Empire began to collapse, the peoples under its yoke mobilized for their freedom. The Arab Revolt on the Arabian Peninsula, 1916–32, in Egypt, 1918–19, in Iraq, 1920–22, in Syria and Lebanon, 1925–26, in Palestine, 1936–37, and elsewhere united the Arab people not just against the Ottomans and others but also on behalf of a united Arab nation. In Brussels, the Syrian delegation took the lead, mainly because Syria had just been in the midst of a heated struggle against the League of Nations' mandate, here given to the French. 25 The Egyptians, the Syrians, the Lebanese, and the Palestinians forged a united front in Brussels, although individual members disagreed over the role of religion as well as that of Jews in Palestine. The Palestinian communists wanted a united front of Jews and Arabs against the British opposition endorsed by the League. 26 The tumult in Palestine in the mid-1930s ended the hope of a Jewish-Arab alliance against the British, and hardened the xenophobia on both sides. When the British approached the Arabs in 1942 to create a united organization against the Axis powers, they did not make a similar offer to the Jewish groups in Palestine, and so they further exacerbated the divide. Influenced by the British proposal, and the sentiment of unity that preceded it, in October 1944, representatives from Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria met in Alexandria to plan a unity conference for the next year. The main theme was to be the creation of a framework to address conflict peaceably, and develop economic and social ties within the region dominated by Arabic speakers. When these Arabic-speaking states met, along with Saudi Arabia and Yemen, they created the Arab League, to strengthen the ties between the participant states, to coordinate their political programs to such a way as to effect real collaboration between them, to preserve their independence and sovereignty, and to consider in a general way the affairs and interests of the Arab countries. 27 The first action of the League at its 1945 Cairo meeting was to condemn France's presence in Syria and Lebanon, and at its third session the following year, the League congratulated Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan for their independence. It also supported the Libyan struggle for independence, the Indonesian fight against the Dutch/English, and the Palestinian demand for the restoration of lands. 28. The countries south of the Great Colossus of the United States did not form an independent association, for they had been yoked into a Pan-American Union with the United States from the First Inter-American Conference of 1889. The name Pan-American Union came in 1910. At periodic Pan-American conferences, the historian John Chastain notes, U.S. Secretaries of State promoted trade while Latin American representatives voiced dismay at U.S. interventions in the region. The unanimous protests came to a head at the Havana Conference of 1928. 29 At the Havana meeting, the Latin American states wanted to raise the prohibited topic, the political relations between states, and the military interventions by the United States into Latin America. In 1926, several thousand U.S. Marines had invaded Nicaragua, to remain there until 1933. The United States wanted the Pan-American gathering to stay with talk of tariffs and trade, but the Latin Americans refused. The most vocal critics of U.S. imperialism and for Latin American unity did come to Brussels in 1928, where they came into contact with anti-imperialist forces from elsewhere. The most important presence from the region was José de la Torre of Peru, whose Alianza Popular Revolucionaria Americana, APRA, 1924, influenced radical nationalists from Mexico to Argentina. 34 Me, said José de la Torre, Latin America is the Patria Grande, of which each of its component states is an inseparable and interdependent part. I believe that the best patriotism for any Latin American with regard to the country of his birth is to sustain the inseparability of our states as members of a continental whole. 31 In Brussels, the target remained Europe, and even as the participants passed resolutions for the freedom of Puerto Rico and against U.S. imperialism in the Pacific Rim, there was little substantive exploration of the impact of U.S. imperialism in South America and elsewhere. 32. The impact of populist nationalism across the continent, and the growth of political parties of the APRA variety, produced the first Congress of Democratic and Political Parties of America in October 1940. Representatives from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela gathered in Santiago, Chile, where they discussed issues of mutual interest, namely, the power of the Great Northern Colossus, but they failed to make united headway, particularly when many of the populist parties in these states came to power after 1944.33. Instead, these powers continued to meet under the auspices of U.S. dominated organizations, even as they persisted in their various forms of resistance. At the 1945 Chapultepec Conference in Mexico City, for example, the United States wanted to make European recovery a priority, another area of dispute with the Latin American states, which did not want to allow the open door for U.S. trade in the Americas to finance European reconstruction. These tensions within the American hemisphere became pronounced in the early United Nations, where 40% of the delegates came from Latin America. 34 At Chapultepec, furthermore, the American republics announced that all sovereign states are juridically equal among themselves, and that every state has the right to the respect of its individuality and independence. On the part of the other members of the international community, 35 such statements promoted the idea of independence for the Southern Cone, Central America, and the Caribbean. The idea of Pan-Asianism emerged from two distinct political traditions. From the progressives, such as Nehru and Sun Yat-sen, came a desire for the union of the continent that had been rent by imperialism. Popular enthusiasm across Asia for Japan's 1904 defeat of Russia contributed to the sense that the continent's peoples should have close ties with each other. At the two Pan-Asian Peoples Conferences in Nagasaki, 1926, and Shanghai, 1927, the delegates from China and Korea held fast to the progressive notion of Pan-Asianism by demanding that the Japanese government abrogate its imperial pretensions. From Japanese reactionaries came the view that Asia should be ruled by the Showa, enlightened peace, monarchy of Hirohito rather than by the Europeans, or by the Asians themselves. Several secret societies, such as the Black Dragon and the Red Swastika, promoted the extension of Japan's 1910 conquest of Korea forward, toward Manchuria, 1931, and Jahal, 1933. Japan's militarism, however, could not usurp all the space of Pan-Asianism, because the progressive side of it lingered, and became manifest after World War II. In March 1947, the liberation movements in Asia gathered in New Delhi to hold the Asian Relations Conference, where they pledged themselves to economic, political, and cultural cooperation between the nations. The gathering greeted the onset of liberation, and yet warned against dollar imperialism. The Azerbaijanian delegates' proposal against racism was hailed. The most important thing about the conference, Nehru told the press, was that it was held. 36 The work done at this conference enabled Nehru to rapidly call a government-level Asian conference once more to Delhi in 1949 to condemn the Dutch/British action in the newly founded state of Indonesia. Significantly, the 1949 conference decided to coordinate activities among the new Asian states within the United Nations. These regional formations had a wide appreciation for the universal struggle against imperialism, for the need for coordination and consultation toward a just world. The best evidence for this is the enthusiasm with which each of these groups, and most of the countries within them, embraced the United Nations. It could be argued that one of the reasons for the success of the United Nations in its first 3 decades, unlike that of the League of Nations, is that the states of the Third World saw it as their platform. It was from the United Nations' mantle that the states of Africa, America, and Asia could articulate their Third World agenda. Whereas the League was a tool of imperialism and for the maintenance of peace within Europe, the United Nations became the property of justice for the formerly colonized world. 37 The Third World offered stiff resistance within the United Nations on the U.S. aggression in Korea as well as the French domination of Morocco and Tunisia. In both the Morocco and Tunisian resolutions, the African, Arab, and Asian states had crucial support from the 11 Latin American states. The collaboration between the African, Arab, and Asian regional formations had a much greater intensity than the contacts they had with the Latin Americans. This was for several reasons. First, the Latin American states had attained formal independence from Spain and Portugal in the early 19th century, so they did not share the contemporary experience of colonial domination. Most of Latin America, however, had come under the sway of either European or U.S. capital, and most of the governments had an antipathy to the empire of finance. In 1896, the founder of the Argentine Socialist Party, Juan Bautista Justo, thundered, "We have seen the Argentines reduced to the status of a British colony by means of economic penetration, and this was enabled by the Argentine oligarchy, the sellers of their country." 38 Bautista Justo's statement entered the consciousness of many Latin Americans by its ceaseless repetition. The distinctions between the Americas and elsewhere in terms of their colonial heritage became less pronounced over time as both zones understood how global capital subjected them. Yet this did not lead to organizational ties before the Cold War. Second, the Latin American states lived in an alternative imperial orbit. Their target was not old Europe, but the new Yankee, and in this they differed greatly from most of Africa and Asia, except for the Philippines. Additionally, their colonial orbit gave them Spanish as their lingua franca, except for Brazil and the Dutch colonies, whereas most of the anti-colonial leaders from Africa and Asia spoke English or French, and many of them met in their continental sojourns, whether in London, Paris, or Geneva. The worlds of the Latin Americans did not cross frequently with those of the Afro-Asians. So even if the Afro-Asian conferences from the 1920s onward referred to oppressions across the conjoined continents, that did not mean that the Latin Americans were any less internationalist or any more parochial. The strong ties forged in the 1950s and 1960s across continents shows that given the opportunity, many of them saw their struggles as part of an international, planetary crusade. The legacy of the League Against Imperialism is ambiguous. The major imperial powers knew that such a formation was dangerous, and they arrested many of the activists who attended it as soon as they returned to their homelands or else to any place where their colonial overlord bore jurisdiction. The colonial powers quickly tainted the League's work by intimating that it was nothing but a communist front. Certainly, the communists played a major role in the League, but they did not exhaust its range and the claim made on it by peoples who had little experience with communism. The reproach of communist served to make the communist movement almost omnipresent and divine in the eyes of many who had been taught to distrust the word of the colonial master and to see that any enemy of that master was an ally in the fight. For isolated struggles, the League was a crucial instrument of propaganda, an important medium to get the word out about massacres or protests as well as to coordinate solidarity work. The League also allowed inaccessible movements to make contact with others, so that those who fought the French in Indochina could remain in touch with those who fought the same French state in West Africa. In addition, incipient labor organizations affiliated to the League as a means to break out of their isolation. The Soviets and the Comintern did squander much of the goodwill gained in the immediate aftermath of Brussels by their impulsive and distracting shifts in political line. During the League's foundation, the majority opinion of the Comintern was that the Communists should work in a broad front with national liberation movements. Because of this, the Kuomintang joined the Comintern to fund the conference, and both worked together for its success. Just after the Brussels meeting, however, the Kuomintang massacred more than 5,000 communists in Shanghai and elsewhere to prolong a civil war. That the Comintern had joined forces with the Kuomintang in Brussels is astounding, but in the nationalists' post-conference violence lay the seeds of the League's destruction. This and other instances led the Comintern to denounce non-communist national liberation forces, including Nehru, Roger Baldwin, and Hatta. The problem with the League's line was that it was inflexible. It chose to work with the Kuomintang before Shanghai, much to the chagrin of the Chinese Communists, and it chose to abandon its relationship with the Indian and Indonesian freedom movements even though these two did not have the kind of antipathy to the left as the Kuomintang. In places such as India and Indonesia, anti-colonial nationalism, even if led by a relatively weak national bourgeoisie, had become a powerful social force that could not be sidestepped. 39 The context of each setting, such as the internal class alignments, did not seem to bear on the Comintern's insistence on a homogeneous strategy for world revolution. Even as the League lost its footing in much of the colonized world, the Brussels meeting itself played an important role in the consolidation of the idea of the Third World. Almost 3 decades after the Brussels Conference, Sukarno, newly installed as the President of Indonesia, opened the Afro-Asian Conference held in Bandung, Indonesia. Within minutes of his address, Sukarno offered this assessment of the significance of Brussels. Only a few decades ago it was frequently necessary to travel to other countries and even other continents before the spokespersons of our people could confer. I recall in this connection the conference of the League Against Imperialism and Colonialism which was held in Brussels almost 30 years ago. At that conference many distinguished delegates who are present here today met each other and found new strength in their fight for independence. But that was a meeting place thousands of miles away, amidst foreign people, in a foreign country, in a foreign continent. It was not assembled there by choice, but by necessity. Today the contrast is great. Our nations and countries are colonies no more. Now we are free, sovereign and independent. We are again masters in our own house. We do not need to go to other continents to confer. Point 40. Bandung. In 1955, the island of Java bore the marks not only of its 300-year colonial heritage but also its recent and victorious anti-colonial struggle. The diverse island that is the heart of the Indonesia archipelago is home to a large number of coffee, tea, and quinine plantations, the main producers of wealth for the Dutch coffers. At one end, toward the west, sits the town of Bandung, the city of flowers. Its tropical deco administrative buildings contrasted strongly with the shacks that housed its workforce, forming a cityscape of uneven hopes and aspirations. In the 1940s, the workers and peasants of the city and its hinterland rose in struggle alongside the Pemuda, the youth activists. The cry of Shayop, attention, rang out in the streets of the city in opposition not only to the Japanese occupiers but also the British who had replaced them, and the Dutch who waited in the wings to reclaim the island. In March 1946, when it appeared as if the British would not allow the Indonesians their independence, 500,000 residents of Bandung abandoned the city en masse, as they set fire to warehouses, homes, and government offices. Point 1. This event produced an epic song. Hello Hello Bandung, the capital of Parahyangan province. Hello Hello Bandung, the city of remembrance. For a long time, I have not met you. Now, you are a sea of fire. Let's take over again, Bung Comrade. Point 2. Bandung, Java, Indonesia, April 1955, Bandung's people greet the representatives to the Afro-Asian Conference. Copyright Betman/Corbis. By 1955 the city had been repopulated, now largely by poor migrants who had been displaced by a rebellion led by the Darul Islam, an anti-colonial force that had pledged to create an Islamic republic in Indonesia. It died out by the mid-1960s for lack of success. Point 3. And even repopulated, South Bandung remained scarred by the fire. The Indonesia government chose this city as the site for a meeting of 29 representatives of newly sovereign Asian and African nations. This meeting brought Savi's concept to life. Of course, the April 1955 meeting did not create the Third World out of whole cloth. It simply made manifest tendencies such as the relatively common social conditions of the colonized states and the nationalist movements that each of these states produced. The Bandung Conference was, for the leaders of these nationalist movements, also the culmination of a process that began at the 1927 Brussels gathering of the League Against Imperialism. All this is true, but what is still important about Bandung is that it allowed these leaders to meet together, celebrate the demise of formal colonialism, and pledge themselves to some measure of joint struggle against the forces of imperialism. Despite the infighting, debates, strategic postures, and sighs of annoyance, Bandung produced something, a belief that two-thirds of the world's people had the right to return to their own burned cities, cherish them, and rebuild them in their own image. Taking the podium on the first day, Indonesia's President Sukarno welcomed the changes wrought by anti-colonialism over Asia and Africa. Irresistible forces have swept the two continents. The mental, spiritual, and political face of the whole world has been changed, and the process is still not complete. There are new conditions, new concepts, new problems, new ideals abroad in the world. Hurricanes of national awakening and reawakening have swept over the land, shaking it, changing it for the better. Point 4. A vast section of the world that had once bowed before the might of Europe now stood at the threshold of another destiny. Indeed, the freedom attained by the new nations seemed unimaginable just a few years ago. When Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi's Indian National Congress declared itself for Purna Swaraj or complete independence in 1929, many felt that the step had been premature, that neither would Britain allow such a caesura, nor could India survive on its own. Nevertheless, Nehru, then the President of the Congress, the leading arm of the anti-colonial struggle in India, told delegates gathered in Lahore in 1929, "We stand today for the fullest freedom of India. Today or tomorrow, we may not be strong enough to assert our will. We are very conscious of our weakness, and there is no boasting in us or pride of strength. But let no one, least of all England, mistake or underrate the meaning or strength of our resolve. 5. The resolve eventually came for India and Pakistan in 1947, as it came for Indonesia and Vietnam in 1945, the Philippines in 1946, Burma, Ceylon, Korea, and Malaysia in 1948, and China in 1949. In 1951, Ghana gained substantial independence, formally declared in 1957, the same year that Libya gained freedom from Italy to join Liberia, Ethiopia, and Egypt as Africa's independent states, while in 1956 the Sudan broke from its Anglo-Egyptian bondage, just as Ethiopia absorbed Eritrea. These are the countries that gathered at Bandung. Little apart from their common colonial and anti-colonial history united these nations. Sukarno, scion of a diverse people who lived across hundreds of dispersed islands, understood the limited basis for unity among those who came to Bandung. But if a nation-state could be made of Indonesia, why could a transnational unity not be fashioned out of the Bandung nations? Conflict comes not from variety of skins, nor from variety of religion, Sukarno announced, but from variety of desires. A unity of desire forged out of struggle and organized into a common platform could undermine the social differences. We are united by a common detestation of colonialism in whatever form it appears. We are united by a common detestation of racialism. And we are united by a common determination to preserve and stabilize peace in the world. 6. These would be the elements for the Third World's unity. Unity for the people of the Third World came from a political position against colonialism and imperialism, not from any intrinsic cultural or racial commonalities. If you fought against colonialism and stood against imperialism, then you were part of the Third World. Sukarno's views found common currency among most of the delegates to the Bandung meeting, whether of the left, China, the center, India and Burma, or the right, Turkey and the Philippines. When Sukarno argued that colonialism may have ended its formal phase, but that imperialism still lingered, he echoed the views of many of the Third World's leaders as well as its people, who suffered daily from underdevelopment. Colonialism no longer came in sola topes but had its modern dress, in the form of economic control, intellectual control. It does not give up its loot easily. To eradicate it, Sukarno urged the delegates and their populations to stand united as a Third World against imperialism. But what can this Third World do, given that its economic strength is dispersed and slight, and that without the serried ranks of jet bombers, the Third World cannot indulge in power politics? 7. What is left for this Third World on a planet where the atom bomb and the dollar determined the course of human history? What is left for a region that contained 2,000 million people? 8. We can inject the voice of reason into world affairs. We can mobilize all the spiritual, all the moral, all the political strength of Asia and Africa on the side of peace. 9. Sukarno's speech was the most powerful brief for Third World unity, which is why it is the best-known statement from the Bandung meeting. 10. Born in 1901, Sukarno came from the same social position as many of the important Third World leaders. From a family of lesser nobility, Sukarno's father became swept up in the fervor of patriotism. He renamed his son after a figure from the Sanskrit epic Mahabharata, Karna, who is known to be honest and fearless. 11. Sukarno studied in European institutions, in Surabaya and Bandung, and trained to be an engineer, but harbored an ambition for Indonesian independence. This combination of being from the petty nobility or the emergent middle class as well as open to the type of educational advantages of European colonialism produced a series of leaders such as Nehru, Sukarno, U Nu of Burma, and the large number of ilustrados or enlightened ones of the Philippines. 12. As he finished his engineering studies, Sukarno began to publish Indonesia Muda, Young Indonesia, the journal of the Bandung Study Club. It was in this periodical that he first articulated his vision of a united front between all the patriotic forces against European colonialism. In Indonesia, the Marxists, the Islamists, and the nationalists formed the main opponents of Dutch rule, and Sukarno argued that all three must consider nationalism to be as broad as the air in a manner similar to the Congress Party in India and the Kuomintang in China. As he described this vision, the Communist Party, PKI, led a putsch, which failed and led to its repression. To take advantage of the energy produced by the PKI-led mass revolt from late 1926 to early 1927, Sukarno and his circle founded the Partai Nasional Indonesia, PNI. The PNI, like the Congress Party and the Kuomintang, had a grab-bag ideology, rooted in an anti-colonial ethos, but in favor of a vague nationalism that attracted all social classes. The middle class came on board because many of them had been discriminated against in terms of administrative jobs and humiliated by the colonial hierarchy. Already veterans in the struggle for justice, the working class and the peasantry would gradually move to the PNI as it became central to the freedom struggle. Unlike the Congress Party in India that had become a mass movement by the 1920s through the creative campaigns led by Gandhi, and unlike the Vietnamese Communist Party whose mass base emerged through diligent organizational work led by Ho Chi Minh, the PNI looked very much like other urban, middle-class anti-colonial organizations in places as diverse as Peru and the Gold Coast. It developed out of an idea and reflected the views of a narrow stratum, but its platform would soon be adopted by many. Beyond its original circle, the educated youth would do the most work for the PNI and the organizations that shared its class origins. The Indonesian Youth Congress carried the struggle to the masses and provided many of the foot soldiers of the non-cooperation struggle, a concept that Sukarno borrowed from Gandhi. Point 13. Frustrated by Sukarno's actions, the Dutch administration arrested him in 1931 and held him until the Japanese invasion of the archipelago in 1942. When the Japanese took power, Sukarno worked with them, but not as their shill. He used every opportunity he could get to promote nationalist ideas, so that, as the historian George Caheen notes, his speeches on the radio were full of subtleties and double talk which generally passed over the head of the Japanese monitors but were meaningful to the population. 14 On August 17, 1945, 2 days after the Japanese surrender, Sukarno and his associate Hatta declared independence for Indonesia, a move delayed by the entry of British troops who had come to restore the islands to the Dutch. Sukarno still had little mass base, and his declaration was sheer bravado. The Indonesian people backed him despite their shallow knowledge of his program, and he won. The fires of Bandung raged because people now believed that colonialism had ended. European rule no longer had any legitimacy. In 1949, Indonesia won its formal freedom. Sukarno, like Nehru and other such nationalist leaders, came to the forefront of an upsurge against colonial power, without a clear agenda for the social development of their people. What was clear, however, was that they rode the wave produced by the actions of many small, local organizations such as merchants' forums, the PNI, religious organizations, and youth groups. Sukarno stood for freedom and justice, but not necessarily for a general revolution against the old social classes, such as the rural landed gentry, merchants, and others. Hence, the complicity of the Dutch and the PNI in the crackdown on the 1948 Communist rebellion in Madiun, which led to the execution and incarceration of scores of PKI cadre, and the suppression of the PKI in 1951-52, when the government arrested 15,000 party members. 15 Sukarno did put money into education and state industries, drawing some of the agenda from the communists, who continued to recruit a mass party. By 1965, the PKI numbered 3.5 million cadre and 20 million members in mass organizations. In 1965, at his last Independence Day ceremony before AU.'s backed coup ejected him, Sukarno stated, "We are now fostering an anti-imperialist axis, the Jakarta-Phnom Penh-Hanoi-Peking Pyongyang axis." 16 He had moved closer to the communists than he would have imagined when he first entered politics. But Sukarno did not represent all the voices in Bandung. Communist China tore through the conference led by the ebullient personality of Zhou Enlai, whose legendary history and feverish attempts to befriend all had endeared him to most of the delegates. 17 Zhou had a vigorous schedule. Not only did Nehru guide him around and introduce him to those who already respected the Indian political leader, but Zhou himself addressed as many sessions as possible and met almost all the delegates. Tea with the centrists Nehru and Yu knew would be followed by tea with rightists such as Carlos Romulo of the Philippines and John Catlawala of Ceylon. where Zhou met Afghanistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sardar Mohammad Naim. Finally, Zhou and the Chinese delegation hosted a banquet attended by the major powers, but also the Arab states, represented by Crown Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia, Saiful Islam Hassan of Yemen, Walid Salah of Jordan, Sami Solh of Lebanon, Mahmoud Muntasir of Libya, and Ismail el-Azhari of Sudan. Zhou took a conciliatory tone toward the nationalist rhetoric of the conference and even begged those leaders who had a religious orientation to be tolerant toward his atheism. 18 The Pacific approach by the Chinese delegation reflected the general Chinese communist orientation toward foreign and domestic policy in that brief period from the 1940s until the early rumbles of the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s. 19 Right after 1949, when the Chinese Communists came to power, they cultivated a democratic coalition of peasants, workers, and intellectuals to strengthen and broaden their support and power base. Mao Zedong encouraged the communists on this line with the slogan "Don't hit out in too many directions." If the communists within China found alliances among the peasantry and some fractions of the middle class, they had a harder time on the international stage. The clash with the Soviet Union from the 1930s onward continued after 1949, and intensified after the death of Joseph Stalin in 1953. The Sino-Soviet divide isolated China on a world stage otherwise predisposed to shun communists. The United States rattled its sabers across the Sea of China over Formosa, later Taiwan, and Korea. In late 1950, the Chinese government acted impetuously to defend the Korean people by sending its troops across the Yalu River into the conflict on the peninsula. The USSR had discouraged this, mainly because it had invested itself in détente with the First World. China rejected the camp divisions of the Cold War, and found itself isolated from its natural ally in the USSR, and later the Warsaw Pact. China was entirely encircled by hostile powers, the USSR to the north and west, and the U.S. initiated military pacts on either end. In addition, there was no one to argue China's case at the United Nations because its seat was held by the government of Formosa. That the Chinese Communists resisted the idea that the darker nations should be divided into the spheres of influence of the two powers made it a principled ally of the Third World. China, it seemed to say, stood for independence and self-determination, not détente and division. Apart from principles alone, the Third World had something tangible to give China. However different in orientation, Bandung provided the terrain to end China's isolation from world opinion and support. Of the 29 states at the Bandung Conference, 6 important delegates had recently made military economic arrangements with the United States and Britain. In 1954, Pakistan, the Philippines, and Thailand joined with New Zealand, Australia, France, Britain, and the United States to form the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, SEATO, also known as the Manila Pact, while Iran, Iraq, Pakistan again, and Turkey joined with Britain and the United States to create the Central Treaty Organization, also known as the Baghdad Pact. At Bandung, the Pakistani, Thai, and Filipino delegates defended these pacts on the ground that they protected the small or weak nations from domestic and international communism. As Romulo put it, the empires of yesterday on which it used to be said the sun never set are departing one by one from Asia. What we fear now is the new empire of communism on which we know the sun never rises. 20 Muhammad Ali of Pakistan also defended the pacts on the basis of the right to self-defense, exercised singly or collectively because of what he called new and more invidious forms of imperialism that masquerade in the guise of liberation. 21 The two major papers on the two sides of the Atlantic, the New York Times and the London Times, gave the speeches of Ali, Romulo, and Kotlawala a great deal of space. The U.S. paper cheered these three leaders, and found it gratifying to the West to hear a strong championship of liberty of thought and action, and see them put colonialism into the right perspective, which is to move the blame from European and U.S. imperialism to communism. 22. The pro-First World states at Bandung shared at least one thing in common: they were ruled by weak national bourgeoisies that had militant mass movements within which threatened their own legitimacy and power. The Filipino regime of Manuel Roxas and later Ramon Magsaysay, under whom Romulo served, was challenged by the Hook Rebellion of 1946–54, a mass uprising that took up arms against the new government and its U.S. backers. With arms from Truman, Magsaysay's military dispatched the rebels just before the powers gathered in Manila to sign the Sito Treaty. 23 Thailand had reason to fear a communist rebellion, for its own undemocratic regime had been challenged from within and its region had been rocked by a popular communist insurgency in Malaysia that ran from 1948 to 1960, only to be suppressed by an aggressive British carpet-bombing campaign. 24 In 1951, the 3-year-old Pakistani Communist Party joined with anti-imperialist officers in a failed coup that led to the party's suppression. By 1954, it moved underground. Iraq and Iran, too, had strong left parties that offered an alternative to the landed leadership which had taken power after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in the region. Indeed, Iraq at this time had the largest communist party in the Arab lands. This pressure conjoined with the USSR to the north led many of these regimes to seek shelter under the military umbrella of the United States. The blocs had much more than a military function because they worked to transform the social and political system of the states that yoked their destiny to the United States. 25 The security zone created by the United States gave many of these states a security guarantee from Washington, D.C., for a price, the creation of U.S. military bases in these countries, and the opening up of their markets to U.S. firms. As the U.S. journalist I.F. Stone observed, Pax Americana is the internationalism of Standard Oil, Chase Manhattan, and the Pentagon. 26 By this analysis, the independence of the newly liberated parts of the world was being curtailed not just by the military alliances but more important by the further integration of places like the Philippines, Pakistan, and Turkey into the economic plans of the First World's global corporations as well as the dynamic of free market capitalism that benefited these economic behemoths. When Romulo gave the Vey Lecture on American citizenship at the University of North Carolina, and when he wrote in the New York Times Magazine, shortly after Bandung, he used both forums to offer a stern rebuke of U.S. economic policy. There is a Marshall Plan for Europe, he told his audience in Chapel Hill, but only chicken feed for Asia. What is worse, he stated in the Times, it comes with the accompaniment of senatorial lectures on how we must be grateful and how imperative it is for us to realize the advantages of the American way of life. And so on. Must Asia and Africa be content with crumbs and must we be told what a great favor is being conferred on us? 27 Not only does the U.S. government provide meager aid, and not only does it favor its global corporations to ride rampant on the Third World, but it disfigures the global agricultural markets with its dumping of American surplus products in Asia, such as rice. This has done irreparable harm to surplus rice-producing countries like Thailand. 28 Even allies like the Philippines could not easily stomach the economic arrangements of Pax Americana. The heart of the Third World was in the hands of Sukarno, Nehru, UNU, and Nasser. All four of them chided their colleagues for their formal association with the two major powers. They spoke against Pax and allegiances that divided the world into the toxic Cold War. On September 29, 1954, Nehru had explained his position on military pacts at length before the Indian House of the People. India had been invited to join the Manila Pact, yet it had refused principally because the Indian government felt that the military pact was not so much a defensive treaty but a way for the major powers to exercise their influence. Why are Britain and the United States part of the defensive area of Southeast Asia? Nehru asked. It is not because they are part of the region but because they want to use SEATO to exercise their influence on the domestic and international relations of the pact countries. The Manila Treaty is inclined dangerously in the direction of the spheres of influence to be exercised by powerful countries. After all, it is the big and powerful countries that will decide matters and not the 2 or 3 weak and small Asian countries that may be allied to them. 29 At Bandung, Nehru bore the brunt of the objections from more than half the delegates whose countries had joined one or more pacts. He soldiered on, joined by the Burmese, the Indonesians, the Egyptians, the Syrians, the Cambodians, the North Vietnamese, the Laotians, and the representatives of the Gold Coast and Yemen. I submit to you, he told the political committee at Bandung, every pact has brought insecurity and not security to the countries which have entered into them. They have brought the danger of atomic bombs and the rest of it nearer to them than would have been the case otherwise. 30. Not only were there at least 3 different centers of opinion at Bandung, but there were also areas of Africa and Asia that had not been invited to the conference. As the publisher of the New York Times noted, the meeting is not truly regional. Australia and New Zealand are, for example, more intimately concerned with its problems than is the Gold Coast. Nationalist China, the 2 Koreas, Israel, and South Africa have been excluded. 31. The same paper had no problem with the involvement of the United States and Britain in the regional pacts centered around Manila and Baghdad, perhaps because these 2 states already had a presumptive global role, whereas the darker nations should aspire to nothing more than a strictly local ambit. Kitlawala offered the pithiest reason for the exclusion of the Republic of South Africa: "I can't go there. Why in the devil should I invite them?" 32. Apartheid disqualified South Africa's government from fellowship with the nascent Third World. Israel suffered the same fate as Formosa because both had the reputation of being too beholden to the colonial powers and insufficiently driven by the dynamic of anti-colonialism. 33. Nevertheless, other pro-American states did get invited to and participated fully in Bandung: Ceylon, Sri Lanka, Iran, Iraq, Japan, Jordan, Pakistan, the Philippines, Saudi Arabia, and South Vietnam. Bandung also left out the 2 Koreas, which had recently been in conflict, and all the Soviet Central Asian republics and Outer Mongolia, because they had an intimate relationship with Moscow. What did Bandung accomplish? At Bandung, the representatives of the formerly colonized countries signaled their refusal to take orders from their former colonial masters. They demonstrated their ability to discuss international problems and offer combined notes on them. In this regard, Bandung did create the format for what would eventually become the Afro-Asian and then Afro-Asian Latin American group in the United Nations. A fragment of this group, 12 Arab Asian states, offered their first such feint at the United Nations during the 1949 debate over the state of the Italian Empire, and then, in force in December 1950, to insist that the major powers, particularly the United States, agree to a ceasefire in Korea. 34. Nehru, in the Indian Parliament after Bandung, underscored the importance of the United Nations after the conference. "We believe that from Bandung, our great organization, the United Nations, has derived strength. This means in turn that Asia and Africa must play an increasing role in the conduct and destiny of the world organization." 35. The final communiqué at Bandung demanded that the United Nations admit all those formerly colonized states, such as Libya and Vietnam, then denied admission into its body, for effective cooperation for world peace. Membership in the United Nations should be universal. 36. The creation of this UN bloc over time would be the most important accomplishment of Bandung, notably because this bloc would, alongside the socialist one, be the bulwark against dollar imperialism and offer an alternative model for development. Bandung is best remembered, among those who have any memory of it, as one of the milestones of the peace movement. Whatever the orientation of the states, they agreed that world peace required disarmament. During Europe's domestic era of relative peace, 1815–1914, the part of the planet under its control grew from a third to 85%, and Europe's military technology exerted itself on much of this newly conquered terrain. From the 1856 bombardment of Canton by British forces to the 1913 Spanish aerial bombardment of Morocco, the colonized world already knew what the weapons of mass destruction could do. The colonized also knew how such weapons cultivated a detached sadism among those who had their fingers on the trigger. English author R.P. Hearn, who had written a children's book called The Romance of the Airplane, wrote in Airships in Peace and War, 1910, "In savage lands the moral effect of such an instrument of war, the air bomber, is impossible to conceive. The appearance of the airship would strike terror into the tribes, for these planes can deliver sharp, severe, and terrible punishment, and save the awful waste of life occasioned to white troops by expeditionary work." 37. Hearn's thoughts are not idle, for aerial bombardment had become standard policy whether by the Italians in North Africa, the British in India and Iraq, the Americans in Nicaragua, or the Spanish in the Basque Country or Morocco. The racist disregard for human life occasioned a long discussion at Bandung on disarmament. In the conference communiqué, the delegates argued that the Third World had to seize the reins of the horses of the apocalypse. The Third World had a duty toward humanity and civilization to proclaim their support for disarmament. 38 As the nuclear powers dithered over talks, the Third World called on the United Nations to insist on dialogue and the creation of a regime to monitor arms control. The Disarmament Subcommittee of the United Nations had been formed as a result of Indian, and Third World, initiative in the General Assembly in 1953, to lift from the peoples of the world the burden and the fear of annihilation, and thus to liberate new energies and resources for positive programs of reconstruction and development. 39 When the United Nations finally created the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, in 1957, its charter followed that of the final communiqué at Bandung, which asked the powers to bring about the regulation, limitation, control, and reduction of all armed forces and armaments, including the prohibition of the production, experimentation, and use of all weapons of mass destruction, and to establish effective international controls to this end. 40 The IAEA, in other words, is a child of Bandung. 41 None of the flamboyance of the delegates on nuclear war is exaggerated. The United States had tested nuclear devices in 1945, and used them on 2 Japanese cities. The USSR had tested them in 1949, and the United Kingdom had done so in 1952. Besides that, the use of massive aerial bombardment over Japan and Germany as well as elsewhere had created a world marked by the expectation of eventual annihilation. The Bandung states not only confessed to being outgunned in any future conflict but also pleaded for the sanity of disarmament. The 1952 UN Disarmament Commission did not allay many fears, because most people knew that the United States came to the table to undermine Soviet claims, that the First World had no desire to cut back on its military prowess. Indeed, in November of that year, the United States exploded its first thermonuclear device and further accelerated the arms race. 42 That did not stop the Third World, which, led by India, proposed a 4-point plan for disarmament to the United Nations in 1956. As a first step, the 2 major nuclear powers, the United States and the USSR, would have to suspend their experimental explosions. Second, the 2 powers should dismantle a few bombs to begin a process of total disarmament of nuclear weapons. The 2 powers should then come to the UN General Assembly and publicly declare their renunciation of nuclear weapons. Finally, all countries must publish their military budgets so as to have transparency in this great waste of social labor. The struggle against colonialism had been both bloody and brutal, and the people of the Bandung states had lost lives even as they gained homelands. They knew the cost of war as much as anyone else, but more important, they had experienced the power of nonviolence to help shape the world. The obvious leader here was India, where the freedom movement had been shaped since the mid-1910s by ahimsa, mass nonviolent civil disobedience. Even those who had once taken to the bomb, such as the revolutionary Bhagat Singh, came to realize the power of nonviolence, as in his 1930 statement, use of force justifiable when resorted to as a matter of terrible necessity. Nonviolence as policy indispensable for all mass movements. 43 That India and Ghana, among others, could emerge out of colonialism by the use of nonviolence had an impact at Bandung, although the Third World had not yet been fully marked by the development of the armed nationalist movements in Algeria and Cuba, both of which were liberated by the gun. Until Bandung, at any rate, nonviolence had a prestige, and for Nehru to propagate the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence had a gravity that might not have been allowed by the Bandung powers without India's ability to exert pain and social costs on the British Empire. The Third World, however, remained vulnerable on at least 2 counts. The Bandung states continued to hoard weapons, a fact that led many to charge them with hypocrisy. Both India and Pakistan had already embarked on a catastrophic arms race after their first war in 1947–48. Regional conflicts and invasions by imperialist powers, such as the Anglo-French-Israeli assault on Egypt in 1956, made the need for defense second nature in these states. While the Bandung states made various shades of a strategic decision to maintain armies, they proposed a planetary transformation in the way states dealt with each other. Indeed, they demanded that the major powers take the lead to give teeth to the United Nations' role as peacemaker, to allow fellowship to be the basis for interstate relations rather than détente. 44 One of the Bandung powers, China, had decided in 1955, during the Taiwan Strait crisis, to develop nuclear weapons. Chairman Mao had once called nuclear weapons a paper tiger, but now it seemed as if China wanted one of its own. The other Bandung states made many attempts to prevent China from its pact with the atom, but they failed. The pursuit went all the way to the eve of China's test explosion in 1964, as the delegates at the Second Conference of Non-Aligned States in Cairo tried to persuade China to desist from developing nuclear weapons. 45 The Chinese turned to the bomb, and the persistence of conflict between the Bandung states significantly undermined the otherwise strong moral challenge posed by the Third World to the radioactive Cold War. Bandung's final communiqué did not open with disarmament or colonialism but with economic cooperation. Amid the crucial points on bilateral trade and liaisons from one state to another, the points showed a determined effort by the Bandung states to stave off the imperialist pressure brought on them not so much by direct colonialism but by finance capital and the comparative advantages given to the First World by the legacy of colonialism. The communiqué called for the creation of a special UN Fund for Economic Development, SUNFED, and for an international finance corporation to ensure the regulation of predatory capital flows. It envisaged the creation of a UN Permanent Advisory Commission on International Commodity Trade and encouraged its peers to diversify their export trade. Under colonial conditions, the darker nations had been reduced to being providers of raw materials and consumers of manufactured goods produced in Europe and the United States. The Bandung proposals called for the formerly colonized states to diversify their economic base, develop indigenous manufacturing capacity, and thereby break the colonial chain. SUNFED and the other UN bodies had been drafted with the view to enable these developments. These moderate proposals came after a preamble written to settle any fears among international financiers that the Third World had gone socialist, and yet, these proposals chilled the financial press in Europe and the United States. But even the most anti-communist among the Bandung delegates supported the idea of some autarky for the Third World from the immense power of the First World. When Romulo left the Bretton Woods Conference that set up the international financial system, he did so in anger at the manner in which the First World states had already set themselves up to be the ones to decide what the economic pattern of the post-war world should be. 46 The near universal acclaim for the formation of the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, in 1964 is evidence of the widespread agreement within the Third World on some anti-imperialist strategy for economic development. The most powerful agreement at Bandung came over cultural cooperation. The lack of agreement on the nature of the global political economy resulted in a weak combined position. Progressive nationalisms drew from the class interests of those who predominated in their various societies. What united these various classes, however, was a forthright condemnation of the indignity of imperialism's cultural chauvinism. The unity on this theme far exceeded that on the political economy. For the decade before Bandung, UNESCO had sponsored a crucial study of racism and racial attitudes in different cultural traditions. The work produced a series of important monographs, including works by the anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss and the psychologist Marija Hoda. UNESCO's work had grown from the post-Holocaust insight that race is not only a biological fiction but that its mobilization in world history had torn people asunder. At Bandung, the 29 new states condemned racialism as a means of cultural suppression. Imperial racism, they argued, not only prevents cultural cooperation but also suppresses the national cultures of the people. 47 Empires generally attempt to direct the cultural history of a people to set one community against another, divide and rule, adopt one group as the leader above the rest, or else disdain the cultural traditions of a region and propose its substitution by the empire's own cultural traditions, at least for a select few. The Bandung 29 demanded an end to this use of cultural richness for purposes of domination. But they went further, enjoining the world to learn about each other's cultures, to demand that the darker nations not only find out about European culture but that each of the 29 and beyond learn about everyone's cultural history. The communiqué directed the countries toward the acquisition of knowledge of each other's country, mutual cultural exchange, and exchange of information. This was not to be only in the arts but in all aspects of culture, including science and technology. 48. From Belgrade to Tokyo, from Cairo to Dar es Salaam, politicians and intellectuals began to speak of the Bandung spirit. What they meant was simple, that the colonized world had now emerged to claim its space in world affairs, not just as an adjunct of the first or second worlds, but as a player in its own right. Furthermore, the Bandung spirit was a refusal of both economic subordination and cultural suppression, two of the major policies of imperialism. The audacity of Bandung produced its own image. Nowhere was the impact felt strongest than in Moscow, among the newly installed leaders who took charge after the 1953 death of Stalin. Nikita Khrushchev and Nikolai Alexandrovich Bulganin went on a major world tour, beginning in Yugoslavia, then going to India and Burma. Nehru and U Nu visited Moscow, and Nasser went to Yugoslavia, all this as the USSR increased its economic aid to the newly aggressive national bourgeois states of Africa and Asia. The visit of the Soviet leaders to Marshal Tito in Yugoslavia sent a signal that they had decided to change their tenor on the new nations. 49 Tito had already become close to many of the Bandung 29 states, having visited India, Burma, Egypt, and Ethiopia. On Belgrade radio at the end of the conference, Tito offered his verdict: the number of Asiatic and African countries participating in the conference, and the huge interest in the conference in Asia and Africa show that a crossroads of history has been reached in the sense that those peoples are determined to decide their own fate as far as possible. 50 Tito would soon join the main players in the Third World to help decide this fate. In the joint declaration of the Soviets and the Yugoslavians on June 2, 1955, they affirmed the concept of the Third World, welcomed the successful conclusion of the Bandung Conference, and noted that the conference had made a significant advance for the cause of world peace. 51 Finally, the USSR allowed its allies, such as the Czech government, to sell arms to the Egyptians, and it too consolidated economic ties with the Bandung states. Dramatically, in 1956, the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, rejected its earlier two-camp theory of the world. The Congress reiterated the position taken by Nehru and U Nu at Bandung, and by Nasser in Cairo. It noted that the camp theory provided a vision of the world that suggested that war was the only solution to the division, that across the abyss of the divide there could be no conversation and dialogue toward peace. For that reason, the Congress adopted the notion of the zone of peace, to include all states that pledged themselves to a reduction of force on behalf of a peace agenda. The Congress included in the zone of peace the socialist Second World and what it called uncommitted states, that is, the non-aligned Third World. 52. The Soviet motivations for this transformed role in world affairs are complex. Some argue that the new leadership of the CPSU had revised the previous commitment to the working class in the formerly colonized world and had now shifted its allegiance to the national bourgeoisie. The Soviet leadership, then, can be seen to be motivated by a desire to undo the post-war Soviet era of lax support for the nationalist movements, and therefore, the interest in expanding socialism by alliance rather than by social revolution. Others contend that the policy is motivated less by any general theory of world revolution, and more by the influence of the Chinese in the Third World. The USSR's shift occurred, by this logic, more in the context of the growing Sino-Soviet split than in any ideological congruence with the Third World's agenda. 53. If the proof of the pudding is in the eating, then the Soviet adoption of the idea of non-alignment, for whatever reason, tasted far better in the darker nations than the First World's disdain for it. The newly installed British government of Anthony Eden showed open hostility to what it termed neutralism. Before Bandung, Eden, then Foreign Secretary, had urged his ambassadors in African and Asian countries that reviled communism to send delegations to Indonesia with the purpose of putting up a show against the Chinese as well as to secure the formerly colonized world into a relationship with the First World. 54 Eden, who in 1938 had urged European powers to effectively assert white race authority in the Far East, projected Britain's hope for continued imperial power, even as it had already become an extension of the United States. 55 The Anglo-French invasion of Egypt in 1956 sealed the attitude of the Third World toward Britain, and even Ceylon, at Bandung, very pro-First World, joined the Burmese, Indonesians, and Indians in a November 12, 1956, condemnation of the assault. The United States had an even more hostile attitude toward Bandung from the start. Indeed, when U.S. Congressperson Adam Clayton Powell Jr. decided to attend the conference, the U.S. State Department not only tried to dissuade him but, as Powell told the press, advised him to stay away from the U.S. Embassy and U.S. Ambassador Hugh S. Cummings Jr., because his association with the U.S. Embassy would give an official flavor to his presence. 24 hours after Powell arrived in Indonesia, however, he was asked by the State Department to go to the embassy because, as Powell put it, otherwise communist propaganda would say that the U.S. State Department was discriminating against a member of Congress because he is a Negro. Powell refused to stay in the embassy, in protest. This conference is not anti-white, Powell told a news conference, but it was anti-American foreign policy and it could become an anti-white movement unless a narrow-minded and unskilled American foreign policy is revised. When he returned from Bandung, he could not get a meeting with the State Department, to which he had wanted to bring information about Saudi funds for rebels in North Africa. 56. After Bandung, the U.S. foreign policy establishment took a strong position against what it called neutralism. If a state decided to reject the two-camp approach of the United States and the USSR, then it was considered not to have a position of its own but to be neutral. In 1952, the U.S. planners had declared that neutralism was, according to Secretary of State Dean Acheson, a shortcut to suicide, and as conflict broke out in the neutral world, the USSR might force the maximum number of non-communist countries to pursue a neutral policy and to deny their resources to the principal Western powers. 57 Ambassador Douglas MacArthur warned the United States that the Bandung spirit might move Japan, a crucial geopolitical ally, to neutralism. The United States might lose its naval bases, and to prevent this, should treat Japan with more respect. 58 Following John Foster Dulles' trip to East Asia for a SEATO meeting in 1958, the National Security Council deliberated and created a policy on mainland Southeast Asia. The document had to admit that the states in the region valued their independence above all else. The U.S. government, it noted, should respect each country's choice of national policy for preserving its independence, but make every effort to demonstrate the advantages of greater cooperation and closer alignment with the free world, as well as the dangers of alignment with the communist bloc. The United States must tie these states into interdependence with its own economy, provide flexible economic and technical assistance as necessary to attain U.S. objectives, its cultural institutions, make a special, sustained effort to help educate an expanding number of technically competent pro-Western civilian and military leaders, and its military power, maintain, in the general area of the Far East, U.S. forces adequate to exert a deterrent influence against communist aggression. In conformity with current basic national security policy. 59. The Third World dominated Bandung, that is, those powers that sought to create a non-aligned space from which to critique both the camp mentality and the rush to war, won the battle to define Bandung's legacy. Nasser, Nehru, and U Nu held the stage, not Romulo or Ketlawala. When U Nu traveled to Washington, D.C., in 1955, he told the National Press Club that the UN Charter is in effect one great mutual security pact. Like Sukarno, U Nu came from a patriotic family of some means who had been swept up in the early struggles against British rule in Burma. If Sukarno made an attempt to align Marxism and nationalism with Islam, U Nu spent his youth trying to develop a Buddhist communist nationalist synthesis. In the late 1930s, U Nu wrote an article titled "I Am a Marxist," which asked, how can people who starve and have to struggle from day to day for their very existence practice religion? Such adverse conditions for Buddhism meant that to help work for Marxism would be to repay our gratitude to Buddha for his suffering in all his eons of existences for the benefit of mankind. 60 UNU played a leading role in the anti-fascist organization created in 1944 to fight the Japanese occupation, and it, along with General Aung San's Burma National Army, became the vehicle for Burmese independence in 1948. A shaky relationship with the Burmese Communist Party, Communist China, and the U.S.-backed Kuomintang army that camped in large parts of Burma strengthened UNU's belief in a third way apart from the two-camp division of the world. The United Nations, in which the Third World played a unique role, would not be neutral in conflicts but would actively oppose them. A divided world stands in greater need of a common forum to discuss differences than a world united, UNU said in Washington. For this reason, I believe that if the United Nations did not exist today, the world would be working feverishly to establish it or something like it. 61 The Third World and its vehicle, the United Nations, would not be neutral but would be actively against the polarization of the world. On September 24, 1996, the UN Secretary-General Boutros Boutros-Ghali addressed a commemorative meeting of NAM. The seed of this movement had been sown at Bandung, Boutros-Ghali noted. At Bandung, the birth of non-alignment was an act of stunning, world-transfixing boldness. Freed from the shackles of colonial oppression, the non-aligned stepped onto the international stage, raising a new voice for all the world to hear. International politics were fundamentally and forever transformed. Boutros-Ghali's enthusiasm was anachronistic. It would probably have made sense in the late 1950s, but by the 1990s, the Bandung spirit had withered and the United Nations was not what it could have been. The Bandung spirit could have changed international politics, and it certainly made every attempt to do so, but as we shall see below, it did fail. Its failure, however, cannot be sought in its ideals alone. A young socialist trained in Paris, Boutros-Ghali returned to Cairo in 1949 to teach at its main university, edit a business weekly, Alarm Iqtisadi, write a book on Afro-Asian political solidarity in 1969, and struggle in his early years to move Nasser's Egypt toward justice and socialism. 62 When Boutros-Ghali lectured in the law faculty, Nasser returned from Bandung and announced that the conference was one of the two most important events of modern history, the other was atomic energy. 63 Nasser's enthusiasm for the Bandung spirit was soured by the events of September 1955, when he linked Bandung to the Czech sales of arms to the Egyptians. For Nasser, the independence signaled at Bandung had to be protected by arms, an early perversion of the Third World agenda. Enthusiastically, Nasser wanted Bandung II to be held in Cairo, and even though it wasn't, Cairo became the favored destination for a host of Afro-Asian solidarity meetings, from the Economic Conference in 1958 to the Medical Conference in 1964. But most important for a movement that had begun to be represented by men, the Bandung Dynamic hosted the Afro-Asian Women's Conference in Cairo in 1961. Cairo. Unlike Bandung, Cairo in the 1950s had the feeling of a defiant city on a war footing, ready to take on the First World with rhetoric or guns, if necessary. In 1952, a group of young officers in the Egyptian army seized power. Organized by Lieutenant Colonel Gamal Abdel Nasser, the free officers forced out a monarchy long tainted by corruption and subservience to European interests. The free officers represented all the major strains of Egyptian political life. There were old-school nationalists of the Wafd Party, members of the Muslim Brotherhood, communists, and also aristocrats who had lost faith in King Farouk. The diversity was a testament to the organizational capacity of Nasser, who understood the necessity for broad unity in the fight against the monarchy. Most of the officers who joined and supported the coup came because it represented the aspirations of the new middle class of bureaucratic and technical workers. The ideology of Pan-Arabism and the secular Turkish lineage of Kemal Ataturk appealed to their ideas about Egyptian modernity. Initially, the officers had hoped to assassinate a slew of monarchists and paralyze the government. As Nasser drove away from a failed bid to kill General Hussein Siri Amir, he heard the sounds of screaming and wailing. "I heard a woman crying, a child terrified, and a continuous, frightened call for help. One rather than kill Amr, the officers had hit some innocents. We dream of the glory of our nation, Nasser later wrote, but which is the better way to bring it about, to eliminate those who should be eliminated, or to bring forward those who should be brought forward? The holstered gun alongside the mass rallies would become the preferred instrument of revolution. Nasser took charge of the revolution and made from the many lineages that produced it the ideology of Arab socialism. The United States and Europe did not reciprocate Egypt's request for assistance, so Nasser's government turned to the USSR and its allies. Nasser goaded the French further with his support for the Algerian FLN. Indeed, Egypt became one of the FLN's principal supporters in its fight against French colonialism. The United States revoked its agreement to finance the Aswan Dam, and Nasser retaliated by seizing the Suez Canal, then owned by a French company. 3 In late 1956, an Anglo-French-Israeli expeditionary force landed in Suez to counter this, and the Egyptians fought back valiantly, only to be saved in the last instance by US, USSR, and Third World condemnations of the assault. The streets of Cairo overflowed with the voice of the diva of the East Kulthum, singing Misratata Adathan Nafsiha, Egypt speaks of herself, and Misreality Fi Katiri Wa Fi Dami, Egypt, which is in my mind and in my blood, or else. He taught us how to build glory, so that we conquered the world. Not through hope will the prize be obtained. The world must be taken through struggle. Nasser embodied the hopes of the Egyptians and the Arabs for several years after the coup of 1952, and when he returned from Bandung, he brought with him news that the world looked to Egypt for leadership against the barbarism of the Cold War. The Egyptian government opened its doors to the Afro-Asian solidarity organizations, especially by being the secretariat of numerous Afro-Asian and non-aligned institutions. Cairo became the headquarters of the movement, the host to a number of important conferences and conclaves, and the meeting place for Arab nationalists from across North Africa and West Asia. 4. In late December 1957, Cairo hosted the Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Conference, the next major event after Bandung. 45 African and Asian countries sent their delegates, double the number at Bandung. While Bandung welcomed a diverse set of views, this conference took a partisan position against the First World Coming, as it did just after Suez, and in the wake of the acerbic comments on decolonization by political leaders from Britain, Anthony Eden, and the United States, John Foster Dulles. Anwar es Sadat, then Nasser's closest advisor, played host to the conference. In his welcome address, Sadat accepted the Bandung flame for Cairo. Delegates from newly liberated countries joined leaders of ongoing national liberation movements, notably from the world of the Portuguese colonies. What also separated this conference from Bandung was the presence of women not only in the hall but also at the podium. One of the 3 plenary addresses came from the Gandhian Rameshwari Nehru, whose social reform work in India later earned her the Lenin Peace Prize, 1961. The most remarkable figure at the conference, however, came from Egypt itself. Aisha Abdul Rahman was born into a devout family from the Damietta port region of northern Egypt in 1913. Her father taught at a local theological institute, while her great-grandfather had been the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar in the 19th century. With the encouragement of her mother and grandfather, Abdul Rahman studied through correspondence courses. Her father would not allow her to go to school. In 1929, through the mail, Abdul Rahman earned the first teacher's qualification from Al-Azhar University. Women were only allowed on the campus in 1964. At age 21, Abdul Rahman enrolled in King Fahd I, later Cairo, University, from which she earned a PhD in early Arabic literature. The university initially only allowed foreign women to attend a few classes, but thanks to a progressive rector, Ahmed Lutfi al-Sayed, 5 women matriculated in 1929. Seher al-Khalami, a pioneering Egyptian advocate for women's rights, was one of them. 5 She would soon be followed by Abdul Rahman. Long before she earned her doctorate, Abdul Rahman had become a household name among literate circles as a popular columnist for Egypt's leading newspaper, Al-Ahram. Pointed criticisms of both the monarchy and the Nasrite dictatorship came alongside several books on Arab women poets as well as her own poetry. Protected by her editor, Mohammed Haikal, Nasser's friend and ideological anchor, Abdul Rahman continued to openly criticize elements of the state that bothered her. 6 In 1957, as both a journalist and a professor of Arabic and Islamic studies at Ain Shams University in Cairo, Abdul Rahman offered one of the main speeches at the conference. The history of national liberation movements, Abdul Rahman pointed out, often ignores the central role played by women in them, and in the liberation of women by the struggle. The renaissance of the Eastern woman has always coincided with liberation movements, for liberation from imperialism meant that women were emancipated from the fetters of social slavery and escaped from moral death. Within the confines allowed by imperialism, women remained the victim of ignorance, isolation, and slavery. Since national liberation movements, for all their machismo and lack of appreciation for the role of women, still operate on the assumption that everyone has to be liberated, this conceit proves valuable to women who can take advantage of the opening to press for their social dignity and political rights. The success of these revolutions depends on the liberation of the enslaved half, on rescuing women from paralysis, unemployment, and inaction, and eliminating the differences between the two halves of the nation, its men and women. 7. Abdul Rahman makes an underestimated point about the linkage between anti-colonial nationalism and women's liberation. 8 There is nothing that stops the former from reproducing various patriarchal ideas. Yet most of the anti-colonial movements relied on women, and several of them had put women's concerns on their freedom agenda. In 1919, Egyptian women of all classes took to the streets of Cairo to protest the British crackdown on demonstrations for a free Egypt. The women cut telephone wires and disrupted railway lines to stall the ability of the British troops who relied on them, and they attacked prisons to free their comrades. The British set aside their good manners and fired on the women radicals. Several of the women died, notably Shafiqa Mohammed, Hamida Khalil, Saida Hassan, Fatima Riyad, Aisha Omar, and also, as the feminist writer Nawal El-Saada'i notes, the hundreds of poor women who lost their lives without anybody being able to trace their names. 9. During the major mass protests in India in 1905, 1909, 1919, 1920-21, and 1930-31, women held the streets. 10 Iran's constitutional movement saw women in public protest from 1907 to 1911, and again in 1919.11. Much the same has been documented for women in China, Indochina, Indonesia, Ghana, and South Africa. 12 These protests, and their contacts with women from other parts of the world, emboldened the bourgeois women to form organizations and exert themselves within the framework of national liberation. 13 Well-heeled Egyptian women formed organizations for women's rights in the aftermath of these cross-class demonstrations. Huda Sharawi, from a family of wealth and political power, her father was the Speaker of the House of Representatives, became the pioneer of the Egyptian women's movement. She founded the Egyptian Feminist Union in 1923, established the French-language periodical El Egyptian, and went to Rome for the 1924 International Conference of Women. Unveiled, Sharawi with her comrades Sija Nabarwi and Nabewe Amusa let European feminists know that Egyptian women came with a heritage, Turath, from the Pharaonic era and early Islam that needed to be reclaimed. At the Rome conference, Sharawi reported that the European delegates wanted the Egyptians to be romantic, ignorant heroines of the European novelists. The idea of the veil kept the real, living struggles of the Egyptians out of the European feminist mind, which made them ignorant of everything about us. Yet the Egyptian woman, hidden in plain sight, understood European feminism because, as Sharawi remarked at the conference, nothing is more similar to an Oriental woman than a Western woman. 14. Many of the pioneers of the organized women's movement came from the old social classes that had either retained their aristocratic positions despite or in spite of the pressure from imperialism. A few of the leaders came from the new social classes that had been created by imperialism, military and civilian bureaucrats and merchants. Sharawi's husband, Ali, had been a founder of the Wafd Party, and her father, Sultan Pasha, was one of the richest landowners in Egypt. Abdul Rahman's family had no such national pretensions, but she nonetheless came from a learned, relatively prosperous section. Women such as these drew their inspiration from the mass action against imperialism that enveloped them, as well as from their interactions with European women, who were in the midst of their own suffrage campaign. While they found many allies among the European women, by and large the women of the colonized world experienced a patronizing dismissal. When confronted by the hesitancy of the International Alliance of Women in 1939, Cija Nabarwi wrote, "What did we demand? A little sympathy for the unfortunates who suffer in the East from the wrongs of imperialist policies." And what did they get? The International Alliance of Women proved that their magnificent program addresses itself only to certain people of the West, and that they alone deign to enjoy liberty. 15. From the contradictions of their privileged locations, bourgeois women like Sharawi and Nabarwi not only put the demand for the franchise on the table, but they also created organizations whose subsequent history would move far from the salons and into the byways of small villages and towns. As Sharawi and Nabarwi fought to win the franchise for Egyptian women within the confines of the monarchy, in distant Latin America 3 women mirrored their work. Amalia Caballero de Castillo Ledon worked in the Alianza de Mujeres de Mexico, Minerva Bernardino worked in the Acción Feminista Dominica, and Bertha Lutz worked for the Brazilian Federation for Feminine Progress. All of them came from the old social classes, and each pushed a fairly conservative agenda for women's emancipation. While they fought to get women the vote, these organizations and leaders settled for fairly patriarchal social definitions of family and marriage. The Alianza de Mujeres de Mexico followed after the 1931 National Women's Congress of Workers and Peasants, which had demanded land rights, adult education, and equality for the sexes in unions. Nothing of the sort entered the Alianza de Mujeres, nor did it cross the minds of Acción Feminista or Feminine Progress. 16 Nonetheless, these 3 women insisted that the phrase "the equal rights of men and women" be inserted into the UN Charter based on the discussions at the 1945 Chapultepec Gathering and the 1938 Lima Conference of Latin American States. 17 These Latin American delegates, moreover, pushed the United Nations to form the Commission on the Status of Women underneath the UN Economic and Social Commission. In 1947, the Commission on the Status of Women adopted its guidelines to raise the status of women irrespective of nationality, race, language, or religion to equality of men in all fields of human enterprise, and to eliminate all discrimination against women in statutory law, legal maxims, or rules, or in interpretations of customary law. 18 The guidelines meant nothing because they could not go into force. 19 It was not until 1967 that the Union Economic and Social Commission put forward the Declaration on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women for a vote to the UN General Assembly, all of this as a prelude to 1975 becoming the International Women's Year when Mexico City hosted the first UN Conference on Women. 20 Bourgeois feminism of the Alianza de Mujeres and Feminine Progress variety created a set of important international institutions and platforms that would be used later by women's rights activists aware of the deep inequality within the Third World. Such activists, who would populate the Afro-Asian meetings, did not emphasize gender struggles outside the broader struggle to create sovereign nations and working-class power within these nations. Anti-colonial nationalism drew from all sections of the oppressed population, men and women, working class and merchant, not only for demographic reasons but also because they had adopted the idea of equality. Few of the new states that had experienced anti-colonial struggles had a problem with universal adult franchise. In Egypt, women briefly won the vote in the 1923 constitution before the monarchy revoked their right to the ballot box. In 1952, after the Free Officers' Revolution, Nasser promised to reinstate the vote. The 2 main muftis took opposite positions on this, with the Grand Mufti Sheikh Hassanin Makhlouf against it, and Sheikh Alam Nasser for it. In 1956, women won the vote again. 21 In the Wafd Party's early years in power, Nasser opposed its bourgeois nationalist anxiety with egalitarian democracy, including equality between men and women. 22 By the 1950s, women worked within the framework of the National Liberation Project because it appeared that it would be able to deliver the groundwork of the eventual liberation of women, notably, as Abdul Rahman put it in 1957, for the awakening of consciousness and the will to live. 23. At the 1957 conference, the Afro-Asian Solidarity Organization created an Afro-Asian Federation for Women. 24. The federation subsequently hosted a conference in 1961, again in Cairo, attended by delegates from 37 countries and movements. 25. At this first Afro-Asian Women's Conference, the delegates crafted a more coherent agenda for the struggles of women within the platform of the Third World. Few of the movements that gathered in Cairo in January 1961 saw themselves as Europe's misbegotten sisters, and fewer still felt that they had no title to the concept of the Third World. They came to insist that their female forebears had fought in the national liberation movements and so earned the right to craft the future. Karima El Said, Deputy Minister of Education in the United Arab Republic, welcomed the delegates from 37 states with this reminder: the woman was a strong prop in these liberation movements, she struggled with the strugglers and she died with the martyrs. 26. In the longer general report to the conference, the writers detailed the efforts of women within national liberation movements, from Vietnam to India, from Algeria to South Africa. In Afro-Asian countries where people are still suffering under the yoke of colonialism, women are actively participating in the struggle for complete national liberation and independence of their countries. They are convinced that this is the first step for their emancipation and will equip them to occupy their real place in society. 27. That is, participation in the anti-colonial struggles would not only attack one of the impediments to the women's liberation agenda, but the contribution itself would transform the relations between men and women in the movement and society. 28. Not only did women join the guerrilla wars in Algeria, Cuba, Guinea, Indonesia, Kenya, Korea, Oman, Venezuela, Vietnam, and elsewhere, but they also helped supply the fighters, aided the injured, and in Egypt, India, Zanzibar, and elsewhere, dominated they. Street protests. Imperialism made progress for women nearly impossible. 29. Even if women's movements did concentrate on various aspects of oppression, no women's organization could afford to ignore the anti-imperialist fight. The sisterhood of those who came to Cairo had been formed in struggle against imperialism, with the expectation that political rights within the independent nation would allow them to take the struggle further. Without political rights, all the other reforms would be meaningless. The state could promise equal education and equal wages, but if women had no political rights, how would they make sure these reforms were enacted and maintained? 30. Even the brief history of independence had shown these women's rights activists that the national liberation state should not be left alone to be magnanimous in its gestures. 31. The new states had not been nirvana for women. Not only do the two Cairo conferences offer a list of prescriptions, a vision of equal rights for men and women, but within these lists is also an implicit critique of the new states for their failure to promulgate many of these policies. The list demands not only that the new states adopt the new international standards for which they themselves fought, such as in the International Labour Organization and other UN bodies, but that they actually implement them. The birth of the nation, Abdul Rahman reminded the conference, was only the first step of true solidarity. 32. Every right that the women won was not itself the end of the struggle but helped build the power to further their demands. High on the Third World Women's agenda was the stipulation that women must have choice over marriage, they must be able to dictate if they marry, when they marry, and to whom they marry. Marriage should be based on the principle of the personal freedom of choice for the spouses concerned, agreed the delegates to the 1957 conference. If men and women have any problems in their relationship, the state should provide them with marriage counseling and Planned Parenthood. To fight against the idea that marriage is simply about property or progeny, the conference demanded that drastic measures should be taken to abolish polygamy. To offer women some freedom from the domestic sphere, working women should be entitled to free medical care during pregnancy and childbirth, and to a suitable holiday with full pay during childbirth. Finally, it was argued, the right of married women to work must be recognized and guaranteed. 33. Most of the policy demands were not simply for the betterment of everyday life, their purpose as well was to create the power for an engaged civil society that includes women. Of the rights demanded by women to increase their political capacity, much is already familiar from the 1920s onward. cultural rights, the right to equal and free education being the principal one, and social rights, as listed in the previous paragraph. 34 A long section of the 1961 Cairo Recommendations on Equality in the Economic Field took the point further to argue that if women did not fight for and gain economic rights, they would not be able to be full political citizens. Modern citizenship meant that women should not have to rely on the family unit for their economic well-being but should be full economic partners within the family. The 1957 conference reiterated the slogan "Equal pay for equal work," which reappeared 4 years later. The 1961 conference offered a detailed vision for feminist struggle in the economic arena, for the right of women to hold any job, gain promotion commensurate to their talents and not gender, have the right to their jobs regardless of pregnancy or convalescence, have vocational and technical training for all types of jobs, and have the right to join and lead trade unions. It demanded that contract work be abolished since such work is frequently done by women, without benefits and out of the clear light of legal regulation. For women agricultural workers, the recommendations called for the equal distribution of land for those who till it and the guarantee of means of agricultural production. 35 Finally, the recommendations included women who do not work for a wage. For them, the conference had 2 recommendations: that the state try to reduce indirect sales taxes on consumer goods and so lighten the burden on household finances, and that the state find ways to give women income support without making them perform meaningless jobs. Anti-colonial nationalism, even in its reformist incarnations, worried about the woman question. An end to social oppression found its way onto the agenda of national liberation. At its most traditional, such an end looked like the modernization of patriarchy, with the new woman relegated to the domain of the home. 36 On the more progressive side of national liberation, one finds many who argued that cultural traditions had ossified under the impact of patriarchy and feudal relations, and any opportunity to redress this had been suffocated by imperialism's alliance with the old social classes, which benefited from misogyny and status. Women and men, in this model, had to struggle against conservative domesticity, and reconfigure what is to be the public space of the nation and the private domain of the family. As the report on social issues put it, women participate in the struggle for independence of their countries and its maintenance so that they may be able to abolish all customs and traditions which are degradatory to the status of women. 37 Third World women's rights activists sought to reconfigure the nation in their interest. To them, in the struggle for justice, the nation was more inclusive than the family, and therefore it was within the horizon of anti-colonial nationalism that they dreamed and acted. Nasserism's relationship to gender relations shows how even a putatively progressive project is prone to conservatism. What advances came for Egyptian women in the Nasser era, writes political scientist Mervat Hatem, were in the guise of a state feminism. The regime produced women who were economically independent of their families, but dependent on the state for employment, important social services like education, health and daycare, and political representation. 38 This state feminism opened up some space for women in the domain of politics and the economy. Apart from the right to vote, the 1956 Constitution allowed all women the right to education and work. In 1957, 2 women, Amina Shukri and Rewaya Araya, won elections to the parliament. Yet the Nasser project remained constrained by social conservatism in terms of its attempt to undermine personal status laws and patriarchy. In 1955, the Nasserite regime eliminated the Sharia courts, yet the religious judges remained in newly constituted personal status courts. The weak vanguard within Nasserism remained the Ministry of Social Welfare, led by Hikmat Abu Zaid, which unsuccessfully tried to raise the question of personal laws in the National Assembly in 1958. In the context of state feminism, where some gains had been registered, Abdul Rahman put her faith in the nation as a political vehicle for the struggle against monarchy, tradition, and empire. 2 years after the Cairo Conference, the Ministry of Social Welfare took up some of its topics in a conference on women and work, where the theme of women's economic independence, including in the arena of family planning, dominated. This was an outcome of Cairo, 1961. More militant national liberation formations such as the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, Paig, had problems other than that of a neopatriarchal state. They registered the hesitancy of their male comrades toward the reconstruction of the family as an institution. Liberation for women is good theoretically, they allowed, but in my home? Never. 39 Such attitudes did not faze fighters like Teodora Ignacia Gomez, who laid out the logic of women's rights in the national liberation frame. First of all, women must fight together with men against colonialism and all systems of exploitation. Secondly, and this is one of the most fundamental points, every woman must convince herself that she can be free and that she has to be free. And that she is able to do all things that men do in social and political life. And thirdly, women must fight in order to convince men that she has naturally the same rights as he has. But she must understand that the fundamental problem is not the contradiction between women and men, but it is the system in which we are living. 40. The progressive side of anti-colonial national liberation not only dreamed of equality but also tried to construct a program for equality based on the history of economic exploitation and cultural suppression. From Buenos Aires came the economist who stitched the economic critiques and anticipations into a doctrine, and it is to him and those who gathered his ideas into action that I now turn. Buenos Aires. In 1949, Raúl Prebys wrote and circulated a paper titled The Economic Development of Latin America and Its Principal Problems. 1 Prebys, formerly Undersecretary of Finance in Argentina and then the first Director General of Argentina's Central Bank, had been appointed to head the UN Economic Commission for Latin America, ECLA, in 1948. ECLA circulated the paper to continue a conversation among economists in the darker nations on the problem of development. The paper traveled from Buenos Aires into many languages, and mimeographed copies of it found their way into the planning commissions of many of the new nations. The basic problem raised by the paper is elementary: how should the overwhelmingly impoverished Third World create economic policies geared toward the development of the totality of its population? After centuries of imperialism, the new nations had been left with economies that relied on the sale of raw material and the import of finished goods. This fundamental imbalance meant that countries like Argentina had to export vast amounts of raw materials at relatively low prices, whereas their import bills would be inflated with the high prices commanded by industrially manufactured goods. What would be the instrument to break out of this vice? That was the principal problem of Prebys's paper. ECLA and Prebys had an answer, born out of the discrete experience of Latin America, notably its powerhouse of the time, Argentina. Until the early decades of the 20th century, the dominant classes in Argentina held no brief for nation building. The oligarchs, the hautportinas, ran the country with an iron fist and held their own wealth in European banks, which meant that they preferred fiscal policies that favored Europe's currencies against Argentina's economic strength. This detachment of the elite fueled the growth of a socialist movement, led by Juan B. Justo and the trade unions, and it angered patriotic sections of the elite, such as Carlos Pellegrini, who carped, "We must strive resolutely for our financial independence." Point 2 Argentina's industrialization grew in the breach when European and U.S. capital neglected the region for the period between the depression of the 1930s and the wars of the 1940s. Point 3 As the Argentine Minister of Agriculture said in 1933, "The isolation in which we have been placed by a dislocated world obliges us to manufacture here what we can no longer buy in countries that buy from us." For British capital owned most of Argentina's railroads, and the Swiss, the United States, and the British owned almost half of its industries. The authoritarian populist Juan Perón bought the railroads from the British. Despite the assessment of his advisor Miguel Miranda, "We do not propose to use our blocked funds in order to buy out-of-date equipment," incorporated trade unions into the state, pushed ahead with industrialization, financed by the agricultural sector, all the bedrock of his non-aligned El Tercero position, the third position foreign policy from 1946 that resembled the formation of the Third World. 5 In 1947, Perón appealed to the economic nationalist tradition of Justo with his Declaration of Economic Independence. 6 Import substitution and the use of foreign aid, including recycled Nazi gold, became useful as strategies for Argentina out of necessity rather than as foresight. 7 Prebys, who otherwise detested Perón, drew from this experience when he went to work at ECLA.8. By the 1940s, it was obvious that the core of the world economy, the United States and a rebuilt Europe, had a technological advantage over the periphery. The primary commodities produced in the periphery had a lower elasticity of demand than manufactured commodities. If raw material prices dropped, it would not mean an increase in demand for them. The core would be able to buy what it needed at lower prices, while the periphery would be unable to make up the difference in an increased volume of sales. Manufactured goods did not suffer from this problem for a variety of reasons. A combination of technological advantages, unionization, and the vagaries of the prices of primary products meant that the core enjoyed a sizable gain in the terms of trade. 9. This line of argument forms the terrain of a field of study inaugurated in the late 1940s called development economics. From his experience and studies, Priebus concluded that the new nations needed to move from the production of raw materials to that of manufactured goods. Such a strategy could be implemented through an infusion of capital investment, to create industry, or else the creative use of import-export legislation. Both these approaches should have attained global consensus, especially since both had precedents in the history of the United States and Europe. The United States and Europe at different times used tariffs and other legal mechanisms to protect and harness their domestic economies, and the United States began the Marshall Plan in 1947 to bring capital into war-ravaged Europe. Nevertheless, according to Priebus's colleague H.W. Singer, the establishment economists in the United States and Europe as well as their leading politicians saw the development economists and the leaders of the Third World as irresponsible wild men, radical utopians who could at most be entrusted with minor extensions and offshoots of policy already decided by the First World-dominated institutions. 10. Despite the contempt of the U.S. European establishments, the lower levels of the United Nations attempted to build consensus among most policymakers on the problem of investment. In 1951, the United Nations released a report on the theme of capital investment, measures for the economic development of underdeveloped countries. The UN Department of Economic Affairs had wondered, along the grain of development economics, about the capacity of the new nations to break out of their poverty. Whereas most economists agreed that a modern economy required capital formation at about 10% of national income, that of the Third World did not even come close to half that percentage. The addition of foreign investment and aid did not make any appreciable difference. National savings and investment barely matched population growth, and with the hemorrhage of national resources toward an uneven world system, little remained for the population. Because of this, the report concluded, how to increase the rate of capital formation is therefore a question of great urgency. 11. The tragedy of investment, wrote the Polish economist Michael Kalecki, is that it is useful. 12. The report asked the most compelling question of the age: how can sufficient capital be harnessed to do the important work of reconstruction for economies battered not just by the world depression of the 1930s and the wars of the 1940s but by the centuries of colonial depredation? Would the new nations formed out of anti-colonial movements be able to move ahead and create economic equality as they had already secured political equality? Would the new nations have a Marshall Plan, or would the powers only be interested in the regeneration of Europe's economy? Europe, devastated by World War II, had received a dispensation of, mainly, U.S. money. From 1947 to 1953, the United States pumped $13 billion into Western Europe and raised its industrial plants to pre-war levels, and in some cases, higher. Between 1948 and 1953, industrial production increased by over a third, and agricultural growth spiraled upward. 13. Nothing similar came the way of the formerly colonized world. Instead of such a vast transfer of wealth to the new nations, the policymakers in the United States and Western Europe held that modest aid and some technology transfer alongside minimal state intervention on the state and interstate level would help engender growth in the new nations. The mainstream view in the field of economics and the halls of power within the United States and Western Europe held that development for the formerly colonized world would come through the precepts of modernization theory. The problem of the colonized world was not so much its poverty but its traditionalism, including low levels of technological development. The traditional cultures needed to be cracked by political stability and the growth of science, both of which would be helped along by capital investment. Like the development economists, the modernization theorists also believed that an investment of about 10% of the national income would be necessary, in the words of W.W. Rostow, for a traditional society to achieve takeoff into modernity. 14 But where Rostow and the modernizationists differed from the development economists was in their assessment of where the money must come from, and what it must do. Largely, the investment would come from a modicum of foreign aid and a better use of national savings, which after a period of growth over some decades, would produce the level of national income for a takeoff into maturity. The investment money, for Rostow, should go toward the commercialization of agriculture and the creation of transportation communication networks. The rest of the economy had to be left outside the domain of state action. Modernization theory typically put the onus for development on the cultures of the so-called traditional societies, and thereby excised the history of colonialism. This elegantly returned the emergence of capitalism to its pristine European setting, for like sociologist Max Weber, modernization theory contended that the darker world did not have the culture of frugality and thus willed itself into poverty. The question of the motive forces in the expansion of capitalism, Weber wrote in 1904, is not in the first instance a question of the origin of capital sums which were available for capitalistic use, but above all, of the development of the spirit of capitalism. 15 Capitalism, in précis, emerges in Europe because the Europeans crafted a special spirit that summoned wealth. 16 Such assertions irked intellectuals from the colonized world. Why is India poor? Asked Dadabhai Naoroji. It is not the pitiless operation of economic laws, but it is the thoughtless and pitiless action of the British policy, it is the pitiless eating of India's substance in India, and the further pitiless drain to England. In short, it is the pitiless perversion of economic laws by the sad bleeding to which India is subjected, that is destroying India. 17 The Third World bled to make Europe grow. Modernization theory avoided this, and rather sought to Protestantize the cultures of the world to seed capitalist culture. 18 Against modernization theory, prebis and development economics in general started with the impact of colonial rule. Colonialism ravaged the world, and left more than half of it bereft of capital and with a surfeit of poverty. In 1500, the average per capita income in Europe ran only 3 times more than that in Africa and Asia, whereas in 1960, it was 10 times greater. Colonial rule not only impoverished the darker nations but also appropriated wealth to produce the great leap forward for Europe and the United States. Prebis, born in San Miguel de Tucumán in the northwest of Argentina, had an early education in both the plunder and the nationalist response to it. Of plunder, he would know of the mountain of Potosí, across the border in Bolivia, from where the Iberian colonialists drew incalculable amounts of silver. 19 The money entered Spain, but rapidly left to pay for the crown's debts along with its imports from England, France, Holland, and Italy. The banks that held this currency boom nurtured the capital that went out to furnish the early factories of northwestern Europe. 20 Not only was San Miguel de Tucumán on the crossroads that joined Potosí to the rest of the southern cone, but also in 1816, it was the site where the nationalist forces convened a congress to declare the independence of Argentina. This declaration came partly because of the realization that the drain of wealth led to the distortion of the social goals of the people of South America, as it also led to the development of Europe. 21 Since Europe and the United States benefited from colonial rule, they must bear responsibility for it. To be responsible should mean that the First World needed to provide outright grants to the Third World, what would later be called reparations. To ask the people of the Third World to sacrifice more toward development would be morally inappropriate. The social tensions of our time, Prebis wrote, will often induce us to use an exaggerated proportion of resources in order to improve present consumption levels, or to make social investments for immediate welfare, at the expense of economic investments for future welfare. To give way to this pressure would defeat the social objective of steadily increasing the standard of living of the masses. 22. To fail to industrialize because of a lack of investment would be equally immoral because it would condemn parts of the world to stagnation, to socialized poverty. Indeed, some economists felt that the raw material producers should not industrialize because, as Prebys put it, if they were to do so, their lesser efficiency would result in their losing the conventional advantages of such exchange. 23. The idea of comparative advantage held that a country should specialize in the production of that which it can do best, or as David Ricardo put it in his 1817 tract, a country should not try to stimulate industry artificially, rather it should simply follow the peculiar powers bestowed by nature. 24. In Ricardo's example, what makes the United States suited to grow corn and France suited to cultivate vines, and what makes England proficient in the manufacture of hardware or industrially produced goods? Is the argument for comparative advantage rooted in nature? Was England always the blessed isle of hardware? Or were the mercantilist policies and colonial extractions that preceded Ricardian free trade responsible for the creation of England's advantages? 25. The development economists rejected Ricardo's occlusion of colonialism, and the reliance on strategies that freed up the First World to donate aid rather than rethink its own financial and political dominance. 26. Prebys rejected the theory of comparative advantage, because he demonstrated that each region of the world could enjoy the fruits of modernity as much as the others. This did not mean that every region should produce everything for itself and therefore live in a state of pure autarky. On the contrary, trade is crucial because some regions have smaller markets than others, and raw materials and agricultural lands are not evenly distributed along national lines. But the basis of trade had to be altered. It could not be premised on the idea that some states are naturally good at being harvesters of low-value raw materials and others are naturally proficient at being producers of high-value added finished products. The theory of comparative advantage, Prebys claimed, stifles genuine economic development. And further, since modernization theory promotes the view that national income and investment capital must be raised from the export of raw materials, it will only entrap the new nations more deeply. As Prebys and the development economists saw it, the import of manufactured goods and the export of cheap raw materials will continue to drain capital and fail to enable the conduct of technological improvements toward socio-economic development. The cycle of dependency would intensify rather than break. To counter this, Prebys argued that raw material exporting states should create some mechanism to develop a domestic industry, and absent outright grants, the best approach would be legal political. The new nations should use tariffs to make imports prohibitive, what became known as import substitution industrialization or, in another guise, the infant industry thesis. Prices in the core remained high partly because of the political role of trade unions and industrial monopolies. The periphery needed its own political strategy, and this would have to be in the realm of interstate trade. The darker world contributed greatly to the development of Europe, and based on this evidence, it is clear that the invisible hand is white. And the First World wanted it to remain white. Powerful nations, such as England and later the United States, foisted the rules of trade on the lesser peoples through an act of will rather than the laws of economics. The contempt of the First World's economists was palpable. John Maynard Keynes, for instance, complained to the English government about the invitations being sent out to the darker nations for the Bretton Woods Conference. Those that had been invited from Colombia to Venezuela, from Liberia to the Philippines, he noted, clearly have nothing to contribute and will merely encumber the ground. For Keynes, this is the most monstrous monkey house assembled for years. 27 Only technocrats from the advanced industrial states should be allowed to formulate the rules, because otherwise those from the raw material providers would begin to make unbearable demands. Indeed, this is just what happened at the UN Conference on Trade and Employment in Havana, Cuba, in 1948. At the preparatory conferences in Geneva and London, several of these formerly colonized states took leadership roles in the demand for the right of states to use tariffs as a mechanism to promote domestic industrialization. In Geneva, the powers allowed such tariffs only after permission had been obtained from the proposed International Trade Organization, ITO. The raw material producers returned to the fray in London, demanding that they be allowed to use tariffs, and once established, the ITO could examine them to see if they were unnecessary. They did not want to get advance permission for a policy that they saw as essential. In Havana, the delegates from the darker nations drowned out the operatic expertise of the ennobled economists with a chorus of denunciation, in the felicitous phrase of the U.S. delegation's head, Claire Wilcox. The delegates from the Third World pointed out that the Geneva draft only represented the opinions of the imperial powers, that it held out no hope for the rest of the world. The aggrieved delegates proposed 800 amendments, of which 200 would have entirely sunk the ITO. 28 These nations denounced the 1947 creation of the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, GATT, in Geneva because it was restricted to the advanced industrial states. They objected to GATT's oversight of the economic rules, and demanded that they have the right to use preferential systems when it suited them. The chorus fell on deaf ears, as GATT remained and an ITO to work for the benefit of the peasant nations failed to emerge. The question of preferential treatment in interstate trade, mainly the use of tariffs, continued to be a central instrument on the Third World economic agenda. It was the main economic plank out of Bandung. 29 The Third World states in the United Nations nurtured the theory and pushed it in every one of the forums. The argument for tariffs was as follows: the Third World states wanted to erect a discriminatory tariff regime to favor development. They wanted to allow their states to use tariffs against products from the industrial powers, just as they wanted the industrial powers to drop their various barriers to the entry of goods from the Third World. In other words, they implicitly accused the First World of a tariff policy that worked to its benefit, and now called for a reversal of the tariff mechanisms. Third World states should use tariffs and preferences strategically to block the import of those goods whose production could be promoted domestically. Tariffs would stimulate a domestic industry, and capital for industrialization could come from foreign aid or a better utilization of the domestic surplus. The point of industrialization was to increase the productivity of labor, whose end result was not simply an increased growth rate but a better standard of living for the masses. Industrialization was not an end in itself, Prebys wrote, but the principal means at the disposal of those countries of obtaining a share of the benefits of technical progress and of progressively raising the standard of living of the masses. 30. The issue of tariffs should actually be seen as subordinate to a more important point raised by the development economists in the Third World states, and this is the need to constitute a united Third World institutional framework to grapple with capitalism's uneven effects. To this end, Prebys and the Third World states worked to create cartels of primary commodities, so that the producer nations could band together to get good prices for their products. 31 To stimulate trade across the Third World and create pricing mechanisms that were not determined by monopoly capitalism, the Third World states called for the creation of conditions for the expansion of trade between countries at a similar level of development. 32 In 1961, Latin American, African, and Asian states created frameworks for common market arrangements in a climate of mutual aid, as the Afro-Asian Organization for Economic Cooperation put it. 33 ECLA and the Oficinista Estudios para la Colaboración Económica helped set the framework for the Latin American Free Trade Association, and in 1969, the Andean Pact. 13 Francophone states created the Afro-Malagasy Union, Algeria, Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Morocco, and the United Arab Republic drew up the African Charter in Casablanca that same year to create a common market, the African Bank for Economic Development, and the African Payments Union, and the Afro-Asian Organization for Economic Cooperation called for the creation of an Afro-Asian common market. These initiatives sought to unite the economic and political power of the Third World to craft new forms of trade to ameliorate the effects of uneven imperialist exploitation. The Third World states pushed for the creation of a UN institution to implement their agenda. If GATT had already become the instrument of the First World, the Third World wanted its own counter. The creation of the UNCTAD was just this instrument, with Prebys as its first Secretary General. 120 countries attended the first conference in Geneva, and eventually 77 of them joined together to form the G77, a major bloc of the unwashed led by Prebys within the United Nations and elsewhere. In Geneva, the G77 called for increased exports into the First World's markets, better prices for raw materials, compensatory finance, and compensatory discrimination in tariffs. 34 The UNCTAD and its G77 joined such formidable intellectual powerhouses as the UN Economic Development Administration, formed in 1949, and the brainchild of V.K.R.V. Rao, the chair of the UN Subcommission for Economic Development, and SUNFED, formed in 1953 as a soft aid delivery institution, one that gave grants for capital investment, which had no support from the First World. 35 These groups dedicated to the economic development of the Third World had allies in the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, and after 1966, the Technical UN Development Programme. The UNCTAD challenged the power of the First World's global corporations and its droit de seigneur on the products of the formerly colonized world. At the United Nations in 1963, the Third World states pushed through a resolution for more adequate financial resources at favorable terms to facilitate the pre-BIS agenda. This feint followed the broad demands formulated at Bandung, for the investment of foreign capital only if it came without strings, and could make a valuable contribution to the social and economic development of the new nations. 36 The pledges of disinterest were more honored in the breach than in the observance. The First World took umbrage at the creation of the UNCTAD. 37 The U.S. government had set its sights on GATT, the IMF, and the World Bank as instruments of development. GATT allowed the First World to have an advantage in interstate trade, the IMF enabled First World banks to survive fiscal slumps in the debtor nations, and the World Bank engineered development that benefited monopoly corporations. The economic hitmen went out to the darker nations, wrote reports that asked for highly technical development, engineered loans from First World banks for impoverished countries, drew in First World construction firms to build overcapacity infrastructure, and saddled the state with an economic debt that it tried to recover politically. 38 The UNCTAD drew the Third World states into the discussion, whereas GATT, the IMF, and the World Bank tended to keep them out, and preferred technocrats who would apply their recipes without discussion or negotiation. 39 The First World pushed its own agenda for development, which included all the lineaments of modernization theory alongside foreign aid. The U.S. government and its satellite non-profit foundations offered funds for development, but with a carefully calibrated rate of return for the United States itself. The U.S. President of the World Bank, Eugene Black, quite forthrightly remarked, "Our foreign aid programs constitute a distinct benefit to American business. The three major benefits are, 1. Foreign aid provides a substantial and immediate market for United States goods and services. 2. Foreign aid stimulates the development of new overseas markets for United States companies. 3. Foreign aid orients national economies toward a free enterprise system in which United States firms can prosper." 40 The U.S. government, moreover, provided aid not only for economic purposes but also for the purchase of military hardware. In 1951, U.S. Secretary of State Dean Acheson noted, "Economic and technical assistance must be sufficient to support the military programs and to deal with some of the fundamental problems of weakness where weapons alone are no defense." 41 Guns predominated over butter not because of any primordial bloodlust in the tropics but because the principal providers of aid, the United States and Europe, preferred such aid to bind new nations in military pacts. If their allies became banana republics, it had as much to do with the shipment of this weaponry as it did with any local culture of a strong leader. The First World's foreign aid regime moved the USSR and the People's Republic of China into a Cold War over aid. 42 If the one decided to assist a country in the formerly colonized world, the other would offer something as well. The Third World began to play one side against the other to get as much assistance as possible, a ploy that diverted attention from the system transformational agenda of the UNCTAD and the G77. The USSR and China, however, did not have access to the massive financial armory at the disposal of the far richer First World. The USSR touted its success in the transformation of a mostly agricultural, feudal society of the Tsarist period to an industrialized superpower, all driven not by the market but by socialist planning. But World War II devastated the Soviet physical plant, and after the war, what wealth remained went into the reconstruction of the USSR and its newly constituted Warsaw Pact. When the First World moved into the business of foreign aid, the USSR, despite its disadvantages, could not be far behind. 43 Even though USSR aid for the Third World would only account for about 15% of Soviet foreign trade, much of the economic interactions with the formerly colonized world was in the form of barter, bilateral non-currency exchanges, and industrial cooperation. The USSR also exchanged technological products, including weaponry, for raw materials and consumer goods, all without the burden of hard currency. The entry of the USSR into this arena put additional pressure on the United States and Europe, so that aid became part of the overall chess match between the USSR and the United States. 44. This is not to say that the USSR and the United States had identical trade policies, only that their effects in the Third World were similar. Neither aid from the United States nor the USSR helped to undermine the structural problem identified by Priebus, the terms of trade, and the dependency relationship this engendered. The USSR, within the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, Comecon, made up of Cuba, Mongolia, Vietnam, and the USSR, provided aid and bought goods at reasonable prices. An informed study of trade conducted between the USSR and Eastern Europe through the auspices of the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance found that the USSR traded low-value raw materials and agricultural products for Eastern European machinery. In that case, Eastern Europe directed the trade, and the USSR played the part of the low-value exporter. 45 The Soviet subsidy was the uncomfortable reality for other parts of the Third World that adopted a socialist path, such as Cuba, although this subsidy did not come without its own constraints, such as a dependence on Soviet exports of a vast array of products. 46. In 1957, the Russian-born U.S. Marxist Paul Baran published The Political Economy of Growth, in which he demonstrated the futility of foreign aid and the import substitution industrialization strategy. Far from serving as an engine of economic expansion, of technological progress and social change, the capitalist order in these countries has represented a framework for economic stagnation, for archaic technology and for social backwardness. 47 Most critics of Baran struck at his premise, that the Third World economies had developed to the stage of monopoly capitalism, and therefore, that aid would only strengthen the capitalist and not enable any social development. Debates raged in the radical journals over this theme, and it was the principal point of disagreement among revolutionaries. While Baran might have overstated his thesis and the role of monopoly capitalism within the darker nations, his critique of the reliance on the growth strategy was on point. The aid from outside, whether capitalist or socialist, purchased time for the dominant elites, who used that money to prevent necessary social transformation. A more substantial way for development would be the destruction of feudal social relations, and by the socialization of production. These parasitic elites acceded to the Priebus logic in order to benefit their own class interests, rather than move their societies to socialism. The dominant classes in each of these societies purchased third-rate, out-of-date plants and machinery from the advanced industrial states, and paid top dollar for them. In Britain, for instance, firms that wanted to update their machinery, and entire factories, would sell them to their subsidiaries in places like India. They would then ship these rusty machines to India as new and update their own physical plants in the British Isles. 48 Indian industry, then, paid for some of the refurbished British physical plants in the 1950s. Such fraud occurred along the grain of import substitution. 49. Many decades later, Priebus recognized this major limitation in the Third World Order. We thought that an acceleration of the rate of growth would solve all problems. This was our great mistake. What was needed alongside growth were changes in the social structure, indeed a complete social transformation. 50 Of the various means for social transformation that sat high on the agenda, but low in terms of implementation, was land reform. At the United Nations, the Third World states committed themselves to land reform on several occasions, but each time called for extended study and technical assistance from UN bodies such as the Food and Agriculture Organization. 51 From the December 1952 resolution to that of December 1960 and onward, the UN General Assembly called for further study and assistance, but little else. Within the United Nations there was often talk of land reform, and there was some discussion of the distorted or even corrupt use of the surplus, but hardly any concern given to it or the conflict among the different classes for use of the surplus, and for the surplus value drawn from the workers. The main problem was to raise capital for the Third World's development, and the pre-BIS position also ignored or downplayed the fundamental role of financial capital over the world's economy. The structural problems of landlordism, domestic class struggles, and the better use of the economic surplus already produced within a national economy, as well as the problem of the surplus value stolen from the workers in the normal course of capitalism, rarely came up for discussion at the United Nations. It had already become sufficient to be critical of the First World alone, which became a shield that protected the national bourgeoisie from criticism for its own lack of imagination and self-sacrifice. In other words, development theory and public policy emphasized economic growth as an end in itself without a built-in consideration for equity. Tehran. $1 million. That's all it took in 1953 for the CIA to overthrow a nationalist government. Langley's man in Tehran was Kermit Kim Roosevelt, the grandson of Teddy Roosevelt. Ordered to take out the democratically elected National Front government led by Mohammad Mossadegh and restore the Shah of Iran, Roosevelt spread the cash and waited for it to do its magic. The army, the aristocrats, and other upwardly mobile class fragments went into action and overthrew a government that had stretched the imagination of the Iranian people. The Shah returned to stay until he was overthrown by a different kind of coup in 1979. Mossadegh had a long career in Iranian politics before the Iranian people called him to lead them in 1951. That year, the Iranian parliament, the Majlis, nationalized the country's oil industry, owned by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, where Anglo represented the English interests and Iranian simply referred to the place from which they drew the oil. When the Prime Minister, who had opposed the nationalization, was assassinated, the parliament turned to Mossadegh to take it forward. The popularity of Mossadegh and his National Front forced the Shah to accept the Oil Nationalization Act. Mossadegh removed the English from the equation and founded the National Iranian Oil Company, the first nationalized oil firm in the oil lands. The free officers in Egypt took great inspiration from this action. The British and US governments flexed their muscles, the Shah refused to turn over the military to the parliament, and Mossadegh resigned. People filled the streets, they came from all the political parties, and from among the country's intelligentsia. The Today Party, heir to the Communist Party founded in 1920, had a cadre of 25,000, while its Union Federation boasted a membership of 335,000. The influence of the Today angered the US establishment, which offered the National Front leader a choice: either crush the Communists, take US aid and remain in power, or else fall under Soviet communist influence. On May 2, 1953, Mossadegh revealed the shallowness of his class, whose investment in nationalism and national sovereignty only went as far as it would guarantee its rule and luxury. He wrote a letter to President Dwight D. Eisenhower, in which he cowered: "Please accept, Mr. President, the assurances of my highest consideration. Too afraid of the Soviets, Mossadegh crushed the Today Party, thereby destroying the most organized defenders of Iranian sovereignty, and then fell before a coup engineered by the CIA's representative and a far more reliable US ally, the Shah." Tehran, Iran, February 1979. The Iranian Revolution. Female Fedayeen communist fighters train in the use of armed combat at Tehran University. Copyright Elaine Kohler/Sigma/Corbis. The Shah exiled tens of thousands of National Party members and communists, and killed thousands of both. Today, which means masses, was reduced in size by brute force, as its members either went underground, into the Shah's jails, or else to Europe, where they reconstituted. The Today was paralyzed by the coup. The USSR paid it little heed, preferring to make every concession to the Shah in hopes of pacifying a border state and gaining access to the oil, all this despite the close relationship between the United States and the Shah. 3. Out of Today came disaffected intellectuals, among whom numbered the best of Farsi letters. Enthused by the Mossadegh moment, by the possibility of a socially just nationalism, guaranteed by the presence of a strong Today party. They had written manifestos and poems, short stories, and diatribes. The cultural suffocation of imperialism and the feudal aristocracy had been lifted by the Mossadegh moment, and even with the restoration of the Shah, this cultural productivity on the terrain of nationalism continued. The intellectuals and cultural workers who had been motivated by anti-colonialism, anti-monarchism, and the militancy of the Today movement regrouped in the early 1950s into small organizations. One such was Niru-Yesevam, the Third Force, led by Khalil Malki, who had left Today in 1947. Malki prepared the ground for others to follow in the next few years. These people disparaged First World capitalism and Second World socialism. They took refuge briefly in Mossadegh's National Front, even as they remained suspicious of the hesitancy and conservatism of the bourgeois party. They were essentially cultural workers who disliked equally the hierarchies of America's market economy as much as the arid monotony of the Khrushchev-era socialist bureaucracy. 4 As artists, they longed for the space to let the spirit soar free, and neither of these options provided a way forward from the Shah. The strong emphasis both on liberty and social justice attracted a wide following among an intelligentsia that had no loyalty to royalty, and little fealty to a political party that increasingly burdened itself with the foreign policy needs of the USSR. Malki's journal carried imaginative discussions of the type of modernity envisaged by the Third World, by his Third Force. In 1955, one of his journals, Naber-Zendigi, ran a poem titled Call to Arms by Forab Farrokhzad. O Iranian woman, only you have remained in the bonds of cruelty and wretchedness and misfortune. It is your warm embracing bosom that has nurtured prideful and pompous man. It is your joyous smile that bestows on his heart vigor and warmth. For that person who is your creation, to be preferred and superior is shameful. Woman, take action because a world awaits and beckons you. 5 Filled with leaden speeches, economic discussions, and organizational matters, nationalist periodicals nevertheless made room for poems and stories, drawings, and photographs. The nation had to be imagined as well as thought through politically, economically, and culturally. The imagination played an enormous role in the construction of the nation, its states, and of course the Third World itself. Stories of humiliation and hope, poems of despair and revolution, these form part of the massive output of the imagination that made its way into the texts of national liberation. Farrokhzad's verse is in that sense typical. There is the encomium to Iranian women for their buried labors, the condemnation of patriarchy for its rejection of women/mothers who have created the world, and a call to arms for women to birth a new kind of order. In these three moments, praise, condemnation, and war cry, there is the basic structure of the national liberation story. It charts out the past and demands an engagement with the future. Farrokhzad's powerful verse inspired much discussion within Iran, and after her untimely death at the age of 32, she became an icon for those who wanted to push the boundaries of modernity. The editor of Naber-Zendigi at the time was an eminence of Persian letters, and although he had differences with Farrokhzad, Jalal Ali Ahmed cherished her work. Like Maleki, Ali Ahmed had been in the Today party during its most productive phase, 1944-48, and then, from 1951-53, he supported Mossadegh's government. The return of the Shah, and Ali Ahmed's outspoken criticism of the monarchy, earned him the leadership of the disaffected intelligentsia. Ali Ahmed substituted the hopelessness of militant action in this period for the expansiveness of the imagination. He produced a remarkable corpus of short stories that counterposed the corruption and ruthlessness of the monarchy with the simple wisdom of folklore and the forgotten people of Iran. 6 He wrote a series of caustic novels about the underdevelopment of Iranian society and the feeling of hopelessness that confronted the intellectual. What must a teacher do, for instance, when the promise of education and cultural transfer is insufficient in such a hierarchical and unequal world? 7 This crisis for the teacher in an underdeveloped society, whose students have no shoes, for example, mirrors the principal contradiction for the Third World in the realm of culture, committed to the notion of an egalitarian society and culture, and yet within the context of immense inequality, how would the teacher come to terms with their position above that of their students? In the realm of the franchise and literacy, which I will develop further below, this problem arises as well. Everyone must have the franchise regardless of their level of literacy, yet people need to be literate in order to enlarge their social and political selves. It was far easier to concentrate on an all-points assault on cultural imperialism than to delve too long on the more pressing problem of expansive values and uneven realities. Ali Ahmed, therefore, is best known not for the subtle way in which he raised important questions of cultural workers but for his 1961-62 screed against what his friend Ahmed Farid had called Garibzadegi or Occidentasis. Invited by the Iranian government to present a paper at the Congress on the aim of Iranian education, Ali Ahmed offered a long manifesto on the collapse of the dignity of Asia, Africa, and Latin America before Europe's onslaught. Not only had Europe managed to conquer, colonize, and reshape the political economy of these continents, but it had also been able to put them in cultural crisis. This crisis formed the topic of Ali Ahmed's vibrant critique. From the West, Ali Ahmed argued, came the disease of Occidentasis. Europe said it was materially and morally superior, its material strength needed no resume, and it had this great material advance on the basis of its moral and cultural inheritance. Europe had a Reformation, a Luther, the Enlightenment, the French Revolution, and the Industrial Revolution. The last followed from the chain that preceded it. If the rest of the world wanted to advance and attain industry, then it must also have a Reformation. Writers like Mexico's Octavio Paz concurred, we never had a Kant, a Voltaire, a Diderot, or a Hume. If Mexico had had such figures, and such movements, then it would not be in its relative poverty. Ali Ahmed knew that this was an inversion of the problem. A reformation does not lead to the Industrial Revolution. Indeed, to see cultural and economic history in such a way is to miss the theft of the wealth of the Americas for the glory of Europe, and the development of European liberalism in relationship to the degradation of the rights of the people in the colonies. 9 Along the grain of the ECLA view of underdevelopment, Ali Ahmed described the world as being sundered between two poles or extremes. One pole is held by the sated, the wealthy, the powerful, the makers and exporters of manufacturers. The other pole is left to the hungry, the poor, the impotent, the importers and consumers. The beat of progress is in the ascending part of the world, and the pulse of stagnation is in the moribund part of the world. 10. Although Iran had never been formerly colonized, it belonged with the hungry. Indeed, much of the world that stood at the pole of the hungry had remained nominally free during the era of colonialism. South America and some islands of the Caribbean won their political independence in the 18th century, and sections of Africa remained free, as did China and about half of India. Colonial conquest played only a part of the overall domination of the planet by European and U.S. imperialism. English oil firms, or at least an Englishman, William Knox Darcy, had dominated Iran's oil fields since 1901, and oil continued to be the major export from this large, nominally independent nation. Iran's government paid for the infrastructure to remove the oil, and earned a pittance from the oil company cartel. Not for nothing did Mossadegh's struggle over oil earn him the affection of the masses. 11. What the Iranian elite did with their small share of the oil profits baffled intellectuals like Ali Ahmed. To the taste of these intellectuals, the elite, led by the aristocracy, imported meaningless commodities, including weaponry. Ali Ahmed blamed the elite for this selfish consumption, but for him the lion's share of the fault rested with the imperialist system. Once you have given economic and political control of your country to foreign concerns, Ali Ahmed bemoaned, they know what to sell you, or at least what not to sell you. Because they naturally seek to sell you their manufacturers in perpetuity, it is best that you remain forever in need of them, and God save the oil reserves. They take away the oil and give you whatever you want in return, from soup to nuts, even grain. This enforced trade even extends to cultural matters, to letters, to discourse. 12. The Iranian elite, like much of the parasitic elite in the post-colonial world, groomed their aesthetic sense around Europe's sublime. Educational systems and the media as well as cultural purveyors did not teach the population about its own customs and traditions. Imperialism had sundered the organic relationship with these dynamics. The disruption of the links between the various classes resulted in the creation of an aesthetic and socio-economic gulf. Ali Ahmed's contribution to excise this gulf was his ethnographies, although these too are not without their attempt at the colonial preservation of heritages rather than the creation of a linkage between the rulers and the ruled. 13. The general critique of cultural imperialism stays within a narrow ambit, because it is only the elite or the urban sections that have access to the symbolic and material items that enter the Third World. This has of course changed with the entry of television. Since the vast bulk cannot afford the actual cultural products of Carnaby Street and Madison Avenue, Hollywood, and the Sorbonne, the problem of the import of these items is not necessarily a mass dilemma. What Ali Ahmed rehearses is the conceptual problem, where people of the East continue to see themselves as lesser than the West. The overwhelming military and industrial power of the West produces an immense hallucination that what it does is history and only what it does matters, whereas the rest of us are to remain in a cyclic stupor, in awe and paralysis. 14. It is this fact that Ali Ahmed wanted the Third World to acknowledge. Such a critique is not original to Ali Ahmed. Most of the Third World produced cultural workers who came to the same conclusion, some in poetic anger, and others with abstract analysis. In the 1930s, at least two strands for the regeneration of the darker nations emerged. From the francophone Black Atlantic came the idea of negritude, which suggested that a new self had to be crafted out of the harshly dismissed cultural resources of Africa, and a new self-confidence in being black in the world needed to drive one's visions. From Brazil, came the idea that social science would enable meaningful, positivistic economic development, which would engender a newly confident Brazilian personality. 15. By the 1950s, these two critical projects would by and large unite in the work of Third World cultural workers. In 1950, Aimé Césaire, one of the leading figures in the negritude movement, published his discourse on colonialism, which brought these two considerations into dialogue with each other. Most of these cultural workers had a career in and around their national Communist Party, which encouraged an aesthetic that did not depart from the material concerns of the masses. The economy and the imagination did not stray far from each other. Césaire, after all, was a leading figure in the French Communist Party by the mid-1940s, and even as he called for a spiritual regeneration of the post-colonial world, he nonetheless urged the economic development of the former colonies. The contradictions and opportunities posed by these challenges from the 1930s emerged in relief at a 1956 conference hosted in Paris to promote the journal Présence Africaine. The most influential writers from the Black Atlantic gathered to push these ideas around. They included Leopold Senghor, Césaire, Richard Wright, and Frantz Fanon. Alain Diop, the founder and editor of Présence Africaine, welcomed the delegates. If to the non-European mind the Bandung meeting has been the most important event since the end of the war, I venture to assert that this first International Congress of Black Writers and Artists will be regarded by our peoples as the second event of the decade. 16. The conference's central theme was that culture matters, and that an engagement with cultural development was central to the post-colonial project. Even as there could be no such engagement without an assessment of the role of culture in economic underdevelopment. 17. The analysts insisted on the centrality of the cultural even when starvation peered over the horizon. After all, economic debates often relied on cultural stereotypes that needed to be expunged. Several presentations took the easy way out. They inverted the values of colonialism and plugged in various shades of nativism. Europe could be dismissed out of hand because the answers to Africa and elsewhere lay within their autochthonous traditions. It was this passive caricature of negritude that earned it scorn from the more radical thinkers, such as Fanon at the 1956 conference, and the militants, such as the anti-colonial fighters from Portuguese-controlled Africa and elsewhere at the 1969 Second Conference held in Algiers. 18. Indigenous traditions could contribute to the solution, but most cultural workers agreed that they were insufficient against the problems posed by imperialism. Most of the presentations, and indeed most of the cultural commentary from the Third World, walked a fine line between the reification of the divide between the colonizer and the colonized, and the treatment of it as dialectical. Even deft Césaire entertained the former route, before his analysis dragged him to the latter. Colonialism, Césaire pointed out, squelches the cultural confidence of the colonized. Colonizers denigrate the cultural world of the defeated, thereby impoverishing the idea of culture for everyone. The dynamic interaction of cultural forms and the vibrancy of culture itself were stopped by colonialism, which removed Europe's culture and cultural heritage onto a pedestal away from all influence and interaction. From this Archimedean point, Europe could judge and dissect other cultures. But the complex cultural forms of Europe and the darker nations would only be able to sit side by side, juxtaposed but not harmonized. Cultural objects arrive and interact, but they do not inform each other. Foreign elements are dumped on its soil, but remain foreign. White man's things. White man's manners. Things existing alongside the native but over which the native has no power. Water flush toilets, Rembrandt, movable type, these arrive, they are used, but they are not intertwined into the living culture of the colonized. The dichotomy stalls history. People stand before machines, they might even use them, yet they are unable to bring them into their lives. The dichotomous view of culture produced the idea, Césaire noted, that anti-colonial nationalism is dominated by obscurantist forces priding themselves on reviving medieval ways of life and thought. 19 But would this be far from the truth, for chauvinisms of various kinds had begun to appear in the post-colonial world. For example, in 1972, Uganda's Idi Amin expelled Indians from the country, a policy that descended from the 1945 and 1949 anti-Indian riots in Kampala and Jinja. In 1969, Malaysia would experience terrible anti-Chinese riots, a result of chauvinist sentiments within the Malaysian freedom movement of the 1940s. Short of chauvinism, there was also a cultural fantasy about those who remain traditional, untouched by modernity and therefore authentically national. 20 Diop, for instance, offered the conference an illustration, the same Fulla shepherd whose knowledge of his local flora and fauna astonishes you by its accuracy, is likely to join with his companions in poetical jests which afford a heartening spectacle. On top of this, he has a passionate sense of the history of his people, a lucid and well-founded love of the heroes of his past, a solid knowledge of the classics of his culture and a natural familiarity with the conditions and economic laws which govern his existence. 21 This singular omnipresent shepherd is a dangerous fantasy. Communities that refused to abandon their ways outside the full-blown exercise of the market economy and the accoutrements of consumer society came in for a double dose of romanticism and ostracism. These tribals became objects of national fascination at the same time as their lands became areas for the predatory extraction of raw materials. Whether the Amazon region or southern Bihar, the Central American highlands or the Central African lowlands, nationalist regimes romanticized the tribals and dispossessed them, or else confined them into reservations euphemistically called national parks. 22 Cultural workers who operated with a dichotomous notion of culture did not conduct the necessary critique of colonial stereotypes. They often inhabited them, not to revile, but to celebrate. The tribals, or the rural peasants, would be a symbol of the nation, but they would not inhabit the nation. They remained outside it, either to be confined or else converted, but not to be considered as full citizens. Césaire moved away from the antinomic quality of this analysis, even if only partially, for cultures, he said, are powerful and have enough regenerative power to adapt themselves to the conditions of the modern world. 23 The British dumped tea on India after they could no longer absorb the Chinese exports. Within a generation, tea became a staple drink of the subcontinent. The debates in Paris took place in French. These pedestrian examples show us that the dichotomies are not static, and that cultural worlds are alive to absorption, change, and dynamism. Nevertheless, one cannot make too much of culture's flexibility, because the high walls of privilege and power make some cultures appear dead. A civilization needs to feel alive, and it is this subjective liveliness that gives it the power to leave behind the past. Colonized societies come alive and thus are ready to be refashioned only in the throes of a major social upheaval, such as an anti-colonial struggle. Césaire offers two examples of this, the first from Tunisia, where the new nationalist government nationalized Habu properties and abolished polygamy, and the second from India, where the new nationalist government shook the traditional status of women. In both cases, the colonial power did not take the side of justice, whereas the nationalist regime had begun to create cultural change. Point 24 To develop Césare's formula of culture juxtaposed but not harmonized, or else brought alive by struggle, let us look more closely at the three major social processes of the modern world: nationalism, democracy, and rationalism. By and large, the Third World states rejected the idea of nationalism that emerged from Europe's history, where the various bourgeoisies constructed their nationalism to create discrete boundaries and markets around what they saw as common cultural markers, such as language, history, and race. Point 25 The Third World, from Indonesia to Guatemala, adopted the idea of multiplicity. Indonesia's motto is Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, or unity in diversity, a pluralist approach to difference. Guatemala's solution lay in the promotion of mestizage, or cultural hybridity. These are different approaches to multiplicity, which is not to say that they always accommodated their minority populations. Point 26 The new states adopted a multinational perspective, knowing full well that their countries were culturally diverse. This was a practical measure. Many of the new states grew on culturally mixed societies that could not be easily homogenized. Certainly, most of them adopted one or two national languages, but they had to perforce acknowledge the existence and often support the persistence of multiple languages. Sometimes, the attempt to suppress one or more cultural communities led to separatist movements, such as among the Karen in Burma or the Ashanti in Ghana. The general trend, however, was to accept that one could not replicate what Kemal Ataturk had done in Turkey, to take complexity and enforce uniformity. Indeed, the struggle by the Kurds within Turkey shows that even there the strategy failed. The move to multinationalism was pragmatic, but also principled. At UNESCO's 1945 founding conference, the Cuban delegate Luis Perez spoke wistfully about national education policies based on a multinational ethos. Diversity rather than uniformity should be encouraged, he said, for it would be a disaster to the world to suppress differences and refreshing tendencies in matters of education. 27 Colonial regimes had attempted to divide their subject populations in order to better rule them. In India they crowned princes and elevated certain castes, in Iraq they promoted sheikhs, and in the Arab lands and Africa the colonial leaders tapped some tribal leaders and stoked tribal instincts. 28 Against this, nationalist politicians and intellectuals found the historical basis for political pluralism in, for example, the identification of composite cultures and syncretism among the people's cultures. Point 29 That is, the multinational state would need to both evoke this historical dynamic of fellowship and produce it through the adoption of an official policy of diversity in religion, secularism, racialism, anti-racism, and language, multilingualism. The multinational perspective questioned the racist claim that the darker nations could only be primordial, that blood and custom reduced the imagination of certain people. They could only be tied to kin and co believer, not to a republican nationalism whose locus was both anti-colonial and populist. In this realm at least, Third World nationalist movements absorbed the idea of nationalism and digested it in accord with the rhythms and demands of their various histories. Fanon, who had learned about cultural regeneration in Algeria, developed the second strand of Césare's cultural program in terms of the idea of nationalism. Like Césare, Fanon argued that the period of nationalist struggle enabled a people to rethink the feudal forms legitimized by colonialism. These liberation struggles, as opposed to those for conquest, did not feel the need to justify themselves based on crude biological concepts. The colonial power tries to mobilize every racist idea to break down the morale of nationalism, but with each such attempt the imputed superiority of the colonizer wanes. The people, once held down, now determined the pace of change. Those who were once immobile, the congenital cowards, those lazy beings who have always been made inferior, brace themselves and emerge bristling. The colonial ruler does not understand what has transpired. The end of racism begins with this sudden failure to understand. Finally, the end of colonialism means that the rigid, spasmic culture of the occupier is liberated, and it opens itself up to the culture of the colonized. The two cultures can confront one another, enrich one another. Rather than turn inward, away from Europe or any others, Fanon contends, nationalist culture will explore other cultures as resources. 30 In the struggle lies liberation, or at least the process of national struggle gives energy to the national culture, which is now able to come alive and grow. Fanon overplays the lack of racism or the mobilization of biological notions in national liberation movements. National pride or patriotism often slid into the ugly language of racism or exclusion. But if what Fanon found is not a fundamental rule, it is at least a tendency. 31. For its proponents, the notion of multinationalism was an idealist conceit. They hoped that people would respect each other, diversity, and that since their cultural worlds already overlapped, they would need to tolerate distinctions, composite culture. But more than that, the expectation of the national project was that the construction of markets and educational institutions would disallow differences to dominate social life. An overarching unity, a national identity, would supersede, but not subvert, the other social identities. Identification with the national project could be more important than the sedimented identities that one inherited. There was an unrecognized problem within this otherwise valuable liberal project: it had a majoritarian caste. It is easy for the demographic majority in a society to ask for the suspension of identity, whose cultural features would anyway seep into the culture of the nation. For example, which religious holidays should be recognized by the state, which language should be promoted, or whose version of a contested history should be recounted. Culture is not a zero-sum game, and historians would be able to write contesting histories, so that this problem is not inherent to the construction of nations. For minority communities that already felt beleaguered, it was harder to voluntarily disregard the social significance of their identities. The multinational idea had a great attraction for them, partly because it was not majoritarianism, yet it also posed problems because it had not come to terms with the accidental majoritarianism of national culture. To produce or evoke the ethos of multinationalism, the nation-state had to assemble a history and an aesthetic. In most countries, the colonial rulers had already put together archives of their rule and what preceded them, as well as museums and libraries that collected the material and symbolic record of native society. It was now the task of the nationalist intelligentsia to study these archives, add to them, and reinterpret them in a new light. Most of the new nations added a raft of institutions to formulate, craft, and disseminate the history, artistry, and indeed self-perception of the nation. India's Sahitya Akademi, Egypt's public authority for the book, and Ghana's National Research Council exemplify the new nation's attempt to create major, decently funded national institutions for cultural development. The creation of the cultural canon came alongside its dissemination through mobile libraries, literacy campaigns, theatre groups, motion picture vans, and the radio. Canons had to be created, but what would be their temper? Given the broad commitment to multiplicity, the new nation had to protect the canon from chauvinism. It had to promote the idea of the composite culture or an inherent tendency toward syncretism. Of course, an element of defensiveness creeps into the narrative, which bodes ill for the liberal values that otherwise inform the enterprise. For instance, Césaire offers a brief summary of the contributions of the darker nations to humanity, to wit, the invention of arithmetic and geometry by the Egyptians. To wit, the discovery of astronomy by the Assyrians. To wit, the birth of chemistry among the Arabs. 32 Despite the anxiety to demonstrate the value of the colonized world, one can still glimpse Césaire's Catholicity, for he does not carry water only for the Black Atlantic but also for the Arabs, the Assyrians, and others. The national canon had to include the cultural practices and hopes of all the communities within a nation, and it had to include the cultural interconnections with the cultural worlds of other nation-states. At UNESCO's founding conference in 1945, the delegates agreed, no longer must our children be taught to think in terms only of the glory of their own country, they must think of their country as being no more than a unit in and dedicated to the service of the larger whole of a world state. 33 At the 1958 Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Conference, Chu Tunan of China offered a report on cultural exchange, in which he detailed many of the connections between Africa and Asia, from the Egyptian Mesopotamian contact in the ancient world to the early modern Chinese ships that traveled to Africa. He described the atrociously difficult transit of Buddhist and Arab rationalists, who traveled from the Mediterranean to Malaysia, from India to Japan. Then he spoke of the Silk Road, which like a colorful ribbon bound together the cultural life of the Chinese and the Near and Middle East peoples. The cultural artery not only moved people and goods but also seeds and animals, flowers and fruits, ideas and dreams. 34. At Bandung, the Third World's intellectuals and nationalist leaders wanted to restart this dynamic, but not from any sense of exclusiveness or rivalry with other groups of nations and other civilizations and cultures. The motivation had to be the age-old tradition of tolerance and universality, whose purpose would be to enrich their own culture and would also help in the promotion of world peace and understanding. 35. The section under which this discussion took place was significantly called cultural cooperation, not cultural purity or cultural presentation. To this end, the Afro-Asian nations held several conferences of Afro-Asian writers: New Delhi, 1957, Tashkent, 1958, Cairo, 1962, and Beirut, 1967, and several Asian Film Weeks, the first in Beijing, 1957. Alongside these meetings, the writers published Lotus, the magazine of the Afro-Asian Writers Movement, and selected one story a year for their Lotus Award. 36. In Latin America, the 1959 creation of the Casa de las Americas in Havana under the stewardship of the Cuban revolutionary Haydée Santa Maria provided a venue for Latin American artists similar to the Afro-Asian Cultural Conferences. One of the ways forward, noted the Indian delegate to the UNESCO conference Rajkumari Amritkar, was for the translation of books, both classic and modern, into every language. This desire to seek out cross-national appreciation for cultural heritages illustrates the best of Third World nationalism. A nation's culture had to be alive, and it had to be supplemented from others' cultural resources. Connections provided the oxygen for culture. India's Sahitya Akademi, for instance, not only translated novels from one Indian language into another but also translated novels and collections of short stories from elsewhere in the world. 37. There were some favorites around the Third World: Pablo Neruda's poems, Mulk Raj Anand's novels, and L. Yusun's short stories. The list of books that carried across languages has a decidedly masculine cast. Few of the innovative books by women found their translators until the 1970s. Magda Portal's La Trampa, Peru, 1954, Asha Jabar's El Soif, Algeria, 1957, and Ding Ling's The Sun Shines Over the Sankan River, China, 1947, which gained popularity in the Second World after it won the Stalin Prize. Portal not only wrote the wonderful La Trampa but was also the co-founder with Haya de la Torre of the Opera Party, as well as the author of little-known socialist feminist tracts, such as Hacia la Mujer Nueva, Toward a New Woman, and El Oprismo y la Mujer, Women in the Opera Party, 1933. 38. Ali Ahmed's 1961 critique of cultural imperialism assaults Iranians for their concentration on news of the Nobel Prize, of the new Pope, of François Sagan, the Cannes Film Festival, the latest Broadway play, the latest Hollywood film. But this criticism did not move inward. Instead, he asked, "What news do you see of our part of the world? Of the East in the broadest terms? Of India, Japan, China?" 39. And further, because his was not an involuted nationalism, he translated work from French and Russian letters into Farsi, including by authors such as Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky, Eugene Ionesco, André Gide, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Albert Camus. Ali Ahmed also wrote elegiac descriptions of his travels to the United States, the Soviet Union, Saudi Arabia, and interestingly, Israel. The Third World states incorporated the idea of nationalism quite effortlessly. They produced a novel rendition of national belonging, thereby enabling the idea of multinationalism to have an organic relationship with the new states. The absorption of democracy and literacy, two allied concepts, entered the social grammar of the Third World equally easily. On the ideological level, every third world state adopted the idea of democracy as fundamental to itself. Even anti-democratic states justified themselves with the language of democracy. Point 40 The claim of cultural backwardness justified colonial rule, so national movements typically argued for self-rule on the ground of cultural maturity. Point 41 The question of the franchise was therefore moot. Everyone would get the vote, regardless of literacy and social status. Most new nations did not need a suffrage movement, because ipso facto the population would get to vote. Despite this, however, the question of the franchise, and liberal democracy in general, brought the issue of literacy front and center. At the 1958 Cairo Conference, the Sudanese delegate Mohammed Ahmed Magaub announced, "All individuals who have come of age must enjoy the right to elect and to be elected to parliament without any reservations. 42 people must have the vote despite their level of formal education, but the state must promote formal education in order to raise the cultural and political literacy of the population." The demand for the word, for literacy, came enveloped with the victory of the vote, the franchise. Illiteracy is not a function of the population's stupidity but its lack of opportunity. Education had to be provided. UNESCO and other international agencies maintained that literacy campaigns had to be coupled with mass campaigns for social justice. Point 43 People were motivated by campaigns that addressed their everyday grievances, and in these sorts of campaigns the new nations integrated the project of literacy. In other words, the articulation of democracy and literacy within this form of anti-colonial nationalism was not simply about the franchise, it was always also, and sometimes only, about social development. In 1965, Tehran hosted the World Conference of Ministers of Education on the eradication of illiteracy, which pledged to continue the linkage between literacy campaigns and specific socio-economic development projects. Point 44 That same year, under pressure from the advanced industrial states, UNESCO shifted its funding strategies from mass campaigns to more strictly educational training. Nevertheless, a combination of innovative strategies within the new nations and UNESCO's efforts dramatically reduced illiteracy across the planet. In 1950, according to UNESCO, 2 out of 3 men and 1 out of 4 women could read in any language, whereas in 1995, 80% of men and 70% of women entered the world of letters. There was an additional imperative for education and literacy, which was the necessity recognized by most intellectuals like Ali Ahmed and Césaire that their societies required a shy with the Enlightenment. Rationality and rationalism might have had roots in many societies, but Europe certainly had the most full-blown intellectual development along these lines. From the science of the self to the science of nature, European intellectual life had been suffused with skepticism for received truths, including religion, and had crafted both empirical and theoretical means to understand the world. Point 45 Ali Ahmed and others recognized this, and they also knew that their own societies could not afford to ignore the emergence of rationalism in the world. In a defensive vein, many of them, including Césaire as we saw above, showed that the growth of rationalism in Europe had a lineage that stretched outward into the darker world. For example, there could be no mathematics without the Indian and Arab contribution, or that the Chinese independently invented explosives and many chemical processes. A crude rendition of this defensiveness contended that each cultural, and in this terrain, religious, world had its own science, so that there was an Islamic science, a Christian science, a Hindu science, and so forth. Point 46 Worse yet was the view that modern science was no more or less than ancient science. In other words, such a tendency invalidated progress. The Enlightenment challenged the Third World intelligentsia to engage with it, rather than whether to do so in the first place. Ali Ahmed called this engagement Rushan Fikri, a way of the world that does not inculcate blind obedience or fear of the supernatural but instead insists that the social individual has the ability to choose, to be free and responsible. 47. In terms of scientific research and technology, the regimes in the new nations adopted the Enlightenment's scientific heritage without any discussion of its cultural implications. This was insufficient. History has fated the world to fall prey to the machine, Ali Ahmed noted, and so, the question to ask is, how to encounter the machine and technology? 48. What is the best way for the machine to enable Rushan Fikri, or enlightenment, in accordance with the cultural history of Iran or elsewhere? When Césaire spoke of the juxtaposition and not the harmony of European culture with native cultures, one could think of the machine. Ali Ahmed warned, as many others did, that the machine was not neutral. Colonialism brought the machine into spaces whose own cultural history had not prepared them for this new device, and besides, the machine and mechanization had been one of the instruments of cultural transformation. A machine is imbued with cultural forms. The tractor, for example, changes the relationship of farmers to their fields, each other, and the place of the plough in their cosmological world. The tractor would not leave the other social relations unchanged. Does the tractor carry within it the cultural revolution of centuries past that transformed the European fields into factories, and dispensed with small farms in favor of large agro-businesses and reduced the family farmer into the farmhand? Furthermore, an insufficient interrogation of the role of the culture of a place and scientific thought meant that there was little concern for local ecologies, with their capacity to produce certain crops and improve irrigation in particular ways. Local knowledge was the historical accumulation of wisdom about local terrains and capacities. That social hierarchies of caste and clan came along with these encyclopedias of locality did not mean that much could not be learned from these traditions for democratic production. Most of the new states also experimented with communal and non-industrial means of organization, from the Gandhian self-sufficient villages to the Tanzanian Ujamaa collectives. Across the Third World, regimes tried out different forms of socio-economic and cultural organization that refused the machine in one way or another. These were, but for a few places, the exception, or even, to the cynical, the showcase. They did raise important questions of sustainability and equity, of the rights of the citizen to progress over the right to progress over the citizen. The bulk of the social order inhabited the machine and grew around it, and often ignored these warnings. Ali Ahmed and his contemporaries, including Ali Shariati, who drew from Ali Ahmed as much as Herbert Marcuse, could only say that the dilemma was what to do with the machine. After raising the question, Ali Ahmed ended with a whimper: the machine should naturally serve us as a trampoline, so that we may stand on it and jump all the farther by its rebound. One must have the machine, one must build it. But one must not remain in bondage to it, one must not fall into its snare. The machine is a means, not an end. The end is to abolish poverty and to put material and spiritual welfare within the reach of all. 49. In the next moment, Ali Ahmed warned about the machine's capacity to regiment everyday life, what Shariati called machinism. Conformity in the workplace, Ali Ahmed wrote, leads to conformity in the party and the union, and this itself leads to conformity in the barracks, that is, for the machines of war. The roots of fascist militarism lie in the assembly line, unless the way that the machine operates is decisively reconstructed. 50. If the machine dominates life, then culture is at its mercy, and everything will have to obey its commands. The machine must be domesticated, it must become part of the fabric of the dynamic culture of a place. To the capitalist and the modernization theorist, the Lebanese philosopher and president of the UN General Assembly Charles Malik once said, roads, dams, efficiency, and the smile of the rulers, that is all that matters, but spirit, freedom, joy, happiness, truth, man, that never enters the mind. A world of perfect technicians is the aim, not a world of human beings, let alone of beings divine. 51. To take control of culture, one had to take control of the machine, and to develop meant to do so both economically and culturally. Nationalism, democracy, and rationalism, the root of the Third World intellectuals' quandary was how to create a new self in the new nations. Each of their societies had ample resources to fill this self, but they also recognized the necessity to articulate a new relationship with the West. Ali Ahmed did not ask for the return to some pristine Iranian culture or even Islam as the solitary basis for the subjectivity of the new Iranian. 52. His affection for plebeian Shi'ism meant that he sought a new Iranian personality in its cultural resources. In 1969, the year that Ali Ahmed died, or was killed by the Shah's intelligence service, Savak, his wife, Simin Daneshvar, published a remarkable novel, Sava Shun.53, set in the 1940s. The novel traces the tale of Zari, a woman who fought against imperialism, agrarian inequalities, and family suffocation. The novel is named after a folkloric hero, from the Shahnama, who is betrayed by his people and killed by foreigners. That was one part of Daneshvar's reach into folklore, the other was in her search for national salvation. If the various social agents had been paralyzed by imperialism and autarky, Zari, like others, waited for the coming of a Mahdi, the last prophet. For people like Daneshvar and Ali Ahmed, the new Mahdi would be a reconstructed people's movement. In 1966, Forab Farrokhzad evoked that longing in someone who is not like anyone. I've had a dream that someone is coming. I've dreamt of a red star. And my eyelids keep twitching. And my shoes keep snapping to attention. And I may go blind. If I'm lying. I've dreamt of that red star. When I wasn't asleep. Someone is coming. Someone is coming. Someone better. Someone is coming. Someone is coming. Someone who in his heart is with us. In his breathing is with us. In his voice is with us. Someone who's coming. Can't be stopped. And handcuffed and thrown in jail. Someone who's been born. Under Yaya's old clothes. And day by day. Grows bigger and bigger. Someone from the rain. From the sound of rain splashing. From among the whispering petunias. Someone is coming from the sky. At Tupkana Square on the night of the fireworks. To spread out the tablecloth. And divide up the bread. And pass out the Pepsi. And divide up Melly Park. And pass out the whooping cough syrup. And pass out the slips on registration day. And give everybody hospital waiting room numbers. And distribute the rubber boots. And pass out Fardin movie tickets. And give away Sayyid Javed's daughter's dresses. And give away whatever doesn't sell. And even give us our share. I've had a dream. 54. The tragedy of this beautiful hunger is that it displaces the work that needs to be done for the creation of this new Mahdi onto destiny or fate. In 1968, Tomás Gutiérrez Elia released his masterful Memories of Underdevelopment. In the movie, Sergio Corriere Hernandez played the part of a desolate bourgeois who, despite his sympathies to radicalism, has a hard time finding himself in the revolution. Such was the dilemma of Farrokhzad, Daneshvar, Ali Ahmed, and others. Corriere had no such trouble. He continued to act, but also worked for almost 2 decades in El Teatro Escambre, a rural theatre ensemble. He reached the Central Committee of the Cuban Communist Party and took over international solidarity work, at the same time as he worked among young theatre activists to forge a new way to be Cuban. Corriere, too, longed for the coming of a Mahdi called revolution, and he put his life behind the attempt to construct that someone. Belgrade. Brijuni was the Third World's Yalta. At the Yalta Conference, in February 1945, the original Big Three, Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill, colluded in the partition of Europe in anticipation of the fall of the Nazi war machine. Each of the major powers, the Allies agreed, would consolidate their spheres of influence, whether over Poland, the USSR, or Greece, United States and the United Kingdom. The Yalta plot spilled over to the rest of the world, as it presaged an attitude among the Big Three that each nation-state on the planet had to line up behind one or the other of the blocs. Neutrality or non-alignment was unspeakable. On Brijuni, a beautiful island in the North Adriatic Sea, the other Big Three, Nasser, Nehru, and Tito, gathered in mid-July 1956 to discuss the fallout from the spheres of influence concept and their own vision for a non-aligned force in opposition to the Yalta logic. At one time the glitterati of the Austro-Hungarian Empire retreated to Brijuni, but now it functioned as the conference site for the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Tito played host to his 2 friends, Nasser and Nehru. The trio spent 3 days in discussion, and also rested and got to know one another. They reviewed international developments, gauged the effects of the 1955 Bandung Conference, and began to formulate the agenda for the founding conference of what would become the NAM, to be held in Belgrade in 1961. During this brief summit, the term peaceful coexistence was bandied about, as it had been for the past few years at summits across the Third World. Understood as a term for those countries that were unwilling to join one or the other of the superpowers in their blocs, peaceful coexistence had a broad appeal among the new rulers of the new nations. It had a negative meaning as it referred to those states that did not want to ally with the USSR or the United States. It also had a positive meaning as it indicated a principle for interstate relations that refused brute force in favor of mutual development. The rhetoric exceeded the policies. NAM produced all kinds of concepts, peaceful coexistence and active coexistence being examples. It wanted to base international relations on morals rather than in terms of power politics or national interest. This was the movement's challenge, and undoing. For the Third World, peaceful coexistence would be the main concept for the organization of states in a nuclear world. Because of the overwhelming military power of NATO and the Warsaw Pact as well as financial capital, and because of the lack of genuine social reconstruction within their own states, most of the Third World leadership would adopt only the aura of the term. Peaceful coexistence allowed the new nations to squeeze out from under the weight of the bipolar world, but it would not necessarily lead to a reorganization of the states themselves or their own regional aspirations. The Atlantic powers denigrated the term from the 1940s onward, whereas the Soviets adopted it from 1955. This difference allowed the latter to gain some purchase at the expense of the former in the halls of the newly created NAM, but sometimes at the expense of the domestic communist parties in the Third World. The practitioners of peaceful coexistence did not wish to threaten changes between states, so they moved their agenda to the Forum of the United Nations. The United Nations and its democratization became the proximate goals of NAM, which had therefore abjured any attempt to overthrow, or even jujitsu, both superpowers. If Yalta presaged the division of the world, Brijuni and Belgrade augured the creation of an association that would seek more room for the darker nations but not necessarily for the reconstruction of the world in their image. All three leaders Nasser, Nehru, and Tito had earned their anti-colonial spurs, but it was the host's personal antics that had greatly impressed the other two. Born in Croatia, Tito had worked as a trade unionist, fought in World War I, took part in the Bolshevik Revolution, fought in the Red Army, joined the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, led the Dimitrov Battalion in the Spanish Civil War, returned to Yugoslavia to fight a guerrilla war with his partisans against the fascists, and finally, in March 1945, became the premier of the Federation of the Socialist Republics of Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia. By the Brijuni meeting he had already lived several lifetimes and more. With Nasser and Nehru, Tito was poised to start another, as the founder of NAM. By 1956, Yugoslavia had moved some distance from the USSR, and so even as it remained formally within the socialist camp, it did not see its future as a Soviet satellite. Whereas when the Bolshevik Revolution took Russia out of World War I in an anti-imperialist flourish, the new government revealed the hidden imperialist correspondence of the European regimes, the Soviet state under Stalin had a much more cautious approach toward the new post-colonial states. The Soviet Union had been battered by the war. Its president, Mikhail Kalinin, warned the Communist Party in August 1945 that the perils of capitalist encirclement of the USSR had not disappeared with Hitlerite Germany. From Kalinin's assessment, the USSR could neither afford to rest easy nor antagonize the hordes that gathered on its borders. In this vice, the USSR's principal leadership offered two contrary theses: that any entente between the United States and the USSR was perfectly feasible, as Stalin put it in December 1946, and that the United States and its allies were rapacious imperialists who were on the verge of defeat by the tide of socialism, as Andrei Zhdanov put it at the September 1947 founding conference of the Communist Information Bureau, the Cominform. Point 1 Zhdanov's two-camp theory privileged the national communist parties at the same time as the USSR's commissars made arrangements with the bourgeois forces within the post-colonial states at the expense of the local communists. This vacillation manifested itself in the ambiguity over the Soviet position regarding the Third World and peaceful coexistence. After the demise of Stalin, the new leadership led by Khrushchev and Bulganin adopted peaceful coexistence and pledged their support to the bourgeois nationalist regimes, often against the domestic communists. The unclear situation suggested that the USSR seemed keener to push its own national interests than those of the national communist parties to which it pledged verbal fealty. Such, at any rate, had been Yugoslavia's experience. As Tito's partisans defeated the fascist forces, they welcomed the Red Army into Yugoslavia. Distrust over the behavior of the Red Army and a lack of support over the U.S.UK invasion of Trieste, 1945, drew the following assessment from Tito: "We have no wish to be dependent on anyone. We do not want to be small change, we do not want to be involved in any policy of spheres of influence." Two Soviet aid packages that favored Moscow over Belgrade, along with Stalin's reticence to allow a smooth federation of Yugoslavia and Bulgaria in 1947, led to the final Yugoslav communist refusal to become a Soviet satellite in 1948. Thrown out of the Cominform, Yugoslavia joined the Italian Communist Party's view that each national party had to be independent of Moscow, even though it must have strong fraternal ties to the Socialist Bloc. 3 As the Soviets and the Yugoslavs clashed, U.S. airplanes violated Yugoslavia's airspace, 21 times in the first 3 months of 1948. Isolated, the Yugoslavs turned to the new post-colonial states for ideological and material help. 4. A tour of India, 1954–55, and Egypt, 1955, enabled Tito to test the waters for some kind of non-superpower alliance. 5 Yugoslavian arms went to Egypt and Burma, and its UN votes went to the Congo and Angola. It used whatever it could to facilitate a relationship with the darker nations. Perhaps the best indication of this is in the Yugoslav ties with Algeria's FLN. In 1953–54, the Yugoslavian government made contact with the FLN in Cairo and began to funnel all kinds of assistance, including cover at the United Nations, from the inception of the FLN uprising in November 1954. 6. If Yugoslavia found itself in the cold between the superpowers, so too did Egypt and India. Neither had any principled objection to the system championed by the United States and Europe. Both Nehru and Nasser were personally enamored by the ideals of the USSR, but neither had any special predisposition to yoke their country to its stringent ideals and less than Catholic foreign policy. 7 The United States and the European powers, however, alienated an otherwise receptive Egypt and India. Secretary of State Dulles traveled to both Egypt and India in 1953. In South Asia, Dulles found Nehru utterly impractical, whereas he enjoyed the martial and religious qualities of the Pakistanis. Although Nehru's visit to the United States in 1949 had gone well, and although Nehru's regime had signed on to the UK-dominated Commonwealth that year, by the early 1950s it had become clear that India would not subordinate itself to US interests. Dulles and the US regime wanted to bind one or the other of the South Asian states into an alliance to isolate and encircle not only the USSR but also Communist China. When Nehru's India did not go along, Dulles signed on an eager Pakistan, whose General Ayub Khan inked an arms agreement with the United States, and this would culminate finally in the Baghdad Pact of 1955, an alliance of Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, Turkey, and the United Kingdom, brokered by the United States. 8. In the Arab lands, Dulles failed to grasp the deep anti-British sentiment of the Nasser regime, and the bulk of the population. When he tried to impress on Nasser that the Soviets represented the real threat to Egyptian freedom, Nasser replied, "The population of Egypt would think crazy anybody saying this, because it was self-evident that the main problem was Britain." Dulles fumed to his superiors in Washington. 9 Peaceful coexistence and non-alignment had got his goat. Indeed, Dulles refused to use the latter term, favoring the word neutralism, since the term indicated that these states wanted to sit out the main conflict. Dulles felt that it was an immoral and short-sighted conception. 10 His contempt notwithstanding, the leaders of the Third World admitted to haziness in their framework. While no one proposed that the Third World should deal with the conflict along the lines of Swiss neutralism, most of them worked hard to emphasize the need to both opt out of the bipolar conflict and yet find a way to move an alternative agenda. They did not adopt a passive hedgehog posture. 11 For Dulles, who had absorbed Zhdanov's two-camp theory, all this was academic. If a state did not subordinate itself to the interests of the United States and its global dispensation, then it had given itself over to the USSR and communism. As Nasser and Nehru prepared to leave Brijuni, they heard news that the U.S. government had decided to cut its $200 million pledge to finance Egypt's $1.3 billion Aswan High Dam. The dam was crucial to Egyptian plans, as the free officers hoped that it would help the sluggish Egyptian agricultural sector, an area that needed immediate redress for the Republic to retain the support of the fellahin, the peasantry. To gain investment funds, Nasser had tried to play the Atlantic powers against the Soviets. 12 Apart from these productive projects, Nasser also played off the two major blocs over arms sales. The United States had a less attractive offer. Among its stringent restrictions, the U.S. government offered only certain kinds of arms, wanted them accompanied by a U.S. military assistance mission, and required that the U.S. arms aid be used to buy high-priced U.S. hardware, an elegant way to subsidize the U.S. weapons companies. All this being impossible for Egypt, Nasser bought weapons from Czechoslovakia. In addition, Nasser had refused to join the Baghdad Pact and pushed the English to remove their military base from Suez. Little wonder that Dulles despised the Nasserite regime. Our quarrel with Egypt, observed a Dulles aide, is not that it is following a neutral course in declining to align itself with either the East or West, which had been Dulles's own fixation. Rather, Nasser is not guided by Cold War considerations but by his own vision of Egyptian preponderance first in the Arab world, next in Africa and then in the Muslim world as a whole. 13 The only primacy or preponderance that would be countenanced by the Dulles crew was that of the United States. In 1947, the State Department's policy planning staff wrote, "To seek less than preponderant power would be to opt for defeat. Preponderant power must be the object of U.S. policy." 14 Those people, said Nehru of the U.S. government, how arrogant they are. This is not a withdrawal, Nasser responded. It is an attack on the regime. 15 When Nasser arrived back in Cairo, he decided to raise the Aswan funds by the nationalization of the Suez Canal, itself a symbol of colonial abuse through the use of almost free Egyptian labor to build the privately owned crucial waterway for the imperial powers. The canal's dues, Nasser felt, would raise enough capital to finance the free officers' schemes. When the Anglo-French-Israeli force invaded Egypt in retaliation, Tito and Nehru came to Egypt's aid. The objective conditions of the bipolar world and the subjective links between these three powers had been confirmed by the events of Aswan and Suez. At the Brijuni Conference, the three observed that the conditions in the world left them with few options and a great need for patience. The final communiqué noted that as long as these fears and apprehensions dominate the world, no firm basis for peace can be established. At the same time, it is difficult to remove quickly these fears and apprehensions, and gradual steps will have to be taken for their elimination. Every such step helps in lessening tensions and is therefore to be welcomed. 16 One such gradual step would be to convene all like-minded new nations that wanted to go neither with the Soviets nor the Atlantic powers. They went to work. 17 In 1961, the other big three welcomed the representatives of 22 states from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Europe to Belgrade to create NAM, an institution that grew in strength from conference to conference, within and without the United Nations, and lumbers on today. 18 The nature of the regimes that participated in the NAM meeting reflects its limitations. With their pageantry came the monarchs, including Ethiopia's Emperor Haile Selassie and Cambodia's Prince Norodom Sihanouk. That they ruled autocratically over their populations seemed acceptable to the republics. India, after all, had joined the Commonwealth in 1948, and had accepted the titular role of the British monarch as its head. Among the republicans were heads of bourgeois nationalist parties, leaders of coups, and representatives of mass nationalist movements. Burma's UNU and Algeria's Ben Youssef rubbed shoulders with Indonesia's Sukarno, Mali's Mobito Keita, and Ghana's Nkrumah, who in turn sat beside Sri Lanka's Srimavo Bandaranaike and Cuba's Osvaldo Dorticos Tirado. Many of these leaders, such as Nasser and Nehru, were popular in their home countries, and even as they had the authority from their various representative bodies, parliaments and cabinets, they had personalities that brooked no delegation. 19 They came to act, but they could not. This was a mixed crowd, and its sheer political diversity made an ideologically coherent and unified stance by NAM almost impossible. 20 NAM would remain a political platform, a sub-United Nations, but it would only be able to act in concert on two broad issues: to champion global nuclear disarmament, and to democratize the United Nations. In August, 2 weeks before the Belgrade Conference opened, the East Germans erected a wall through Berlin to prevent a brain drain. In 1960, almost 300 dentists, 700 doctors, and 3,000 engineers fled the German Democratic Republic for the First World. Troops moved, and populations anticipated bloodshed. The day before the conference opened, the USSR tested a 50-megaton bomb, Ivan. UNU warned NAM that the two power blocs are prepared to risk a war over Berlin, and that this event, like so many others, such as the April 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, might precipitate the final, nuclear, conflict. 21 The nuclear club had been joined by the British, 1952, and the French, 1960, and despite the existence of the IAEA, 1957, the powers had little interest in restraint, only in non-proliferation. In 1954, Nehru had called for a formal test ban, but his suggestion was shunned. The Third World states had gone to the UN floor on several occasions to call for total disarmament, but to no avail. As recently as October 1, 1960, Ghana, India, Indonesia, the United Arab Republic, and Yugoslavia, the core nations of NAM, had put forward a UN resolution that urged the United States and the USSR to renew their suspended talks on nuclear matters. In June 1961, the two powers met in Vienna, but neither had the stomach to walk away from their nuclear arsenals. 22. In Belgrade, one leader after another of the darker nations spoke against the logic of nuclearism. But their bombast recognized that they had little leverage on the four nuclear powers, who stood poised against each other on two sides, the Atlantic versus Moscow. All that remained was talk of the great moral force of NAM. 23 This analysis of the moral force of NAM in the bipolar world led to a straightforward political outcome. NAM dispatched 4 of its most senior representatives to Moscow and Washington. They carried an appeal for peace from NAM to end their obduracy and move toward eventual nuclear disarmament. Nehru and Nkrumah went east and Sukarno and Keita went west with the same letter, drafted by Nehru. We feel convinced that devoted as both of you Khrushchev and Kennedy are to the world peace, your efforts through persistent negotiations will lead to a way out of the present impasse and enable the world and humanity to work and live for prosperity and peace. 24 The bluster of the conference was substituted by supplication. That both Moscow and Washington made empty promises in return provides a measure of the limited value of moral pleas in a nuclear age. If a simple entreaty would be condescendingly accepted and shelved, then something other than that had to be attempted. The related path was to agitate for more democracy in the UN institutions, particularly in the all-powerful Security Council. Like most institutions, the United Nations bore the idiosyncratic marks of its history. At its formation, the Americas provided the largest membership because Africa and Asia then remained under Europe's thraldom. As African and Asian nations gained independence and membership in the United Nations, their presence did not automatically reshape the original rules and committee memberships. Far more important than these matters, however, was the question of the Security Council. The United States, the United Kingdom, the USSR, France, and the Republic of China, Formosa, later Taiwan, transferred their de facto power after World War II into de jure power within the United Nations. 25 They took their Security Council and Trusteeship Council seats in perpetuity, and dominated the leadership posts in the ancillary UN bodies. On the Security Council, only these powers had permanent seats with veto power over the decisions of the Populous General Assembly. 26. The structural disadvantage of the United Nations to the Third World could have led to cynicism about the value of the international body. In Belgrade, UNU voiced this fear: "We think it would be a black day indeed for the world, and particularly for the smaller countries, if the United Nations were to suffer the fate of the League of Nations 27. So why should the United Nations be saved, and why must the Third World give its energy to the democratization of the United Nations?" In late 1948, Yugoslavia's Foreign Minister Edvard Kardelj wrote, "In spite of the United Nations' great weaknesses, this organization is nevertheless useful and can serve as a serious obstacle to those who are prepared for their own selfish aims to push mankind toward the catastrophe of a new World War. 28 The African, Asian, and Latin American states proffered draft resolutions to bring democracy to the United Nations in 1957, but it was not until 1959 and 1960 that the General Assembly heard debates on this theme. From Guinea to Pakistan, delegates reflected on the need for the United Nations to be awake to history, alter its structure as large numbers of new nations took their seats as sovereign powers, rethink its veto powers to the colonial and nuclear powers, and do so in the spirit of justice, not charity. In 1963, the darker nations proposed that the size of the Security Council and the Economic and Social Council should be expanded, with special regard for the representation of the two underrepresented areas of Africa and Asia. UN General Assembly Resolutions 1990-18, 1991-18, and 1992-18. Resolution 1991 increased the non-permanent members to 10, with 5 from Africa and Asia, 2 from Latin America, 1 from Eastern Europe, and 2 from Western Europe. These would not have veto power. So while the NOM states tried to bring democracy to the United Nations, and even as they were able to expand the various organs and raise their voices about the cabal of states that dominate its process, they made little headway. The system, in a sense, had boxed them in. Nonetheless, the United Nations provided a crucial forum for the Third World to raise issues of colonial barbarity and use the General Assembly as the medium to broadcast previously hidden atrocities before the world. Perhaps the best summary of the achievement of NOM within its first 3 years of existence comes from Amilcar Cabral, the leader of PAIGC. Cabral traveled to the Second NOM in Cairo, 1964, 2 years after his party, the PAIGC, had adopted the armed struggle against the Portuguese colonial regime. The PAIGC was not alone in this turn to guns. Further south, in Angola, the Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola, MPLA, took up arms against the Portuguese, while a year later, the Frente de Libertação de Moçambique, Frelimo, began its guerrilla activities. NOM backed all 3 movements, with the 1964 pledge to offer every type of support to the freedom fighters in territories under Portuguese colonialism. 29 Cabral acknowledged that while PAIGC's struggle is also the struggle for peaceful coexistence and for peace, he made it clear that to coexist one must first of all exist, so the imperialists and the colonialists must be forced to retreat so that we can make a contribution to human civilization, based on the work, the dynamic personality and the culture of our peoples. 30 In his study of socialism and war, the major theorist of peaceful coexistence, Edvard Kardelj, made a distinction between the wars of the powerful and the wars of the weak. The former had to be condemned at all costs, while the latter could be defended in context. At all times, states had to be in favor of peace in the abstract and against war in the abstract. 31 There is a difference between armed struggle to eject colonialism and the brinkmanship of nuclear warfare as well as the creation of a warfare state. The latter is a violation of peaceful coexistence, while the former is a necessity for it. Even NOM, therefore, could shill for the path of armed struggle. NAM's principal strategic thrust was for the democratization of the United Nations and its recreation into an instrument for justice. Cabral argued that the United Nations in the early 1960s was a giant with its hands tied, and with its structure renewed, its institutions democratized and its voice strengthened to include those hundreds of millions of human beings, it may fully serve the noble cause of freedom, fraternity, progress, and happiness for mankind. 32 In early December 1964, Che Guevara took this message to the floor of the UN General Assembly, we should like to wake up this assembly. Imperialism wants to convert this meeting into a useless oratorical tournament instead of solving the serious problems of the world. We must prevent them from doing this. As Marxists, we maintain that peaceful coexistence does not include coexistence between exploiters and exploited, between oppressors and oppressed. 33 Few in the Third World would deny the words of Guevara, even if many of the elder politicians would urge a more moderate tone. 34 Indeed, after the Second NAM conference in Cairo, the Third World experienced a period of oratorical inflation, notably at the Tricontinental Conference in Havana, 1966. From the early 1960s to the late 1970s, the rhetorical denunciation of imperialism reached its apogee, even as the Third World began to lose its voice. Havana. Between Bandung and Belgrade, a group of hardened revolutionaries went into the mountains of Cuba to put their military inexperience to the test. Led by the charismatic Fidel Castro, these national liberation fighters suffered early defeats and became almost entirely isolated from the main political parties in Havana. Their persistence, generosity toward those around them, and Ella won them allies from among the bruised classes. From the Sierra Maestra, their good energy enthused students to attack the presidential palace in Havana, women's groups to fill Havana's streets with major demonstrations, and workers' organizations to hold a general strike against the regime of Fulgencio Batista, the U.S.-backed dictator and caretaker of Cuba's wealth for the Las Vegas and Miami-based mafia. In winter 1958, 2 years after the insurgency began, the Batista regime evaporated. Batista left the island with his comrade, the gangster Meyer Lansky. Castro's small band entered Havana and took charge of the collapsed state. The U.S. government was not pleased with this turn of events. Castro had lined up on the side of Third World nationalism. In his 1953 courtroom speech, "History will absolve me," Castro called on Cubans to fulfill their duty to revive the 1940 Constitution of Cuba. Pleas and legal challenges had not worked on Batista's regime. "We were taught," Castro said, "that liberty is not begged for but won with the blade of a machete." The United States had a poor track record with national liberation and anti-imperialist movements in Central America and the Caribbean. The armies and allies of the United States had been prone to oppose these movements, assassinate their leaders, and deliver arms to their monarchist or oligarchic opponents. Between 1900 and 1933, the U.S. military intervened to scuttle the national hopes of the people of Cuba, 4 times, the Dominican Republic, 4 times, including an 8-year occupation, Guatemala, once, Haiti, twice, including a 19-year occupation, Honduras, 7 times, Nicaragua, twice, and Panama, 6 times. Most recently, in 1954, the U.S. government intervened to overthrow the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz Guzman in Guatemala. The new Guatemalan government had pledged itself to the National Liberation Program of extensive land reform and nationalization of the economy's commanding heights. Just before it could enact its agrarian reform and nationalize the Rockefeller-owned United Fruit Company, the U.S. Marines landed. Then, in 1959, when a right-wing coup brought François Papa-Doc Duvalier to power in Haiti, the United States armed his Tonton Macoutes, who brought terror to the people. 1 The Castro government had every reason to be suspicious of their northern colossus. A year into the Cuban Revolution, the U.S. President Eisenhower ordered his administration to start covert operations against Cuba. Castro did not know this, but he might have sensed it given Eisenhower's refusal to see him when he traveled to Washington, D.C., to deliver a speech to the Association of Newspaper Editors in March 1959. 2 Fearful that Washington might do to Cuba what it had recently done to Guatemala, the Cubans went to Moscow in mid-1960 to secure a pledge that the USSR will use all means at its disposal to prevent an armed intervention by the United States against Cuba. 3 Despite détente and peaceful coexistence, the reality of interventionism led the Cubans to take refuge in one of the 2 major camps. Threatened by the United States, Cuba went with the Soviets. The Soviet nuclear umbrella had, however, not done anything to deter the U.S. military in Vietnam. In February 1965, the U.S. Air Force began to bomb North Vietnam, and between 1964-65, the U.S. administration had either assisted or given the green light for coups in Bolivia, Brazil, the Congo, Greece, and Indonesia. The Soviets could not prevent any of this. For Castro, part of the problem lay in the new doctrine that had been developed by the Third World Project and adopted by the Soviets, the strange concept of peaceful coexistence for some and war for others. For Castro expected NAM and the USSR to do something concrete for Vietnam as well as other colonized people. This expectation and impatience marks the political debates within the Third World from the mid-1960s until the late 1970s. It is in this period that armed struggle will be revived not only as a tactic of anti-colonialism but significantly as a strategy in itself. If China's Mao led a protracted armed struggle against the Japanese army and the armies of the old social classes of China, he did so because the concrete conditions demanded such a strategy. The Chinese line, as it was known, began to be lifted root and branch without much concern for the concrete conditions in China. The Cuban theory of the FOCO, insurrectionary center, and Fanon's theory of revolutionary violence as well as Lin Biao's theory of people's war all appealed to this impatience. 5 militants and national liberation organizations in this period flooded the meetings of the Third World and demanded armed action against imperialism. They challenged the Soviet delegates and brushed aside any consideration of the limitations of popular anti-imperialist sentiment in the countries to be liberated by the gun. Some of the militants adopted the critique of the two camps theory to suggest that both the United States and the USSR were imperialists, and the only force able to stand up to them was armed national liberation. The discrete reasons for the success of the Chinese and Cuban revolutions became less important than the mimicry of its method. That the Chinese took decades and the Cubans took a few years, and that the Chinese had to fight over an enormous landmass whereas the Cuban remit was an island, seemed irrelevant. The militants dismissed theory and debate in favor of the tactic of insurrection, with armed struggle as the means to seize and maintain power. Mass struggle and the central role of a party was not to distract the onward march of the Revolutionary War. The high point for the militants was a 1966 gathering, the first Solidarity Conference of the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, held in Havana. The conference followed the lineage of Bandung and NAM meetings with two major differences. First, it drew together national liberation regimes and movements from all three continents, hence it was called the Tricontinental Conference. 6. While there was broad agreement on the problems in the world, there were grave disagreements on the strategy to confront the world's predicaments. 7. Sensing a weakness for the progressive forces, some wanted to pursue the line of peaceful coexistence while they built the UN institutions. Others wanted to move immediately to militancy, to challenge imperialism on the battlefield and through small acts of revolutionary violence or terrorism. At the center of the debate was Vietnam. The discussion over how to provide genuine solidarity to Vietnam helped focus the more amorphous dispute over political strategy for the various liberation movements, for the Tricontinental and NAM. By 1966, the war in Vietnam had become diabolical. 500,000 U.S. troops could not break through the Vietnamese fighters, and the aerial bombardment created both grief and resilient opposition among the population. As a result of Vietnam, the Third World powers shed most of their illusions about the Atlantic powers. Of the main leadership at Bandung and Belgrade, Nehru was now dead, Sukarno had been overthrown by a U.S. sponsored coup, U Nu was under house arrest in Rangoon, and Nasser suffocated the last remnants of democracy in Egypt. Those who had taken charge of the Third World dynamic, such as Castro, Algeria's Houari Boumediene, Zambia's Kenneth Kaunda, and Jamaica's Michael Manley, had little patience with the First World. For them, its ideals had been compromised. Any supplication to the United States or its principal allies would be worthless. At the Tricontinental, Castro thundered on about the war and the deplorable assaults, but instead of gaining ground, he pointed out, the U.S. armies have lost ground. The extraordinary defiance of the Vietnamese shocked the Third World. It was one thing for a poorly armed guerrilla force to overthrow the Batista regime or combat the Portuguese colonial forces, but it was altogether a different matter for a peasant army to face the full frontal assault of the US war machine. Nothing was more riveting for the 513 delegates from 83 groups across 3 continents than the presentations by Nguyen Van Thien of the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam and Tran Dan Nguyen of the government of North Vietnam. If Vietnam won, it would be a victory for national liberation globally. 9 The Tricontinental pledged its solidarity to the Vietnamese and looked forward to their victory. Such pledges, however, can be empty. Guevara missed the Tricontinental. He had left Cuba for Africa, where he had begun to explore the possibility of joining the revolutionary movements in the Congo. In a letter to the Tricontinental, Che asked the hardest question of all: what is the value of solidarity when the imperialist guns were not challenged? The solidarity of the progressive forces of the world towards the people of Vietnam today, he wrote, is similar to the bitter irony of the plebeians coaxing on the gladiators in the Roman arena. It is not a matter of wishing success to the victims of aggression, but of sharing his fate. One must accompany him to his death or to victory. 10 To give genuine solidarity to the Vietnamese, Che argued, revolutionary forces across the 3 continents needed to create a second, or a third Vietnam, or the second and third Vietnam of the world. As Neruda sang in 1967, who will erase the ruthlessness hidden in innocent blood? Che's fury eclipsed Neruda's elegy, how close we could look into a bright future should 2, 3, or many Vietnams flourish throughout the world with their share of deaths and their immense tragedies, their everyday heroism and their repeated blows against imperialism, impelled to disperse its forces under the sudden attack and the increasing hatred of all peoples of the world. 11 At the Havana meeting, Castro met with the Bolivian Communist Party chief Mario Monge, who agreed to host Che and support his attempt to create a Vietnam in Bolivia. 12 Che left Africa for Bolivia. Began to organize a FOCO, but lost the support of Monge's Communist Party and therefore became isolated. His attempt to create a second Vietnam ended in his personal sacrifice in 1967 on behalf of anti-imperialism. Che's own failure did not invalidate his critique, though. Should solidarity cost something? The USSR and China played a critical role in world affairs because they constrained the Atlantic powers' quest for primacy. The UN Security Council allowed the Soviets and the Chinese to threaten the veto or else condemn the actions of the Atlantic powers. What frustrated the Third World leaders was the lack of any other kind of response, and indeed sometimes a hostile reaction from the Soviets and the Chinese to the militancy in the Third World. Could the USSR threaten violence against the United States or else invade a US ally so as to sue for peace in Southeast Asia? Since 1955, the Soviets had adopted the theory of peaceful coexistence. This meant that they could offer moral and material support to intensify the class struggle where they deemed it important, but they would not export revolution by the gun. The Soviets defended their 1956 invasion of Hungary as their revolutionary duty to assist communist regimes that had been threatened by a counter-revolutionary coup. 13 Could China invade Taiwan to make the same point? The Chinese had already tried to do so in 1958, but they had to retreat when the United States sent along its nuclear-armed Seventh Fleet. For all its bluster about the export of world revolution, the Chinese could not afford to antagonize the United States and other Atlantic powers into a major conflict. In a 1964 statement on the Congo, Mao noted that each time the United States invaded a country, it would be advantageous for the world revolution. The United States had intervened in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Cuba, Germany, Japan, Korea, and Latin America. It plays the bully everywhere. U.S. imperialism has overreached itself. Wherever it commits aggression, it puts a new noose around its neck. It is besieged ring upon ring by the people of the whole world. 14 Imperialist powers had an inherent tendency to fight wars of conquest and subjugation, and as they did so, they would confront people's tenacious desire for liberty and independence. Despite the dispute between the Chinese and the Soviets, both followed the same policy of giving verbal and material support to their allies in the class struggle, without entering into interstate hostilities themselves. 15 Nuclear war had made direct warfare between the first two worlds impossible. It was now left to the non-nuclear powers to pin down imperialism's tentacles. The Nam states and Nam itself did not have the means to join the Vietnam War. Nam could not send its armies to Hanoi, even as the Second Nam Conference in Cairo, 1964, had stated that wars of national liberation are defensible, that they are the principal means to fulfill the natural aspirations of people being colonized by powers that were loath to transfer sovereignty, and that the process of liberation is irresistible and irreversible. 16 Nam had supported the Algerian struggle in 1961, and it welcomed the victory of the Algerians in 1962. It also supported the main liberation movements in Portuguese Africa, Mozambique, Angola, and Cabo Verde. 17 It was enough to support wars of national liberation when these were far away and much harder to take a principled position on the armed overthrow of a recognized government. Many of the Nam states had already begun to experience armed struggle within. The dominant classes of these states held the reins of state power, and wielded it against their internal critics. It was far easier to bemoan U.S. interventions and the ailing Portuguese colonies than to validate the tactic of armed struggle, especially if such struggles had broken out within a Nam state. Nehru and Sukarno had been ruthless against the communist movements in their own countries, and they were incapable of a genuine challenge to finance capital. Like Nehru and Sukarno, Nkrumah of Ghana enjoyed the momentum of a successful freedom struggle and disliked any opposition. His Preventive Detention Act and use of the state apparatus against the rail workers in 1961 led inexorably to the creation of a one-party state in 1964 with Nkrumah as Osagyefo or Redeemer. Unlike Nehru and Sukarno, however, Nkrumah attempted to delink Ghana from the global capitalist economy and pursue his own version of African socialism. In 1965, Nkrumah published Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, a book that predicted his own demise. A state in the grip of neocolonialism, he noted, is not master of its own destiny. 18 Nkrumah's popularity plummeted along with world cocoa prices, and in 1966, the CIA encouraged his opposition to conduct a coup against him. Nkrumah took refuge in Conakry, Guinea. While in Guinea, Nkrumah studied the situation of the Third World and came to the conclusion that the only way to make a revolution given the bipolar world is by a protracted guerrilla struggle. Thus far, the Third World had used reasoned arguments to gain its ends. Appeals are not sufficient, Nkrumah asserted, even when these were eloquent. Success could only be achieved by deeds, and while these deeds threaten total war, it is often their absence which constitutes the threat to peace. 19. Time is running out, Nkrumah wrote in one of his manuals for revolutionary war. We must act now. The freedom fighters already operating in many parts of Africa must no longer be allowed to bear the full brunt of a continental struggle against a continental enemy. 20 These were not diluted statements. In 1961, South Africa's Umkhonto we Sizwe began its violent career. In Portuguese Africa, the MPLA, the Frelimo, and the PEG were in a full-scale war against a much weakened colonial force. The Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZANU, and the Southwest African People's Organization began guerrilla warfare in 1966. Nkrumah's vision of revolutionary war had become a reality in parts of Africa. He argued that all of Africa should join this struggle, not only to overthrow colonial rulers, but also as an instrument to radicalize the masses and create major social upheaval. At the Tricontinental, Nkrumah's comrade, Cabral of the PEG, opened his address with the statement, "We are not going to eliminate imperialism by shouting insults against it. For us, the best and worst shout against imperialism, whatever its form, is to take up arms and fight." 21 For Cabral, like Nkrumah, colonialism and neocolonialism are two forms of imperialism, both of which negate the historical process of the dominated people by means of violent usurpation of the freedom of development of the national productive forces. 22 If we accept the principle that the liberation struggle is a revolution and that it does not finish at the moment when the national flag is raised and the national anthem played, we will see that there is not, and cannot be, national liberation without the use of liberating violence by the nationalist forces, to answer the criminal violence of the agents of imperialism. 23 In 1956, Cabral founded the PAIG, which worked through all legal channels against Portuguese rule. When the colonial forces massacred 50 dock workers in 1959 at the Pijiguatai docks at the port of Bissau, the Guinean population went over to the PAIG. The party did not move to the armed path until 1962, only after it had secured the majority of the population's support. The bloody war went on for a decade, and one of its victims was Cabral himself, shot by a disgruntled comrade. The PAIG succeeded in 1974, as Portugal's junta fell apart. A flexible use of tactics based on a strategic anti-imperialist program drove the PAIG. It had taken the legal route and had been able to conscript the bulk of the population to its side, only when it had this mass backing, and only when the dominant classes had begun to narrow its space for action, did it take to the gun. This is what distinguished the PAIG from many of the other groups that used armed struggle, most of which had a more tragically symbolic approach to politics than a materialist 1.24. The Tricontinental neither went out of its way to promote revolutionary wars or violent acts, nor did it condemn them outright. It did, however, offer its support for ongoing wars because, the final resolution contended, imperialists do not listen to exploited peoples, who must resort to the most energetic forms of struggle, of which armed struggle is one of the highest stages, to achieve final victory. 25 This statement on behalf of armed struggle gave courage to people in the midst of major battles in limited wars, but it did not lead to any dramatic increase of militancy within the Third World. After Algeria's victory in 1962 by armed struggle, the next major success came in 1974 when revolutionaries overthrew the dictatorial regime of Selassie. While the African continent began to wither under debt and policies enforced by the IMF, a popular movement in Ethiopia dispensed with the monarchy, enthroned a left-wing government, and immediately had to seek military assistance from Cuba and the USSR against a Saudi U.S.-backed invasion by the armed forces of Somalia. Before the world could make sense of what happened in Addis Ababa, a progressive military junta overthrew the fascist dictatorship in Lisbon. 6 African revolutionary movements took advantage of the turmoil in 1974 and declared independence: Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, São Tomé, and opportunistically, Zimbabwe. 26 After years of guerrilla war, aided by the Cubans in Angola, the revolutionaries had success by the gun. Yet the victory in these colonies came in large part because of the weakness of the Portuguese state, now shaken by internal political reforms and economic instability. The armed struggle in Africa, then, succeeded only in areas where the colonial oppressor had been severely weakened by other factors. The war did play an important, but not decisive, role in the process. The African success certainly emboldened revolutionary armed struggle across the globe. But the jewel in the crown of anti-colonial armed struggle came in 1975, with the conclusion of the revolutionary wars in Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, against a considerable adversary, the United States. Vietnam and the National Liberation Armed Struggle promoted at the Tricontinental encouraged revolutionary movements in South and Central America to confront the tyranny of their domestic elites and U.S. sponsors with the gun. Colombia, El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Peru, and Uruguay, among others, held the torch for the armed path into the 1980s and beyond. 27. A decade after the Tricontinental, in 1979, NAM convened in Havana for its 6th summit. Armed struggle had become less significant for the agenda of the Third World, with the victory of Vietnam over the United States and the defeat of the Portuguese in Africa. The Cubans had been active with their support in Africa, mainly for the anti-Portuguese struggles, but also in the Horn of Africa, and this continued despite the discomfiture of some states expressed at the 1978 meeting of the Organization of African Unity at Khartoum. The Chinese shift from militant confrontation with the United States to outright collaboration on foreign policy had also dulled the edge of international Maoism, not to speak of the military defeats faced by Maoists in India and elsewhere. 93 countries attended the conference, where they heard the elder politician of the Third World, Tanzania's Julius Nyerere, offer a reminder that whereas NAM was a progressive movement, it was not a movement of progressive states. In other words, the various NAM countries had their own agendas, their own sense of historical change, and their own strategies for social transformation. The internal development of these countries had something to do with the overall dynamic of NAM, but NAM's own agenda could not be reduced to that of its constituent states. 28 Nyerere called for the large tent approach to the Third World, to be less ideological at the gate, even as the meetings themselves could be a place to push each other to sharper positions. Better to hold discussions around concrete policy positions or else political programs than to oust people based on their insufficient revolutionary rhetoric. And Nyerere should know, being the leader of a movement that was not only eclectic but also innovative. Whatever the limitations of the Tanzanian struggle, and I'll go into that in the next chapter, few would deny its inventiveness. Between the 1950s and the 1970s, the Third World formed a unique political force outside the atomic face-off between the United States, United Kingdom, France and the USSR. Filled with tactical and strategic disagreements on how to deal with colonialism and imperialism, the Third World nonetheless had a core political program around the value of disarmament, national sovereignty, economic integrity, and cultural diversity. At each meeting, the leaders and representatives of the Third World laid out theses for their struggles, but there was one thesis that rarely came up for discussion. At the Tricontinental, Cabral raised the notion, but could not get the delegates to address it at length. Cabral would have been the one to raise this point, having told his party cadre in 1965, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures. Claim no easy victories." 29 In Havana, Cabral said, "One form of struggle which we consider to be fundamental has not been explicitly mentioned in this program, although we are certain that it was present in the minds of those who drew up the program. We refer here to the struggle against our own weaknesses. This battle is the expression of the internal contradictions in the economic, social, cultural, and therefore historical, reality of each of our countries. We are convinced that any national or social revolution which is not based on knowledge of this fundamental reality runs grave risk of being condemned to failure." 30 The Third World had immense internal weaknesses, which, Cabral apart, would not be addressed at the gatherings from Brussels to Havana. These weaknesses corroded the imagined community of the Third World, and eventually participated in the decimation of its agenda. Who would have thought that by the mid-20th century the darker nations would gather in Cuba, once the playground of the plutocracy, to celebrate their will to struggle and their will to win? What an audacious thought, that those who had been fated to labor without want, now wanted to labor in their own image. By Havana, all the powers of the old empire had entered into a holy alliance to demolish the virus of anti-colonial Third World nationalism, while John Bull and the Gaullists trembled at their fate in a world dominated by those they had once ruled. Uncle Sam lent his shoulders and wiles to keep things as close to the past as possible. On the other side of the Iron Curtain, the heirs of Uncle Joe saw promise in the movements of the Third World, and even while they offered assistance to them, they did so with every attempt to steer the ship of history, rather than to share the rudder. Direction was anathema to the darker nations, which had been told what to do for far too long. Time now to deliver oneself to the future. For all the exhilaration, however, the constraints on the new nations were enormous. They began their independence period with immense fiscal burdens, even though they possessed considerable raw materials and other physical resources. Although they had populations with experience in all aspects of social life, the colonial educational systems had deprived them of scientific and technological talent, which they had to cultivate within a generation. Whereas the cultural worlds of the post-colonial nations had vast resources for the soul and spirit of people, the colonial matrix of inferiority and cultural division had a marked influence. Finally, that the leaders of the new Third World had to answer to entrenched old social classes meant that the horizon of social change was circumscribed. Cabral's weakness is in this, if not so much more, and it is to this weakness that I now turn. Part 2. Pitfalls. Algiers. In July 1962, the Algerians evicted the French. The FLN came to power, and one of its founders, Ahmed Ben Bella, became the nation's president. Ben Bella's road to power was not easy. Born on a modest farm in a small town on the Moroccan border, Ben Bella had an uneventful childhood. He joined the French army, fought valiantly in World War II, for which he was commended personally by General Charles de Gaulle, and returned to Algeria. On May 8, 1945, Armistice Day in Europe, the French forces massacred several thousand people who had gathered for a peaceful demonstration in the town of Sétif. This massacre drove Ben Bella into politics. After an attempt in the narrow electoral sphere, he took the armed road. Enthused by the nationalism of Messali Hadj, who had been at the 1927 Brussels meetings, Ben Bella joined Hadj's movement pour le triomphe des libertés démocratiques, MTLD. But impatient with its moderate tone, Ben Bella created the Organisation Spéciale, the armed wing of the MTLD. A few hasty actions led to Ben Bella's imprisonment. When he was released, he joined 8 other hardened revolutionaries, at the average age of 32, to create the FLN. None of the 9 main leaders came from either wealth or extreme poverty, being mainly sons of artisans or from the middle class. Some were Arabs, others Kabyle, Berber. In 1954, as they met to discuss strategy, they heard that the French army had been defeated in Dien Bien Phu, Indochina. This encouraged them, and on November 1, 1954, they called out their underground army to revolt. This was the opening salvo in the Algerian War of Independence. Oran, Algeria, January 1964. The revolution is for the people. Algiers takes to the streets to defend President Ahmed Ben Bella. Copyright Bettman/Corbis. Armed action has the tendency to reduce ambiguity. There is no space for complex positions, because a war of liberation can have only 2 sides on a battlefield. 3 months after the initial assault, colonial officials across Algeria noted a change in the popular mood and the emergence of a newly confident conversation about independence. 1. The FLN's gambit succeeded politically, even if the military cost was enormous. During the course of the war, from 1954 to 1962, between 300,000 and 1 million people lost their lives. It was a heavy price to pay. All the factions within Algeria, even the liberals, lined up behind the FLN. They wanted freedom from French autocracy, and they were willing to subordinate themselves to the FLN and its military wing in order to get the French out. The factionalism within the Algerian liberation struggle was momentarily suspended. The FLN was a front, not a party, and it invited all Algerians to join. The Communist Party joined in 1955, as did the moderate liberals led by Farhad Abbas. Abbas, who tried to ameliorate the FLN's armed line, told an interviewer, "My role, today, is to stand aside for the chiefs of the armed resistance. The methods that I have upheld for the last 15 years, cooperation, discussion, persuasion, have shown themselves to be ineffective, this I recognize." 2. The FLN would brook no neutrality. 3. The French responded brutally, and created the conditions for all forces to join the FLN. When the war entered the city of Algiers in October 1956, the Trade Union Federation galvanized support for the militants of the Kasbah, as did the previously vacillating Communist Party of Algeria. Included among these forces was a young doctor named Frantz Fanon. Born on the Caribbean island of Martinique, Fanon trained as a psychiatrist in France and went to work in an Algerian hospital. Already political, he now threw in his sympathies with the FLN. Before he left for Algeria, he published Black Skin, White Masks, 1952, a searing diagnosis of racism's effect on the person of color. The book earned Fanon a place in the planetary discussion of racism and anti-colonialism. For instance, at the 1956 Présence Africaine Conference on Black Culture held in Paris. Fanon kept in touch with these currents while he worked as the head of psychiatry at Blida Joinville Hospital in Algeria starting in 1953. Faced with the bodies of the victims of French colonialism, notably those who had been tortured, Fanon resigned from the hospital in 1956. If psychiatry is the medical technique that aims to enable man no longer to be a stranger to his environment, Fanon wrote, I owe it to myself to affirm that the Arab, permanently an alien in his own country, lives in a state of absolute depersonalization. The events in Algeria are the logical consequence of an abortive attempt to decerebralize a people. For Fanon documented the atrocities for the French media and the FLN's own El Mujahid. Fanon's most influential book, The Wretched of the Earth, 1961, came out just as he died. He was 36. The Wretched of the Earth is a collection of essays written by Fanon over the course of 10 months. One of them was an address to the 1959 Second Congress of Black Artists and Writers in Rome. Already diagnosed with a fatal illness, Fanon dictated the book to his wife in haste. It was plagued with generalities and ill formulations, a lack of research as well as conceptual clarity. Nevertheless, it is filled with insights and fiery analysis. Sartre's preface sharpened the edges of an already sharp set of arguments, and Sartre's comment that in Fanon's book the Third World finds itself and speaks to itself through his voice, gave the document a magnified importance. 5 Fanon defended the right of national liberation movements to adopt armed struggle, as the movements would do at Havana's 1966 Tricontinental. His defense, however, was not on tactical or even strategic grounds. He maintained that violence is necessary to wrench a colonized society into freedom and reshape the subservience of the colonized so that they might truly be freed by the act of taking their freedom. This section, the first 2 chapters, has come to define Fanon's book. While it is no doubt of immense significance, it should not overshadow Fanon's chapter on the limitations of the National Liberation Project once it takes state power. That chapter, The Pitfalls of National Consciousness, was written before the FLN's victory. It was a cautionary note to Fanon's comrades. The disciplinary imperatives of an armed struggle, and the need to create a simple ideological and military battlefield, might leak into state construction and distort the egalitarian dynamic of national liberation. The Algerian people recognized that nothing could go forward without an energetic citizenry, and indeed in the areas under FLN control this self-management and collective planning had begun to manifest themselves. In every Wilaya FLN district, Fanon had written earlier, cadastral plans are drawn up, school building plans studied, economic reconversions pursued. 6 Freedom would come in the combination of the spontaneous energy of the people and the disciplined channels of the government. A woman who fought hard in the struggle noted that the FLN already had a superior organization, and that the enormous apparatus that our leaders have rapidly set up rests on solid and proven foundations such as the confidence, devotion, participation, and even heroism of our civilian population. She looked forward to the opportunity for Algerian women as well as men to take part in the rebuilding of our country. 7 But the FLN failed the legions of anti-colonial supporters who wanted a role in the creation of a new Algeria. The FLN's charter did not fully support the energy of the people. It was keener to demobilize this enthusiasm. The Third World nation did not fully live up to its promise of radical democracy, where every person would be constituted by the state as a citizen, and where each citizen in turn would act through the state to construct a national society, economy, and culture. From India to Egypt, from Ghana to Indonesia, the great legions of the Third World drew their immense strength from popular mobilization, but none of these states enabled the people who created the platform for freedom to have an equal part in the project to build it. Of course, the construction of the new nation would require the labor of the people, but this work came with direction from above, and not with the co-equal participation of the people in the creation of the national plan or the division of the national surplus. The people had to act, not to lead but to take orders, and the state, the father figure, would protect its feminized subjects. 8. The great flaws in the National Liberation Project came from the assumption that political power could be centralized in the state, that the National Liberation Party should dominate the state, and that the people could be demobilized after their contribution to the liberation struggle. National liberation movements like the FLN divided the movement into 2 categories, the people and the party, and it was the latter that would conduct the work for the former. There was little class analysis, and little acknowledgement that there would be classes antagonistic to the project of the Third World. The party of the working people, not simply the people, would need to create democratic structures not only to socialize production, which they attempted, but also to socialize decision-making. Without the latter, the state would be vulnerable to the counter-revolution of the old social classes of property and the disgruntlement of those in whose name it ruled. Fanon identified this problem before the FLN came to power, and his insights help us navigate through one of the principal failures of the Third World Project, the lack of effective socialized democracy. 9. A hint of the problem came within months of the FLN capture of power. From July to September 1962, the FLN members fought among themselves. The people cried, "Barakat, that's enough," but it was only when Colonel Houari Boumediene entered Algiers and handed the reins of power to Ben Bella that the guns went quiet. Ben Bella centralized power. The 1963 Constitution of Algeria abolished all political parties except the FLN, and elevated the president of the FLN to the sole formulator of state policy. The energy of the Algerian Revolution would now be concentrated in the body of the president, who for the moment was Ben Bella. The 1964 Charter of Algiers defended the abolishment of parties other than the FLN. The multi-party system allows all particular interests to organize into different pressure groups. It frustrates the general interest, that is, the workers' interest, and therefore, in the workers' name, there should only be one party, the Avant-Garde Party. 10 In November 1962, the regime cracked down on the Communist Party of Algeria, which was otherwise in line with the socialist agenda of the FLN, and it soon went after the Parti de la Révolution Socialiste, headed by the former FLN leader Mohamed Boudieff. The leadership of both parties languished in jail. The FLN whittled its own ranks to 100,000 militants who would be the best whatever they happen to be, said Ben Bella. By best I mean he who is the most dynamic, who has the greatest loyalty, who sets an example, who somehow has no other interest than the party. 11 When Farhad Abbas was expelled from the FLN in 1963 after he objected to the lack of discussion over the framing of the constitution, he told the parliament, "For me the party FLN does not exist. The party does not exist, and there are no other FLN militants than those in this assembly, in the administration, in the army. The day when a party is democratically constituted, I will applaud with both hands." 12. Since the constitution had already endowed the president with unaccountable powers, the power of the party essentially rested with its head, the president. The loyalty of the militants would then vest not simply with the party but with the president. There was no separation of powers, no oversight of the president from either the judiciary or the parliament, and little need to answer to anyone for appointments to the bureaucracy. 13 The president could rule by fiat, a structure that welcomed a coup d'état because this alone could change the reins of government in a society that had been substantially depoliticized. The question was not personal, because most scholars and FLN veterans agree that Ben Bella's character was not particularly given to the cult of personality, nor was he ideologically predisposed to it. 14 When Ben Bella had Boudieff arrested, one of his close FLN comrades, Hakan Ait Ahmed, led a protest in the National Assembly. While he agreed with the goals of the revolution, Ait Ahmed said, he felt that Ben Bella's state had reduced the nation to the politics of Zame's clans, or to the level of the old social classes. Little in the institutional framework of society had been altered, so Ait Ahmed went back to the Kabyle Hills to lead an insurrection against the state. It should be said, however, that Ait Ahmed was himself unclear as to the relationship between the state and the party, and the state and the people. He sometimes called for a revolutionary avant-garde party and sometimes for a multi-party system. 15 The problem had been identified, political centralization, but people like Ait Ahmed knew full well the power of imperialism to insinuate itself into a weak civil society. This contradiction, rather than any diabolical intent, was often what led many Third World states into the reproduction of authoritarian state structures. Ben Bella and the FLN centralized political power in order to socialize production. That was the choice made by this regime and many other Third World states that leaned toward socialism. The FLN had to act rapidly, because the society it had inherited from the French had been devastated. 16 The 7.5-year war and the long period of colonial rule, 1830–1962, had drained Algerian society. The FLN inherited the desiccated earth, still rich in nutrients and ability, but on the surface in ruins. Algeria's wealth had been siphoned off by the First World, and little remained. Few factories, few schools, and few hospitals. The emblems of modernity had been built around the colonial maintenance of tradition. In this realm of necessity, the Third World had to craft its hopes. Of the 12 million Algerians, 4.5 million lived in poverty, and 2 million had been locked in concentration camps, from which they went to abandoned herds and overgrown lands. As the French departed, so did the main bureaucratic staff, which meant that the state momentarily collapsed. The FLN had to rapidly take charge of the situation, create institutions that functioned, and help settle the massive dislocation that resulted from both colonialism and the anti-colonial struggle. The task was not easy. In March 1963, Ben Bella's government promulgated a set of laws known as the March Decrees. These had been created in consultation with a group of European and Arab Trotskyites, including the Egyptian Luft Allah Suleiman, the Moroccan Mohammed Tahiri, and the Algerian Mohammed Harbi, who favored worker self-management. The decrees declared any vacant property to be legitimate collective property, legalized worker self-management on farms and in factories, and forbade speculation. The workers had already seized the vacant factories, and the peasantry had already grabbed 3 million hectares of prime land left by the French colon farmers. The new government institutionalized the inventiveness of the workers and the farmers. So far so good, but then the state made some errors. Whereas it had written no role for the state in these new institutions, it also tried to cut out the main trade union federation, the 200,000-strong Union Générale des Travailleurs Algériens, UGTA, that had led the factory takeover. Ben Bella wanted the UGTA to be autonomous within the party, rather than an autonomous union, particularly because the FLN and the state were not yet strong enough to take on the UGTA politically. 17 The architects of the self-management schemes had good ideas, but they were not the ones to execute and oversee the self-management, autogestion, project. Ben Bella nominated his old comrade from the MTLD days, Ali Massas, to be the Minister of Agrarian Reform. Massas was not an advocate of autogestion, he wanted the schemes to be under state control. In April 1963, Ben Bella's government announced another set of decrees that forced the farms to take credit from a state agency and market their products through that same agency. By January 1964, the factories had been placed under the control of the Ministry of National Economy. 18 The 1964 Charter of the Algerian Revolution adopted the contradictions. It hailed the need to nationalize the means of production, and argued that anything less than worker self-management was bureaucratic formalism. 19. The intellectuals who planned the autogestion scheme had not entirely considered the lack of political education. The FLN produced a major social change during the war, but it did not capitalize on it in peacetime. The attempt by the political commissars to subordinate all the independent institutions, such as the trade unions and all the political parties, into the state, and use the state as the institutional arm of the party, suffocated any attempt for social transformation. The Algerian peasantry was mobilized into the war, and suspended its various clan and ethnic divides in the service of the revolution. When it was demobilized, the opportunity for on-the-job political education needed for the creation of a new society lapsed. The peasants, observed a sympathetic book on the FLN, have not proven as revolutionary as they were during the War of Independence. They have not agitated to obtain an agrarian reform or to force the government to give more attention to their problems. Rather, the peasantry went back to their villages and into the social worlds from which they came. The number of new mosques is just one indication that the peasants, after the interlude of the war, have returned to their old ways and values. In the absence of any leadership from the party or the government, the peasants have fallen once again under the influence of the traditional authorities: marabouts, holy men, imams, Islamic prelates, and village chiefs and elders. 20 This was a major consequence of the lack of socialized democracy. 21 Groups like Al-Qiyam, Values, led by Hashimi Tijani, would work on this terrain to create the social basis for the Islamic explosion that occurred in the 1980s. 22 French rule did not create a sizable class of Algerians with developed technical expertise. Those who had joined the colonial state were not to be trusted by the FLN. And the FLN itself did not have sufficiently trained people to take over the management of complicated technical institutions. A lack of such personnel meant that the FLN relied on those among the petty bourgeoisie and bourgeoisie who did not flee to France in 1962. A census from April 1963 showed that French nationals and Algerians of the French colonial period held 43% of the planning and decision-making posts, whereas they held 77% of managerial posts. 23 In 1959, the state hired 63,000 civil servants, whereas by 1964 the state had 100,000 on its books. 24 The treasury leaked into the civil servant salaries. 2.9 billion dinars went to pay their salaries, while only 2.4 billion dinars went to economic development. 25 The state apparatus bloated, as did that of the military, and these became the primary source of demand in the Algerian economy. As the state nationalized more and more sections of the economy, this role intensified. The central role of the state and the insinuation of the bourgeoisie into its ranks led to the creation of a parasitic relation between the state and the bourgeoisie. The intimacy between the state and this dominant class, and in Algeria, certainly clans more than others, allowed the central bank and the customs office immense latitude. Their independence shows that whereas the National Liberation State was able to clamp down on democracy for the working class and the peasantry, and speak in its name, it allowed the bourgeoisie and its institutions to have relative autonomy. The national bourgeoisie did not capture the National Liberation Party, the FLN in this case, or even the new state. In the anti-colonialist struggle, the party adopted the patina of being above class and standing for all the people. Because of this role, it attracted the working class and the peasantry as well as the class that worked in a bureaucratic capacity for the state, in addition to some elements of the mercantile and industrial class. Apart from some exceptions, such as India, the merchants and petty industrialists were not autonomous from the state, indeed they relied on it either for government contracts, through licenses to operate their concerns, or else by the space created for them through the national state's tariff regime. National liberation parties that came to power without a well-honed class analysis opened themselves up to pressure from the newly confident mercantile and industrial classes, whose own position was greatly enhanced by the national liberation agenda for the domestic creation of industry, for the creation of a national economy. Although the National Liberation Party remained largely beholden to the bureaucratic managerial intellectual, sometimes military, elite, it did build close ties to the industrial class. 26 Import substitution type projects opened some space for institutional reform and social development projects, but in most cases they simply protected domestic industrialists who had no long-term commitment to the Third World agenda. Some of the national liberation states, such as Algeria, pledged to follow a fairly radical social agenda for land reform, and self-management in factories. The list of the reforms, however, is less important than the character of governance. Would the state devolve power to the people, would it mobilize them into the acts of the state, or else would it demobilize the national liberation movement and promise to create change bureaucratically? If the latter, then the state would dictate to the people, who had dreamed while in the struggle of being partners in the national construction. When the National Liberation State adopted development in a bureaucratic manner, it tended to mimic the approach of international agencies like the World Bank rather than the aspirations and hopes of the people who had empowered the new state in the first place. There was little discussion about how to bring the views of the peasantry, of men and women, of the outcast peoples, to the center of the national debate on priorities, nor about how to address differentials in relations of power between men and women, urban and rural folk, literate and illiterate people. The National Liberation Project had a tendency toward a naturalistic analysis of political rights, that if colonial power is removed, if the state is controlled by the national liberation forces, if these forces produce a decent economic model, then the people will be free. 27 The 1964 Charter of the Algerian Revolution anticipated this problem, as it warned the nation about the one-party direction. A single-party system could lead to a petit bourgeois dictatorship, or to the formation of a bureaucratic class that uses the state apparatus as an instrument to satisfy its personal interests, or finally to a regime of personal dictatorship that reduces the party to a simple political police. If during the period of armed struggle, the Charter continued, it was acceptable to think of political unity. This must be reconsidered in light of the objectives and perspectives of the socialist revolution. Such a union is now outdated. 28. Of course it was not revisited. Algeria followed a tradition already established and defended in large parts of post-colonial Africa, whether ruled by governments of the right or the left in Guinea, 1958, Congo, 1960, Ivory Coast, 1961, Tanzania, 1963, Malawi, 1963, and Kenya, 1964. The defenders of the one-party state argued that rival parties have generally little interest for the great majority of the people. The idea of national politics is central to the national liberation view of the one-party state. To break the polity into factions would obviate the idea that the freedom struggle had united the people with one interest, to create a nation against imperialism. Classes and social divisions could not be allowed to disrupt the fundamental unity of the nation. To allow rival parties might enable a handful of individuals to put our nation in jeopardy, and reduce to ashes the effort of the millions. 29. To allow dissent might, in addition, open the door to influence by imperial forces, which will adopt proxies within the country to destabilize it. The one-party vision is one of fear of the people, fear that any devolution of power would lead to anti-national activity or would cause fundamental dissension where there should be an assumed unity. Many national liberation politicians, having grown up with the belief that their party represented the entire population, denied the different and often mutually exclusive interests that rent the social fabric. Both the industrialists and the workers benefited from high tariffs to prevent the collapse of a domestic factory, but both did not benefit equally. The workers had to labor under a regime of exploitation that remained in place regardless of the tariff. When the national liberation movement sent its people home, it lost its immense power base. A state that acted bureaucratically on a population had a built-in tendency to rely on congealed, traditional sources of social power and control. Older forms of association returned to the fore, such as tribal and class loyalties. These power bases became indispensable for elections or the implementation of the state's development agenda. The national liberation state that came into being as the instrument of popular power now turned to the very agents who had often not supported it to enact its policies. The problem of bureaucratization and the single party was a major topic of debate in Vietnam just as the Algerians won their freedom. At the 1961 Second Congress of the Vietnam Workers' Party, Ho Chi Minh warned his party and nation about the tendency toward bureaucratization and commandism, for the bureaucratic attitude shows in fondness for red tape, divorce from the masses of the people and reluctance to learn the experiences of the masses, while commandism did not allow the people to work on their own initiative and own accord and to use compulsion to do unexplained tasks. 30. In the darker nations, among communists. Outside the pale, there is an extended literature based on the practical experience of what the Vietnamese called collective mastery, Lam Chu Tap Thi. Che's lyrical essays on volunteerism and communist morality come from and engendered the work councils, Consejos de Trabajo, that continue to be a feature of Cuban social life. Cabral's speeches on the duty of the communist address the problem. Within a year of Guinea-Bissau's freedom from Portuguese rule, Cabral's government invited the renowned Brazilian educator Paulo Freire to visit the country, study its educational system, and provide assistance on a popular pedagogy for the creation of a non-bureaucratic society. 31 This was in the context of a country battered and devastated by war, and yet in search of the principle for a popular state. The resilience of the population strengthened the demand that the party not resort to commandism and bureaucratism but that it gradually create the mechanism for popular governance. 32 To set the task was one thing, but to be able to overcome the problem of technical skill and class hierarchy was another. Because the national liberation state fails the population, Fanon wrote in 1961, the masses begin to sulk, they turn away from this nation in which they have been given no place and begin to lose interest in it. 33 In Algeria, by contrast, some sections of the masses turned their ire against the regime. Ahmed VIII's front of socialist forces attempted to assassinate Ben Bella on May 31, 1964. In June 1964 the UGTA, the main trade union, began to assert itself. Union workers struck on behalf of nationalization and against their limited role in statecraft. Strikes across the industrial spectrum paralyzed the country. The maneuvers by the workers and the newly militant UGTA as well as the onset of despondency among the people led Ben Bella and his corps in the FLN to attempt a course correction. Ben Bella reached out to the UGTA at its second Congress in March 1965, later, he patched up his relations with the Algerian communists. The UGTA was entirely revitalized, and it was poised to play a major, democratizing role in Algerian society. Alongside it stood the Union Nationale des Femmes Algériennes, whose March 8 International Women's Day rally in 1965 drew 10,000 women, and the Jeunesse du Front de Libération Nationale, which had reached its peak of 50,000 members after it began to organize in April 1964. 34 Ben Bella's autocratic interregnum seemed to be on the wane, as the social democratization implicit in the national liberation experiment seemed to be on the horizon. And then the army moved. Houari Boumediene, whose command over the army had given the presidency to Ben Bella in the first place, now revoked his trust. On June 19, 1965, just as Ben Bella received the Lenin Prize, the officers of the Algerian military broke into his house and placed him under arrest. Boumediene took charge of the state, and the military became the main pillar of the regime. Although Boumediene argued that he had taken power in reaction to Ben Bella's cult of personality, the reason that best explains this coup is the rapprochement between Ben Bella and the organized left. The tendency toward socialized democracy went against the grain of the carefully wrought fabric of the Third World state. Boumediene understood that Third World socialism, unlike communism, could not afford to alienate the national bourgeoisie and the army. His liberation army that entered Algiers in 1962 was no longer in place in 1965. In the interim, it had absorbed the officer corps of the French Algerian army and had taken on the character of the national bourgeoisie. This new officer element had a strong influence in the events around the ejection of Ben Bella. 35. Boumediene continued most of the broad economic policies of the Ben Bella era, the nationalization of industry, particularly the oil sector, now consolidated into Sonatrach. Autogestion was entirely absorbed into the state structure, and industry earned priority over agriculture. 36. The military played a larger role in society, which meant that it also had a greater claim on the budget. This was all financed in the main by Algeria's substantial oil and natural gas reserves. These helped maintain a healthy treasury while oil and gas prices remained high. The state dominated society and ruled in the name of socialism. The class that dominated this state, however, as had been warned in the 1964 Charter, was the parasitic bourgeoisie, and its ancillary sector in the military. Boumediene had a vision of a solicitous state that tended to the needs of a respectful and quiescent population. The state must extend its authority throughout society, Boumediene believed, just as the vascular system carries and breathes life into the human body's distant extremities. The regime's enemies were like intruders who have penetrated the body of the revolution. They were an excrescence, a gangrene that needed to be excised. 37 Boumediene, therefore, cracked down on the left, particularly the UGTA, which largely vanished, and the Communist Party. 38 In a sense, Boumediene's was closer to the type of approach followed by most Third World states than that of Ben Bella. Boumediene's personality did not allow for aggrandizement, but he did adorn the state with the emblems of the freedom struggle. A cult of personality grew around the War of Independence and the FLN. The failed National Liberation Project, Fanon warned, asks the people to fall back into the past, and to become drunk on the remembrance of the epoch which led up to independence. 39 Nostalgia is one means to prevent the total alienation of the population from the state. Nationalism is reduced to grandiose buildings in the capital, marches and processions, immense statues to the leaders, and other such decorations to celebrate a struggle that is unfinished in the eyes of the population. If the European and North American states had a cenotaph in a strategic place to honor the unknown soldiers who died to protect the liberties of the republics, the anti-colonial Third World states frequently honored the sacrifice of the untold millions in the struggle for liberation. Murals of the unnamed people, though, came in the context of large portraits and statues of the leaders of the national liberation parties. The leaders who stood in for the movements closely held the political capital from the liberation struggle. Failures by the leadership did not immediately lead to disillusion because, for all else, the popular association of these leaders with the audacity of national liberation allowed them a great deal of latitude. Nostalgia, then, had a political purpose, and it was not simply the wistful hope of a blind leadership or the naive hope of a betrayed population. The character who promotes nostalgia, often the only one who can do so, is the hero of the national liberation struggle who has become the head of state. This leader stands for moral power, the power of the struggle, but in doing so in the context of the betrayal of that struggle, the leader pacifies the people. 40 Since this leader is now the fig leaf before the naked extractions conducted by the emergent wealthy, he becomes the general president of that company of profiteers impatient for their return which constitutes the national bourgeoisie. 41 By the late 1960s, Algeria had moved from an attempt to create a socialist state to a state capitalist one, with a parasitic bourgeoisie confident beside the strong arms of the military. If Ben Bella had confronted the army earlier, his regime might have lasted for less time. In the interim, the Algerian government did promote a considerable socialist agenda, some of which had to be followed by the military government of Boumediene. Algeria continued to be a player in NAM, mainly because its own foreign policy kept it outside any arrangement with the United States and the USSR. In 1973, Algeria hosted the Fourth Non-Aligned Summit, the largest until then. At the summit, Boumediene called for the construction of a new international economic order, NIEO. He argued that non-alignment must be given a new meaning, where economic liberation must be paramount and political questions should be secondary. Political rights within a nation can be subsumed as long as the rulers had an economic agenda that confronted capitalism. This view found few detractors, mainly because by the time of the summit in Algiers a number of Third World leaders arrived either in military fatigues or with military designations before their names. Without an insistence on popular mobilization, the state form adopted by the Third World could be best governed by the military. From the coup until the eventual demise of the oil-dependent growth, the military dominated the country. After Boumediene's death, another soldier, Chadli Benjedid, held office until 1992. The demobilization of the population led almost inexorably within the Third World to military coups and military rule. Where the military did not overthrow the civilian government, the inability of states to break from colonial borders and other such dilemmas led to a strengthened military brass. More money to guns meant less to butter, and therefore to an impoverished agenda for the increase of the social wage, the improvement of agricultural and other social relations, and better prices for exported commodities. The main social agency that demanded this agenda within the constraints of the Third World regime remained the Communists, and it was the strengthened hand of the military that often exorcised the left, helped out by the CIA and given a blind eye by the USSR. The broader story of these tragedies occupies us in this part, as we make our way from the military coup in La Paz, Bolivia, to the massacre of the Communists of the Indonesian archipelago, to the border war between India and China, and eventually to the reduction of the Third World's political and economic agenda into OPEC and the Ujamaa villages of Tanzania. Neo-colonial imperialism persisted, and the countries of the Third World remained enthralled to economic and political logics that disinherited most of them. The people wanted the formal trappings of freedom rather than flag independence. The Tanzanians called it Uhuru wa Bendera. They had to settle for mild reforms and nostalgia, or else be disappeared. La Paz. In May 1963, at a conference of Air Force chiefs from throughout the Americas, a U.S. official rose to toast the Bolivian government. Bolivian officials and military officers showed me priorities and necessities in the country immediately upon my arrival. Their intent is good and to be lauded. I believe that there is now greater awareness, greater acknowledgement, of the very important constructive role that is being played by the military in the development of Bolivia, as well as the very great importance they are playing in the control of subversive elements. Teodoro Moscano, the coordinator of the Alliance for Progress, the Kennedy administration's anti-communist regional umbrella, received hosannas in return from General René Barrientos, a career Bolivian Air Force officer who had a close relationship with the U.S. military, as air attaché to the United States in the 1950s. Barrientos assured the U.S. military that Bolivia would work under the Alliance for Progress and its Civic Action Program to help secure internal stability and combat communism. 1. The oddest thing about this interaction is that Barrientos officially represented the government of the Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario, MNR, the left revolutionary party that had been in power since its successful armed rebellion of 1952. What was a left-wing nationalist government doing in such proximity to the U.S. government at a time when the latter had pledged itself to the erasure of communism in the world and the former had adopted a platform that was communist but for the hammer and sickle? Since the early Spanish invasion of South America until the present, the small country of Bolivia has been important to Europe. In the Spanish period, Bolivia operated as Europe's treasury. The Spanish captured the 4,000-meter mountain of Potosí, and mined it for what seemed like its inexhaustible reserve of silver. 557 concessions went out on the 94 veins of silver that the Spaniards uncovered. The rush of silver into Europe created the price revolution of the 16th century too. By the mid-19th century, the silver mines had been displaced in importance by the tin mines. A Bolivian, Simon Igeri Patino, became the tin king, cultivated a tin oligarchy, La Rosca, or the screw, moved to Europe, and governed the country through his representatives and the gun. The tin extracted from Patino's mines left Bolivia for Liverpool, England, to be smelted in a facility substantially owned by Patino, who profited enormously from start to finish. 3 Tin miners had little political role in 100 years of independent Bolivia. 4. In 1951, the decade-old MNR won a key election, but given that it directly threatened the power of La Rosca and its class allies, the military stepped in and revoked the election. A year later, the MNR returned to power in a popular coup, where the militias of the campesinos and tin miners overwhelmed the military and took charge of the country. The MNR's leader Victor Paz Estenssoro became president and immediately put in place substantial reforms on behalf of the party's base, and therefore the majority of the population. 3 months after it came to power, the MNR opened the suffrage to everyone, both men and women, literates and illiterates. Only 6.6% of the population, 205,000, voted in the 1951 election, but by the time of the 1956 election more than 30% of the population, 1,127,000, registered to exercise their newly won franchise. Even if women in the MNR could not break the back of Bolivian patriarchy, their organizations, the Maria Barzola movement and the Comandos Femeninas, won a substantial victory for women with the franchise, far ahead of Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and Peru. 5 The franchise reform had effects long after the revolution of 1952's economic reforms had faded, and even during the military dictatorship from 1964, considered even more illegitimate because people had once had the vote. The two most substantial economic reforms were the nationalization of the tin mines and the land reforms. The MNR regime owed its power to the two social classes that worked these sectors, the miners and the campesinos. In October 1952, President Paz traveled to Siglo XX, the mine where the most militant workers of the Federación Sindical de Trabajadores Mineros de Bolivia worked, to announce the nationalization of the tin resources. The move had a symbolic effect because Bolivia now seemed to reclaim its resources. The fact is that the quality of the tin had already begun to decline during the 1940s, no new source of tin had been found since 1927, and the Bolivian economy still had to export raw tin to be processed elsewhere. The nationalization alone showed that the MNR had the interests of the Bolivian people at heart, but it was an insufficient maneuver against the overwhelming dominance of external capital over the fate of the miners. The second reform came in 1953, when the MNR conducted fairly extensive land redistribution on behalf of the landless labor, the campesinos. The 6% of the landowners who owned more than 1,000 hectares, the hacendados, controlled 92% of the land, and they had not more than 1.5% of that land under cultivation. 6 This landed elite relied on brute force to get the mainly Amerindian labor to work. The MNR's Decree of Land Reform, August 3, 1953, confiscated large parts of the latifundias and transferred these to the comunidades, peasant communities, to be worked by the peasantry, who were mainly Amerindian. The best lands, the lands with the most capital-intensive agriculture, did not come into the communal pool, and therefore what the comunidades got was often substandard. Part of this occurred because the revolutionary regime did not incorporate the experienced leaders of the campesino, many of whom had been crucial not only to the revolution but also to the ferment in agricultural areas since the mid-1940s. 7. Despite the drawbacks of the revolution, Bolivia in the early 1950s was in the same sort of social ferment as Algeria a decade later. For a few years, Bolivia trod a path unfamiliar to most Third World states, which is why it is especially important for consideration here. From 1952 until the late 1950s, the MNR attempted to dismantle the military and hand over the power of the gun to the militias of the campesinos, the tin miners, and the MNR's own Grupos de Honor. Its 1951 experience with the military led the MNR to shut down the Colegio Militar, dismiss a fifth of the officer corps, drastically cut the expenditure for the army, from 22% in 1952 to 7% in 1957, and even consider the complete elimination of the armed forces. 8 The lack of a central authority in Bolivia, or else the effective devolution of power to the people's organizations, led the U.S. State Department to note in 1957 that the whole complex of lawlessness, combined with the government's apparent unwillingness or inability to control it, added up to a considerable degree of anarchy in the country. 9 The anarchy for the United States was popular democracy for the Bolivians. The U.S. government did not intervene in Bolivia as it did with such ferocity in Guatemala, when its president, Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, attempted to give a socialist shape to the relationship between the state and society. 10 The difference between Guatemala and Bolivia is perhaps in the role that U.S. firms played in the economy of each country. In Guatemala, the United Fruit Company owned vast tracts of land, and operated this land as an immense agricultural factory. The Arbenz government's land reform directly threatened United Fruit's holdings. In Bolivia, the U.S. firms did not own the tin mines. Since 1946, the U.S. firms bought half of Bolivia's tin, and a swarm of experts descended on the country that quickly became one large tin mine in the eyes of the U.S. government, which saw its Bolivian counterpart as a tin pot government. 11 Bolivia's tin would come to the United States regardless of who owned the mines, although a genuinely socialized and nationalist structure might try to get a better rate for its core constituency, the miners. Nevertheless, there was no urgency to tackle the Bolivian reforms, because they did not affect the basic structure of U.S. dominance in the short term. Rather than try to overthrow the MNR, the U.S. government began a two-step process to undermine the radicalism of the revolution. The two stages were encapsulated in President Kennedy's Alliance for Progress. In 1961, the Kennedy administration provided $20 billion to Central and South American states for economic development and military assistance. In March, Kennedy welcomed South and Central American leaders to the White House with a speech on the alliance, in which he noted, "The new generation of military leaders has shown an increasing awareness that armies cannot only defend their countries, they can, as we have learned through our own Corps of Engineers, help to build them." 12 The U.S. government, in other words, saw the military as a stalwart institution for development. The United States had already funneled large amounts of money into rebuilding the Bolivian army, and it soon increased the funds astronomically, from $1.4 million in 1962 to $4.1 million in 1963. An army leadership frustrated by the cutbacks and the overall demotion of its status in the country turned to the United States for assistance. In 1960, a senior general told the U.S. ambassador and military attaché that 90% of the officers and troops held strong anti-communist viewpoints. 13 The military put itself at the service of the U.S. government and awaited a green light for a coup. 14 Indeed, when the Bolivian army, led by Barrientos, conducted its coup in 1964, it was given substantial encouragement by the U.S. attaché, Colonel Edward Fox, alternatively known as Fox of the Andes or Zorro of the Andes. While this is unimpeachable, what is often left out of the story is that the MNR had by the late 1950s already begun to build up the military and had ceased to rely on its central allies for popular support. President Paz came from the more conservative, albeit nationalist, side of the MNR, not the more socialist, minor union side like his vice president, Juan Lechin. To crack down on the pro-Castro and pro-communist element in the MNR, Paz began to dismantle the massive social movements and turn for support to the institutions of the old regime, the church and the military, as well as U.S. government aid funds. Paz's desire to concentrate power in the hands of his clique led to the departure of sections of the MNR and the alienation of the tin miners because of the removal of Lechin from his ticket for the 1964 election. By July 1962, Paz encouraged the military to crack down on the civilian militias, and by the end of the year, the renewed military had recovered ground against both the campesinos and the tin miners. The power base of the revolution was demobilized and disarmed. The MNR leadership's fear of the left led it into the arms of the United States and the conservative social classes that fundamentally opposed the agenda of the Third World. The U.S. government did not alone fashion the coup of 1964, it gave international support to the generals whose power increased as a result of U.S. funds, and it eroded the compact between the social movements of the revolution and the government that had taken power in their name. The 1963 Panama meeting, therefore, was simply an indication of the coup that would come soon after. The gulp of 1964 was well prepared by the Bolivian military and the U.S. government, and was facilitated by the ideological weakness of the Paz wing in the MNR, which was keener on order than on radical social change. The events in Bolivia replicated those elsewhere in the darker nations, from its neighbor Paraguay's 1954 coup led by General Alfredo Stroessner to the distant Thailand's 1957 coup led by Army Chief Sarat Tanara. From the end of World War II to the early 1970s, one scholar estimates that at the most, 200 coups took place in Africa and Asia as well as Central and South America. 15 In his prescient book, Fanon had warned about the structural role of the military in the former colonial nations. Care must be taken to avoid turning the army into an autonomous body which sooner or later, finding itself idle and without any definite mission, will go into politics and threaten the government. Drawing room generals, by dint of haunting the corridors of government departments, come to dream of manifestos. 16 Where every other institution had been battered by colonialism and neocolonialism, the military stood out as efficient and disciplined. The bureaucracy is often poorly trained and prone to corruption, whereas the political parties are frequently, even in South America, better at the struggle for freedom or the creation of manifestos than governance. In this situation, and with the general demobilization and disarmament of the population, the military is an obvious actor for social order. Fanon has a prescription to prevent the gulp. The only way to avoid this menace, he writes, is to educate the army politically, in other words to nationalize it. In the same way another urgent task is to increase the militia. 17 Indeed, Third World states that did not disarm the population, and that created citizens' militias and retained the population in a general political mobilization, did not succumb to coups or easy intervention by imperialism. The classic case is revolutionary Cuba. Shortly after the Castro group took power in Cuba, the leadership of the revolution maintained the level of popular participation in revolutionary activities as part of the order of governance. To defend the nation, the Cuban government transformed the army, and supplemented it with the militias de tropas territoriales, the territorial militia, the national revolutionary militias, the various battalions of the regional militias, such as the Cienfuegos militia, the Association of Pioneer Rebels, the Ejército Juvenil del Trabajo, the Youth Labor Army, and such smaller outfits like the Conrado Benitez Brigades and the Mariana Grajales Women's Platoon. 18 These militias not only provided crucial homeland defense during invasions such as the Bay of Pigs but also participated in agricultural operations, namely, the Ejecido-Juvenil, and literacy campaigns, namely, the Benitez Brigades. Hours after the Cuban people routed the invasion at the Bay of Pigs in April 1961, Castro offered 4 hours of explanation on television. Imperialism examines geography, analyzes the number of cannons, of planes, of tanks, the positions. The revolutionary examines the social composition of the population. The imperialists don't give a damn about how the population there thinks or feels. 19. Following Cuba's example, Guinea mobilized sections of the population into civic brigades and popular militias. 1966, Tanzania created the National Service, 1964-66, and Libya created the Popular Resistance Force, 1971. These militias worked against a military coup, but in some cases they also allowed the one-party state to suffocate any dissent in the population. This is a perennial problem with popular mobilization, when the organs of the people stifle dissent in civil society in the name of national progress or democracy. There is no easy solution to the problem of popular mobilization and dissent, particularly when the forces of imperialism are arrayed against national liberation. Indeed, when they are pledged to overthrow the new nations. Can dissent be institutionalized, or is the space for dissent only to be produced by the attitude of the state? Dissent is a fundamental liberty, not only for its political utility, it does not alienate parts of the population, but also because dissent might carry useful suggestions and criticisms that are otherwise silenced by the echo chamber of government. Regimes that advocated popular mobilization did not pay sufficient attention to the importance of dissent, and even as they held progressive views they did not promote democratic institutions. 20. Most new nations that demobilized and disarmed their populations fell prey to military intervention, often driven by imperialist pressure. The U.S. government, by the early 1950s, began to assume responsibility for corporate interests against the new nation's attempts to nationalize production. The U.S. engineered coup in Iran, 1953, is an early example of this planetary role for Washington, D.C. Whereas the evidence of U.S. involvement is unclear in most of the coups in the Third World, the footprint of the CIA and the U.S. military intelligence has been clearly documented in the coups in the Dominican Republic, 1963, Ecuador, 1963, Brazil, 1964, Indonesia, 1965, Congo, 1965, Greece, 1967, Cambodia, 1970, Bolivia again, 1971, and most famously Chile, 1973. 21 This is the short, uncontroversial list. Why would the U.S. government, the champion of democracy, initiate military regimes in places where these governments would resort to brutality against the nation? In 1959, the Pentagon commissioned the Rand Corporation, a non-profit think tank, to do a study on the role of the military in the Third World, and this report helped President Eisenhower's Draper Committee formulate the agenda for the U.S. military assistance program. Both Rand and the Draper Committee agreed that the military in the tropics provided technical and bureaucratic skills for state construction, and that despite their shortcomings, the military in the underdeveloped areas should be supported by the U.S. government. 22. Establishment intellectuals such as the political scientist Samuel P. Huntington created a subfield called military modernization. 23 Huntington, who taught at Harvard University, was a regular consultant to the CIA during the 1960s, and in the circle of senior government figures such as McGeorge Bundy, also a Harvard professor who was Kennedy's and Johnson's special assistant on national security, and Robert McNamara, Secretary of Defense. Huntington's 1968 Political Order in a Changing Society provided the best account of military modernization. Huntington played a central role in the Trilateral Commission. Founded in 1973 by representatives of the dominant classes of Asia, Europe, and North America, the Trilateral Commission was of the opinion that world elites must be concerned more with the overall framework of order than with the management of every regional enterprise. Huntington co-authored its 1975 study, The Crisis of Democracy. While working for the Trilateral, Huntington advised the Brazilian military. 24 In the late 1970s, Huntington went on to be the coordinator of national security on the U.S. National Security Council. He has been close to power ever since. In his influential 1968 study on political modernization, Huntington argued that liberal democracy in the tropics might serve to perpetuate antiquated social structure. 25 The state needed to concentrate political power as a prelude to economic development, and so there was no better social institution to govern in these parts than the military. 26 Huntington's sophisticated analysis mirrored a 1962 policy document from the National Security Council, a change brought about through force by non-communist elements may be preferable to prolonged deterioration of government effectiveness. It is U.S. policy, when it is in the U.S. interest, to make the local military and police advocates of democracy and agents for carrying forward the developmental process. 27 Counterinsurgency, coups, and support of the most brutal military dictators could be done not simply for reasons of corporate stability but for development, for the sake of the people of the country now ruled by the military. Few will be able to defend this line of analysis in hindsight. The aftermath of Mobutu's Congo, Suharto's Indonesia, or Pinochet's Chile hardly validates the promise of military modernization. When Mobutu Sese Seko fled after over 3 decades of U.S.-backed power, he left behind a national debt of about $5 billion, a billion less than he had secreted in his accounts at various Swiss banks. Haji Mohamed Suharto, the bulwark of stability, looted the Indonesian treasury of perhaps as much as $35 billion during his 3-decade rule. 28 Rather than modernization, we have primitive accumulation for a small circle of the ruler's family members. Few will be able to defend these dictators from the charge that they committed horrible acts of routine violation against individuals and the body politic. They did not use the institution of the army to create the basis for modern rights. To the contrary, they used the army to mutilate the population and rule by fear. Ecuador and Guatemala offer 2 useful examples of the limitations of the Pentagon's theory of military modernization. In both cases, the Pentagon backed the military rulers. Since neither ruler could fully hew to the Pentagon's line without risk of complete alienation from the Ecuadorians and Guatemalans, they had to be deposed by an alternative ruler or else a constitutional movement from below that traduced the posture of the Pentagon's modernization attempts. In 1958, the exuberant reactionary General Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes gathered the reins to run Guatemala's military dictatorship. Ydígoras closely followed the dictates of the Alliance for Progress, created the Ley de Transformación Agraria that used the rhetoric of land reform to turn back the clock on the social experiments of the nationalist Arbenz regime, and did all that he could to insinuate the U.S. military into Guatemala's future plans. The country provided the base for the Bay of Pigs invasion. When popular uprisings broke out in March 1962, Ydígoras unleashed the U.S. armed and trained Guatemalan military, and welcomed the establishment of a permanent U.S. base, staffed by troops from Puerto Rico and Mexico. With the growth of resistance against Ydígoras, however, the United States ditched him in 1963 for Colonel Enrique Peralta Azurdia. 29 Dictators come and go, but the form of dictatorship remained. Guatemala shows that none of the promises of military modernization, such as the creation of political institutions and the rule of law, had a high priority for the U.S. government. The Ecuadorian story, like Guatemala, illustrates how despite rule by a military junta backed by the U.S. government, the people continued to fight and won a constitutional regime. In 1963, the newly installed military triumvirate banned communism to the great joy of the military's boosters. The local CIA station. The CIA speedily crafted a plan for national development and sent it to the Alliance for Progress to gain funds for the development promised by the theory of military modernization. A year later, the junta followed the logic of national liberation regimes and abolished the feudal land tenure system, Huesipungo, but what they put in place did not benefit the largely Amerindian landless laborers. All this bore within it the promise of military modernization, except that the people would not bear to have their basic rights trampled for Washington's theory of social development in so-called underdeveloped areas. 30 The junta's anti-communism meant that it went after the unions and the universities, both institutions with meaning to the people. When the junta tried to crack down on imports to stabilize the balance of payments, the merchants joined the students and the unions to send the army back to the barracks. A constitutional regime re-emerged by 1968, and even as it failed to do much for the people of Ecuador, the country suffered another coup in 1970. The failure of the military to engage with the reality of people illustrated the fundamental gap in the military modernization thesis, that people wanted to participate in the creation of their society, not simply be spectators to the military's actions. The institutions that were not in the U.S. interest, such as student and worker groups, played an important role in the social order, and the people did not allow them to be dismantled. 31. The conventional progressive literature on coups in the tropics tends to assume that the main actor here is the CIA or the United States, or else the USSR, whose hand in the coup tradition is actually remarkably limited. The darker nations are pawns on the board for the United States and the USSR to move about in their deadly game of planetary chess. Such a view assumes that the people have little role in the creation of their own history, that they are simply prone figures to be shuffled at the will of El Norte. Indeed, the CIA and U.S. governmental funds do play a considerable role not only in various coups but also in the political economy of the Third World in general. Yet there is more to the story than the interventions from outside. Each coup has its own reason, and it is hard to make a generalization based on some model of the Third World coup. A generalization without adherence to the specific details of each coup, or a succession of coups, such as the 5 in Ghana from 1966 to 1981, will not tell us much. To analyze a coup or a military intervention requires an assessment of the struggles within a society, of the class dynamics, the regional interactions, the history of ethnic strife, and other such relations. Those who act alongside the U.S. military, such as Bolivia's Barrientos or Indonesia's Suharto, are emblems of certain class fragments that have domestic reasons to use the U.S. government for their ends. They are not passive and guileless, simply misused by Western imperialism. The Barrientoses, Mobutus, and Suhartos of the world, and those classes that they defend, are part of the ensemble of imperialism, even if as subcontractors. 32. Huntington's 1968 book on the military and changing societies offers one theory to understand the persistence of coups in the tropics. Smartly, Huntington clashes with most conventional interpretations of the coup d'état by noting that the most important causes of military intervention in politics is not military but political and reflect not the social and organizational characteristics of the military establishment but the political and institutional structure of the society. 33 The structure of social development then will be an indicator of the nature of the coup, Huntington contends, not that the coup is itself always reactionary or illiberal. As society changes, so does the role of the military. In the world of the oligarchy, the soldier is a radical, in the middle-class world he is a participant and arbiter, as the mass society looms on the horizon he becomes the conservative guardian of the existing order. 34 For Huntington and much of the modernization theory school, the main agent of history is the middle class, a society with a middle class is thus optimum. Anything less smacks of monarchy, and anything more is communism. The worst of all outcomes is communism, and therefore at times oligarchies or even monarchies can be tolerated if it means that a middle class might eventually flourish. In the Third World of the 1950s and 1960s, Huntington points out, absolutism might be the way forward because the primary need their countries face is the accumulation and concentration of power, not its dispersion. 35. What is so significant about Huntington's analysis is that he sees a correlation between the character of military rule and the level of mobilization of lower classes into politics. 36 The fear of the lower classes infected the U.S. establishment. At a speech before the American Society of Newspaper Editors in 1966, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara noted that the sweeping surge of development, particularly across the whole southern half of the globe, has no parallel in history. It has turned traditionally listless areas of the world into seething cauldrons of change. Given the certain connection between economic stagnation and the incidence of violence, the years that lie ahead for the nations in the southern half of the globe are pregnant with violence. 37 With this assessment of the darker nations, it is little wonder that the United States supported the military coups. In 1970, after a decade of coups in Africa, the militant South African intellectual Ruth First published her monumental, and now forgotten, study on coups on the continent, The Barrel of a Gun. Having early in her life joined the resistance to apartheid in her native country, First went on to the front lines of the African National Congress and the Communist Party. Barred from politics several times by the government, First suffered in South Africa's jails, notably for 117 days in 1963.38 in the midst of this struggle, including as a partisan in the violent underground along with Nelson Mandela and her husband Joe Slovo. First wrote a trenchant study of the suppression of Southwest Africa by the apartheid government. 39 Worn out, she fled to London for a brief exile, although she took the time to visit the rest of the African continent and assembled the materials for her work on the coup. What bothered First was that large parts of Africa north of the Limpopo had thrown off the yoke of colonialism only to fall prey to military dictatorships. Her book did not offer an analysis of the functional role of the military in the Third World, but what role the military played in the internal class dynamics of the new nations and how African nations could avoid the route of dictatorship. Unable to remain far from the struggle, First returned to Africa, to Mozambique, where a South African death squad killed her on August 17, 1982.40. One place where First would find common cause with Huntington is in the disregard both paid to the theory that coups are the form of politics for the less developed peoples or that the coup is imprinted in the political personality of the culture of the darker nations. The literature on South and Central America often suggests that the caudillo is central to the region south of the Rio Grande because of the special machismo of Latin culture. Or else we hear that the Arabs, Africans, and tribal societies in general are unable to be democratic but eager for a leader. 41 Instead of such reductive arguments, First, like Huntington, offers a general theory of power for newly independent states which explains why they are so vulnerable to army intervention in politics. 42 The facility of coup logistics and the audacity and arrogance of the coup makers, she observes, are equaled by the inanity of their aims, at least as many choose to state them. 43 The military rulers, schooled in hierarchical order and efficient action, are uncomfortable with the mess of politics, so they claim to stand above it. In fact, they cannot, and indeed, their posture to be above the political and rule in the name of the nation is almost identical to that of the National Liberation Party that creates a one-party state. At the outset, it is enough for the coup makers to announce that they rule for the nation, writes First. Power lies in the hands of those who control the means of violence. It lies in the barrel of a gun, fired or silent. 44. How is the army able to conduct a coup so easily? Huntington's theory is that the slow development or lack of political institutions and the rapid mobilization of new groups into politics produces the coup. 45 Modernization leads to instability, which results in violence, which pulls the military into governance. First comes at the coup from the opposite angle. Coups occur not simply where new social classes have entered politics but where this politicization has been squelched or suppressed. In states where the national liberation movement has been demobilized or else where there has been no national liberation movement in recent memory, the coup occurs with much greater facility. Without popular organization and popular institutions, to conduct a coup means that an armed faction can take charge over another without much need to draw legitimacy from the masses of the population. A coup such as this, to borrow from Marx's description of Asiatic states, leaves the fundamental economic elements of society and the bulk of the population untouched by the storms which blow up in the cloudy regions of politics. 46. Like Huntington, First acknowledges that there are a host of military coups that do not change anything substantial in the structure of social life but simply change the administration. These are palace or political establishment revolutions, not social ones. Apart from these, there are other coups that are meaningful, where the army operates to defend the legacy of national liberation. Here the army acts as a competitor for power. The officers identify themselves with the government ushered into office with independence, and so they are sentimentally and structurally predisposed to their rule regardless of their actions. The founding fathers are tolerated for their actions, and these political leaders cosset the senior military leadership in return. The junior, often younger officers do not have any such class and emotional loyalty, though. They question the record of such government, and champion other aspirants. The success of the junior officers, First argues, is in their ability to formulate alternative strategies and corresponding social instruments. 47 First's distinction in terms of the generation of officers is valid, although it ignores the importance of whether the country had a mass decolonization struggle or not. That, for the Third World, is a crucial variable. Drawing from First, and adding in the question of the mass struggle, I want to distinguish between at least two kinds of coups, the general's coups and the colonel's coups. All coups are structurally reactionary, because they adorn the military with the solitary role for social change and cast out the masses from an active role in the construction of a nation-state. Some coups are, however, more reactionary than others. Coups that are conducted in countries that have had either a national liberation struggle, to eject a colonial ruler, or an electoral victory against the oligarchs tend to be reactionary. The military frequently takes power to reverse the gains of national liberation, to thwart the agenda of the Third World. The generals often lead these coups, which is why I shall call them the generals' coups. The military in these countries make the argument that they must protect the patrimony of the nation from communists or other left-wing forces who want to generate, to their mind, social disorder. To the rank and file, the generals say that the revolutionary government wanted to cut back on the role of the military in social life, a claim that is true in the early years of national construction in the Third World. The aggrieved military brass in Algeria, 1965, Dahomey, 1965, Ghana, 1966, Togo, 1967, Uganda, 1971, and Chad, 1975, overthrew the government with just this contention. Pakistan provides a useful example as well. In October 1958, General Ayub Khan dismissed the civilian leadership and purported to lead Pakistan into the modern age with land reforms. He pledged to stay in power for a short time to give stability to the nation. 10 years later, a massive social movement ejected him from office. Another general, Yahya Khan, took charge, and the rule of generals has continued until this day. Now General Pervez Musharraf pledges that he is the main defense against fundamentalism, but only through repression and not popular mobilization. The main agenda of these coups is to roll back the social reforms of the Third World states, not to ensure that the monarchy returns, because almost none of the generals' coups are restorative, but so that the military leadership and the oligarchy can preserve their reign over society. General Augusto Pinochet's 1973 assault on Chile is a well-developed example of this type of coup. Pinochet acted with the full permission of the U.S. government, and the blessings of the landed and industrial Chilean oligarchy. 48 The army killed about 4,000 Chileans, including the socialist president Salvador Allende, destroyed the main political parties of the left, exiled many of its leaders, and spread fear through the Dirección de Inteligencia Nacional. The World Bank and the Inter-American Bank, among others, refused to grant Chile credit during Allende's experiments, and his social reform agenda had provoked the elite's anger. For this reason, the Christian Democrats who spoke for that elite welcomed Pinochet's coup. Pinochet promised to protect the privileges of the past for those whom Chile's poet Pablo Neruda called a quadrille of nouveau riches, with coats of arms, with police, and with prisons. 49 That Allende had nationalized the U.S. owned firms of American Anaconda Copper, ITT, and Kennecott led Nixon to authorize $10 million to make the economy scream 50. When Pinochet came to power, the United States did its utmost to repair all frayed relations between the transnational firms and the Chilean bureaucracy. The telecommunications giant ITT had demanded $95 million as compensation from Allende. The Pinochet junta gave them $235 million. In 1975, Chile welcomed the economist Milton Friedman, who advocated shock treatment and austerity to increase growth rates. The general's coup of Pinochet restored the rule of the oligarchy and the transnational corporations, much to the satisfaction of the U.S. government. For states where there is no national liberation movement, and where there is no hope for social reform, the coup d'état is often the means for aggrieved social classes within the military to assert the rule not so much of the military as for their social class. These are the colonel's coups. For the Third World, the modular form of this coup is the Egyptian overthrow of the monarchy in 1952.51, nominally led by General Mohammed Nahib. The revolution soon came into the hands of its architects, the free officers commanded by Colonel Nasser. In his first May Day speech, 1963, Nasser laid out his vision of the 1952 revolution as undertaken for the working people, for dissolving differences between classes, for establishing social justice, for the establishment of a healthy democratic life, for abolishing feudalism, for abolishing the monarchy and control of capital over government, and for abolishing colonialism. 52 This, in sum, was the vision of Nasser's Arab socialism. Inspired by Egypt, younger officers in the Iraqi army formed the Free Officers Movement. Led by Brigadier Abd al-Karim Qasim and Colonel Abd al-Salam Arif, the Free Officers overthrew the Hashemite monarchy in 1958. 11 years later, on the African continent, an adjutant of the Signal Corps, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, overthrew the monarchy in another Free Officers coup in Libya, while Colonel Jafar al-Nimiri led the Free Officers to overcome the chaos that had befallen the political system in Sudan. Both Nimiri's and Nasser's fathers worked as clerks in the postal service, and all four of these colonels came from families who had dirt under their fingernails. Gaddafi's purpose for the coup suits all of them, and indeed it speaks to the colonels and lower ranks across the Third World who conducted similar coups. Our souls were in revolt against the backwardness enveloping our country and its land, whose best gifts and riches were being lost through plunder, and against the isolation imposed on our people in a vain attempt to hold it back from the path of the Arab people and from its greatest cause. 53 The latest variant of the colonel's coup comes from Colonel Hugo Chavez of Venezuela in 1999.54. The colonel's coups succumbed to their authoritarian roots in military culture. In Egypt, for example, Nasser moved against all opposition to his regime shortly after a foiled assassination attempt by the Ikhwan al-Muslimin, the Muslim Brotherhood, against him in 1954. Initially Nasser sent his armed forces against the Muslim Brotherhood, but by 1955 he began to liquidate the United Revolutionary Front, a united front of the Muslim Brotherhood, the Nationalist Wafd Party, and the Communists, created in February 1953. Nasser's attacks across the political spectrum weakened the space of politics to create what became in effect a military dictatorship. While Nasser's deputy, Anwar Sadat, continued to be the liaison with the Muslim Brotherhood, the Communists came in for especially brutal treatment. A crackdown in April 1957 demoralized the party, which effectively dissolved a few years later to refashion itself as a Nasrite ally when Nasser formed a close relationship with the USSR. Part of the reason for this difference of treatment was that the Muslim Brotherhood, by the 1950s, had a considerable mass following, whereas the Communist Party of Egypt had not grown at the same rate. It was easier to destroy, and given the pressure on it from the USSR, easier to render more pliable. Indeed, Nasser himself seemed quite cavalier about the Egyptian Communist Party. Prior to his 1955 visit to the USSR, Nasser noted, "Nothing prevents us from strengthening our economic ties with Russia even if we arrest the communists at home and put them on trial." 55 The crackdown on communist parties in Iraq, Pakistan, and Sudan followed the Egyptian model, as all four states descended into the dark night of dictatorship. Even if the colonel's coup comes with tremendous promise, it can only momentarily deliver the administrative apparatus to energetic officers. The soldiers, as first put it, hold the ring while new internal power amalgams are arranged. The soldiers can do no permanent good. They can only postpone solutions. 56 As the national liberation state removes itself from popular mobilization, begins to cultivate the domestic elites in the name of national development, and perhaps opens itself to intervention by imperialism, it loses the elan of the national liberation struggle. In the worst case, the military intervenes to preserve the status quo or recover the past. In the best case, the military rejects the civilian administration to disrupt the cozy alliance of the revolutionary leaders, the domestic bourgeoisie, and imperialism. Nevertheless, the military in power, as first shows, regardless of its motivations, freezes the political process and cuts down the ability of social movements to move the historical process in a progressive direction. Nothing good comes from a military dictatorship. While on the run from a Chilean government that he had condemned for its betrayal of its people in the 1940s, Neruda composed his Cantos General. In its midst, he offered a lyrical passage titled Los Dictadores, the Dictators. An odor lingers among the sugarcane. A mixture of blood and body, a penetrating, nauseous petal. Between the coconut palms the graves are filled. Of demolished bones, of smothered grasps. The delicate dictator talks. With wine glasses, collars, and gold braid. The tiny palace shines like a wristwatch. And smart-gloved laughter occasionally drifts across the corridors to join the dead voices and freshly buried mouths. The sob is hidden like a plant whose seed falls ceaselessly to the ground and makes its great blind leaves grow without light. Hatred has been formed scale by scale, coup by coup, in the terrible water of the swamp. With a snout full of clay and silence